Are we gonna be friends forever, Dina?
Well, I still don't know how real versus how fake your friendship is. So.
Ooh, that's the best bird.
Focus up, Alex. You're right. Uh-oh. Are you my opponent?
Back tomorrow. It's okay. It's okay. Ow! Ow! Hey! You are.
I don't know when I hit 21.
What is this guy doing? Speeding. This is rigged.
Hey, I'm just good.
I'm trying to remember any line of prep I've ever done in my life. I don't remember any of it.
They could have simplified that.
Yeah. Do we need to do that?
Sing the song. And this day just plays on my buzz. Spread out, nice and easy.
You're getting a red card for destroying the chess set. Can you show your chat the red card that you're getting from the tournament director?
Okay, get out of here. I cannot see you.
Listen to this for 1 second.
Hello, 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 hello.
Guys, why did I say so many hellos? I don't know.
Ta-da! See, my little fist, it fits perfectly. Proof that I punched it.
God. Блядь, я не могу поверить, это просто пиздец, ну как я могла проиграть? Это просто... Все, пошли все к черту. Окей, бай.
No, I blundered my queen.
Alright, Nemo's turn. We're moving away the things that might actually... Alright, you guys, keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2...
I just want to apologize for how bad that game was. I don't even know what I was doing. I did it again. I hung a piece against her again on like move 5. And I was like, there's no way that I lose the US championship because I hang a bishop against Irina twice. Like I was like, first time, bad enough.
Yes,
and then I was just like, oh my God, it's probably over. And then, you know, when there's no increment, you know.
No, I should have known. No, I hate the kids. I hate kids even more. I hated them before this tournament. Now I really hate them.
Wow, so I might have more points than her.
A full point more than her.
I'm really sad that she's losing, but
You're so getting killed in your sleep.
yeah, I know.
Honestly, guys, can they hear me? Chess sucks.
That's it. I'm fucking.
Alex embracing her villain arc already.
Alex is taking revenge on her chess games right now.
We have another bully in the house, guys. I don't know, is it something about my stream that like brings in the bullies? Is it something about my stream that brings in the bullies, or do the bullies just naturally congregate?
Right, Chess Brainiac. You're watching this. There is gonna be a next time. And your 2900 on chess.com will not stop me. Neither your genius coach Grandmaster Norditsky for taking my revenge.
I'll just be here,
Waiting.
washing away, fading away with the
be
winds
okay.
as time and eternity will all do as our last years dwindle away, and you may spend it studying a pointless board game and thinking, was all these hours in your life worth it? In all these hours, you could have written a novel, you could have learned a sport, you could have learned how to swim so you could finally go in the ocean, but no. Instead, here you are again, 21 years old, when you should be thriving at peak, losing to 9-year-olds. Goodbye, chat.
Andrea, for what it's worth, you would kill her at boxing.
I don't want to, that's child abuse!
Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda mercy.
Sorry.
Stop.
Sorry.
No photo chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
It is pumpkin spice flavored. Do you like pumpkin spice?
I love it.
All right. Ah! My Tesla.
Distractions? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not singing. I'm not singing. No! Yes!
I'm excited, guys. Big reveal time.
How's it?
You like it? Oh,
Her face say that she likes it.
she looks like she's so happy.
Andrea.
What?
Kind of fool.
What?
Wait, actually?
Yeah, of course.
Andrea.
I wasn't listening. I just listened to last bit.
Ever listen?
Sorry, I was reading
She
chat.
has the attention span of a squirrel.
We'll make the windows smaller for a second. Alright. Okay.
It's fine. It's only taken 10 shots. We haven't gotten anything in.
It's totally fine.
We will get one. We
We're gonna get one.
Okay, you need to get that one in, you know. I believe in you. That's
Okay.
okay. I'm actually happy for you. Wait, that's no.
9?
I quit the fucking world championship for this!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Is it an earthquake?
Andrea, I'm serious! Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
Yeah, boy, Chris is being very... That's very thorough. Very thorough. Very thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my god.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god.
You want to say hi, chat, now that you won?
Yes, hi chat. Where's the camera?
It's home.
Oh!
What I have in my hand here.
Yes.
Little baby noodle.
What have I come down to?
Yeah, I mean with the hair, you could just wear the top and the
Oh my gosh! That's amazing! I don't even know where the rook flew to!
Are we gonna be friends forever, Dina?
Well, I still don't know how real versus how fake your friendship is. So.
Ooh, that's the
Why
best
do you
bird.
Focus up, Alex. You're right. Uh-oh. Are you my opponent?
Back tomorrow. It's okay. It's okay. Ow! Ow! Hey! You are.
I don't know when I hit 21.
What is this guy doing? Speeding. This is rigged.
Hey, I'm just good.
I'm trying to remember any line of prep I've ever done in my life. I don't remember any of it.
They could have simplified that.
Do we need to do that?
cha. Ooga, 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 cha cha cha. Sing the song. Ooga, 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 cha cha cha. And this day just plays on have fun. Spread out, nice and easy.
You're getting a red card for destroying the chess set. Can you show your chat the red card that you're getting from the tournament director?
Okay, get out of here. I cannot see you.
Listen to this for 1 second.
Hello, 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 hello.
Guys, why did I say so many hellos? I don't know.
Ta-da! See? My little fist? It fits perfectly. Proof that I punched it.
What? No!
Блядь, я не могу поверить, это просто пиздец, ну как я могла проиграть? Это просто... Все, пошли все к черту, окей, бай.
No, I blundered my queen.
Alright, Nemo's turn. We're moving away the things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2...
I just want to apologize for how bad that game was. I don't even know what I was doing. I did it again. I hung a piece against her again on like move 5. And I was like, there's no way that I lose the US championship because I hang a bishop against Irina twice. Like I was like, first time, bad enough. And then I was just like, oh my god, it's probably over. And then, you know, when there's no increment, you know.
No, I should have known. No, I hate the kids. I hate kids even more. I hated them before this tournament. Now I really hate them.
Wow, so I might have more points than her.
A full point more than her.
I'm really sad that she's losing, but
You're so getting killed in your sleep.
yeah, I know.
Honestly, guys, can they hear me? Chess sucks.
That's it, I'm playing.
Alex embracing her villain arc already.
Alex is taking revenge on her chess games right now.
We have another bully in the house, guys. I don't know, is it something about my stream that like brings in the bullies? Is it something about my stream that brings in the bullies, or do the bullies just naturally congregate?
Right, Chess Brainiac. You're watching this. There is gonna be a next time. And your 2900 on chess.com will not stop me, neither your genius coach Grandmaster Norditsky, for taking my revenge.
I'll just be here,
waiting,
washing away, fading away with the winds,
okay.
as time and eternity will all do as our last years dwindle away, and you may spend it studying a pointless board game and thinking, was all these hours in your life worth it? In all these hours, you could have written a novel, you could have learned a sport, you could have learned how to swim so you could finally go in the ocean, but no. Instead, here you are again, 21 years old, when you should be thriving at peak, losing to 9-year-olds. Goodbye, chat.
Andrea, for what it's worth, you would kill her in boxing.
I don't want to, that's child abuse!
Sorry, it's okay.
Pizda mercy.
Sorry.
Stop.
Sorry.
Go for the chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
It is pumpkin spice flavor. Do you like pumpkin spice? I love it. All right. Ah! My Tesla.
Distractions? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not singing. I'm not singing. No!
Yes.
I'm excited, guys. Big reveal time.
How's it?
You like it?
Does her face say that she likes it?
She looks like she's so happy.
Andrea, who are you trying to fool?
Wait, actually?
Yeah, of course.
Andrea,
I wasn't listening. I just listened to last bit.
ever listen?
Sorry, I was reading
She
chat.
has the attention span of a squirrel.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, California. Good evening, Europe. We are ready for day 3 of chess camp. And today we have a bit of a friendly matchup. It's Andrea versus Anna. A very exciting one there. Andrea with 2 losses in a row, now with the white pieces. We know she is way better with white than with black. Let's see if Anna is going to have to taste Andrea's wrath. In the other game of the round, we have Linda Diaz with the white pieces against Jennifer Yu. Jennifer, the pre-tournament favorite, according to every single commentator, expert, everything we have. She's expected to win this game. Even with the black pieces, Linda's gotten off to a rough start with 2 losses starting off. And Jennifer managed to beat Alexandra yesterday. And is going to try to continue in that same vein. Hovering over the clock for Andrea and Anna, I assume this is our tournament director, Papa Botez? Maybe not. I gotta admit, my camera is not at the size of my eyesight ability. And also his head is kind of rudely cut off, which really does impact my abilities. No, that's Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel fan number 1. We are 25 minutes delayed for this start of the game. And I do believe I am going to put the blame on the tournament arbiter, who is now on 2 cameras at the same time. This does not seem very synced up whatsoever. And girls, don't rush it. No, yeah, definitely don't rush the start of the game. Yeah, let's get those last minute photos ready. I kind of miss the tournaments where they actually don't cater to the streamers. I feel like it's too much catering when there's 25 minutes past the scheduled starting time. But you know what they say, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Who are we to interrupt their breakfast to expect them to play chess? You tell them, Hammer? I mean, but they're not listening right now, are they? So I'm speaking into the void. But you and I, we will share our frustrations. Okay, it looks like we're starting. Linda is off with the white pieces. She has gone for the English opening, and lo and behold, Andrea is about to make her move as well. What a shocker. Who could have predicted pawn to d4 in Andrea's game? Anna plays knight to f6. Will we be seeing a Jababa London here? Will we see knight to c3? Oh, yes, we are. What a surprise. Okay, but to be fair to Andrea, there definitely are some advantages to just specializing massively in one opening. I just wish she specialized in a better opening. But you know, I'll have all week to throw shade on the Jabava London. But on the other hand, Andrea only has the white pieces every now and then. So I'll have to take my opportunities as they present themselves. Do they ever listen to Hammer or any non-chess advice? Well, Hammer's advice, as so far as they listening to them, I really hope they only take my chess advice. My other advice is I would really recommend not following. Anna has actually played here pawn to e6. This is really interesting, and it's really interesting for a reason that I cannot divulge, or I'm gonna get screamed at. I don't care. I'm gonna get screamed at. When have I ever cared? Pawn to e6 here is actually what Alexandra prepared against Andrea when she had the black pieces in their I even forget which tournament they faced each other. One of them, the one Alexandra won. Pawn to e6 was the plan for that, and I think it's a very, very clever way of sidestepping Andrea's ideas. Because now her best move by far is pawn to e4, but then after pawn to d5, we're suddenly in a French defense. And Andrea doesn't know the French. So that is not really something that she's likely to go into. And that leaves like, okay, are you going to go bishop to f4? Well, that's your normal plan in this opening, but here it could be a little awkward with black going bishop to b4 and pointing in towards the knight and the king. I don't know who's prepping on a CRAMLING, but they are equally clever as me. I already hold them in very high regard. We had the same idea for how to fight against the Jabava. Pia is prepping her. Pia probably. I don't know. Could be. Pia is not the most kind of opening intensive player though. Like seriously. But at the same time, I'm trying to think what openings does Pia play and does Anna play the same stuff? Yeah, I guess their repertoires are reasonably similar. Why would it be anyone but Pia? I don't know. Just because I don't know if I want to say it out loud. The youngsters are more kind of in tune with technology, and that maybe the generation shift between Pia and Anna. I don't know. I know Pia doesn't play the cow. Yeah, Pia does not support some of Anna's openings, that's for sure. Bishop to f4 is on the board. Andrea is definitely hoping pawn to d5 happens now because then she's back in her theory. But if anything other than pawn to d5 were to happen, Andrea is going to be a bit out on her own here. Anna said Pia does the prep. Okay, well there you go. I like it. This is the same idea I had to play against Andrea. Hammer putting his employment as Olympiad commentator at risk. I take one assignment at a time. Right now, I'm a completely unbiased Botez commentator. And for the Olympiad in September, I will be a completely unbiased CRAMLING commentator. Bishop to b4 has been played. Anna is legitimately doing the whole idea that I had against Andrea. And I think it's very, very clever. But we'll see how Andrea copes with getting this surprise early on. In general, Andrea does not like being surprised by move 5. Andrea and Anna, the battle of Time Lords. This is true. The two most time trouble prone players in the tournament. Let's not expect too much to happen in the next 2.5 hours. The drama is going to start when they get down to 1 minute, which probably is going to be by move 20, but we'll see how it goes. Ready for a quiz? No, Papa Botez. Let's take a look at Linda and Jennifer, because we spent so much attention on Pia's prep, which kind of, I should have copyrighted this, but Pia has had the same idea on how to defeat Andrea as I did. And so I spent more time looking at that than looking at Linda's game against Jennifer. It was pawn to c4 starting out the game, the English opening. And then Jennifer, she always plays. So I know a little bit about what Jennifer does with the black pieces, because I was trying to do some recon work ahead of the tournament. Trying to figure out where Alexandra could strike for her games. And I was thinking, Jennifer, she always plays this Queen's Gambit declined. And she always plays it with pawn to a6 on move 4. And I thought this is an interesting area to try and strike for Alexandra. The idea behind this pawn to a6 move is that now you're threatening pawn takes c4. Because if you take on c4 immediately, well, then white will just take control in the center, and they will also get their bishop into the game, recapturing that pawn on the next move. Whereas if you first go pawn to a6, now if white does a nothing move, you're ready to make that capture, no longer fearing white's pawns in the center, because you've established these pawns protecting each other, and you're just going to hold on to that extra pawn. And part of the reasoning behind this pawn to a6 move is that you're forcing white to either go pawn to e3, giving that immediate protection to the c4 pawn, but then you're also blocking in the white bishop, which is not great. The bishop would prefer to be in an active position before white's dark squared pawns in the center started blocking the bishop's path. So after a6, white kind of has to take on d5. And by kind of forcing white to make that trade in the center, black makes their life a lot easier, because now this light squared bishop is no longer being blocked by a pawn, and the bishop can more easily get into the game. However, when Linda has gone bishop to g5, somehow Jennifer has not captured the pawn on c4, which is basically the only idea in this entire opening. You go a6 so that you threaten capturing the pawn, forcing white to react to that threat. Yet Linda, she's ignoring it as if everything is fine. And then instead of capturing the pawn and going into some complicated lines where the pawn is threatened, the pawn is protected, the pawn moves forward, there's a pin on the queen, the bishop has to get kicked out because you can't move the knight without losing your queen. The bishop stays, but then you go up here. This becomes quite chaotic, but in general, it's considered good for black at the end of the day. Although I must admit, I don't really know how these lines go. And frankly, maybe Linda had prepared some nasty surprise. Off the top of my head, I'm realizing that there could be some quite awkward queen with a double attack in against the rook in the corner. But anyway, this is considered good for black, but it can become very complicated. Instead, Jennifer just plays bishop to e7, and then after pawn to e3, white has managed to protect the pawn on c4 without getting her bishop blocked in, because she managed to get her bishop out and then advance the pawn in the center. So this opening has not gone super well for Jennifer, in my opinion, because basically she's played this pawn to a6 move without any real good reason. This is quite a common opening. If the pawn had been here and the king had castled, this would just be the old school queen's gambits, like they were played between Karpov and Kasparov back in the 80s. But with the pawn on a6, you've kind of committed yourself to a plan that's, not the best, I think. So the opening so far, I feel like, is quite a success for Linda. And I'm very surprised by Jennifer playing these a6 lines and then just not capturing the pawn when given the option. In the meantime, Andrea has played pawn to e3, and this is fine. She's continuing her development. And Anna now has started thinking. In fact, she started thinking so much that she's actually already behind Andrea on the clock. So I'm very surprised Anna went into this way of playing and then didn't have the plan ready for what I believe to be the most obvious response for white. That being said, the computer does feel like black is already better if the position is handled correctly. So it's going to be an interesting fight between Anna and Andrea. And I think we're going to have some patience with the decisions being made. And I think we have a very exciting time scramble to look forward to in the future. And I do find it somewhat ironic that the two slowest players in the tournaments have managed to go into an opening line that is super rare, that is quite creative, and therefore demanding some special thought already at a very, very early stage. Anna has gone pawn to b6. That's not among the most critical options at her disposal. But there's still some concerns. For instance, like if Andrea just now develops normally with bishop to d3 and knight to f3, at some point you might get concerned about this bishop pointing down on white's king, and then knight to e4 coming in, protected by this bishop that Anna is currently fianchettoing. And the knight together with the bishop is putting a lot of pressure on the c3 square. And the knight cannot get away because of the king. The queen cannot move up to support because the knight is also controlling that square. In general, it's just a bit of unpleasantness created from the early introduction of Black's bishop pointing down on the king. We'll see how she handles it. Papa Botez, I am ready for a quiz. If you have one. Andrea sprang a surprise London opening. Yeah, we were all shocked. Knight d5 is the most played in Anna's position, says Kashtin. Yeah, knight to d5 was very interesting. Because then you're attacking this knight, but you're also trying to win the bishop pair. That seems quite interesting. I guess you can just go queen up, but it creates an imbalance in the game very early on. Why does chess.com call it an Indian game then? Which one, Andrea's or Jennifer's? I don't know how the coding works, but let me assure you, this is a Jabava London. Hammer, in your opinion, what is the best positional opening for Black in response to e4 other than e5? So you already just eliminated the by far most obvious choice. And you're basically asking me, other than the best, what is the best? But actually, I do have an answer for you. The best positional opening for Black in response to e4, other than e5, is the Najdorf. And people think the Najdorf is like a very, very tricky Sicilian, opening. But the Najdorf is actually super based on positional principles. And the Sicilian in general is based on the fact that in the Sicilian, it's very common that Black has two central pawns against White's one. And that is basically it's the basis of the whole opening. And it's a very positional, strategic element to the game. Pia criticized Anna's e6, not her prep. Wow. Well, then I take back all the nice things I said about Pia's prep as well. E6 was my recommendation to Alexandra when she was facing Andrea. Anna going rogue, but doing it a la Hammer. Going rogue in the style of Hammer, I can't but approve. Are these the first games of the day? Yes, Hovston. If you just joined us, you can look forward to a very, very long day of chess. She also didn't like b6. She wanted knight d5. Yeah, knight d5 feels more direct, but I feel like sometimes it can be beneficial by not making the threats against your opponent immediately and kind of have them guessing what your intentions are. Because here I do feel like knight to d5 is going to be an option for quite a long time in this game. And basically what I feel like Anna is doing is that she's trying to make this threat down towards the g2 pawn, trying to entice Andrea to put her knight on f3. And that can be quite problematic for white, because right now the knight is kind of the backup solution to how to protect the one on c3. But if the knight then commits itself to the f3 square, it's no longer available to protect over here. But at the same time, if you don't go knight to f3, if you go like f3 instead, well, now knight to d5 is going to be even stronger than earlier, because white has moved a pawn away from the dark squares, and then the loss of the dark squared bishop is going to hurt even more. So I think b6 is completely fine. And this bishop on the diagonal is going to be dangerous for Andrea to deal with. And frankly, I'm struggling to see a good move for Andrea at this point. Like, I think this pressure is incredibly unpleasant. I would strongly consider just moving this knight over here to try and defend and avoid doubled pawns and try and kick the black bishop out. And I don't really want to kick this bishop immediately, because then I realized that Anna could have given us these doubled pawns on the previous move, but it's especially bad if we waste a move forcing the bishop to make a trade that the bishop kind of wanted to do anyway. So I'm thinking knight to e2 here for Andrea to just reinforce the protection. Instead, Andrea has decided to move the queen out as one of the first pieces. Chess coaches all around the world crying at Andrea being a bad role model for the kids. But I'm trying to figure out what she's thinking. If knight to c6, could Andrea be considering queen g3? Is this like a thing where she can attack both the pawn on c7 and the pawn on g7? It seems incredibly greedy. Oh, and also here, knight to h5 protects the pawn, attacks the queen, and attacks the bishop. So that kind of fixes everything. Yeah, you can't do that. Knight c6 feels like a very easy way for black to deal with this threat. And we can also kind of look into this knight to d5, the same idea we saw earlier, to try and increase the pressure in towards the king. And of course, a classic, moving a pawn up in the center of the board. Somehow the computer hated all of my suggestions here. Like knight c6, it said was okay, but both d5 and knight to d5, the computer thought were close to being mistakes. Maybe queen to f3 is quite a good move from Andrea, but it looks so counterintuitive. And I also don't know what she's going to follow it up with. Now that she put the queen on f3, she is taking away that square for the knight. So with the queen using that f3 square, I'm more convinced that the knight is coming over here to protect its buddy. Very interesting play. Does it ever agree with Hammer's moves? You joke, but no, rarely. On Linda's board, we've had a very interesting decision being made. After knight to d2, instead of just developing normally with, I think, rook to d1 and pawn to a3 are some of the common moves in this kind of situation, Linda has gone pawn to c5. And she's shutting down the queen side and giving herself a space advantage to boot. Also note how these two white pawns are doing a fantastic job of restricting the options for black's pieces. And black is really, really cramped here. Because also you want to get this bishop into the game, and right now it's being massively blocked in two directions. But say you go pawn to b6 and you want to go bishop to b7 next, well then pawn to c6 attacks the knight. The knight has nowhere to go but back. And then something like knight to e5 protects the pawn. And this pawn is now controlling both of the squares the bishop wants to use. And your knight is back to its starting position and it's kind of stuck. And if these pieces are stuck, well, then the rook is not getting anywhere. And this becomes a massive problem for the first seed Jennifer. So probably she doesn't want to try and challenge this pawn immediately. She's going to want to play something like pawn to c6. Because then at least, you know, she's protecting her pawns up the board. And at the same time, she's preventing this white pawn from ever pushing even further forward. However, this bishop is very unhappy about the fact that you've spent pretty much every pawn move in the center and elsewhere to put your pawns on the light squares, effectively blocking all the bishop's options. So strategically, this looks super, super ugly, but I happen to know some theory-ish stuff here. And I'm pretty sure this is considered okay for black as long as you try to play pawn to e5 as fast as humanly possible. And the idea is that something like bishop out, trying to get your king castled, then after pawn to e5, that pawn is poorly defended. Like there's two white pieces attacking it, and there's only one black piece defending. However, after the pawn is captured, the knight can retreat, a possible trade between the bishops. And here there's pressure in towards e5 and c5 at the same time. So you can't really keep that extra pawn. That was some calculating. It's not really calculating when you've seen a very similar situation before. So this is just because I've done some preparation in either this line or something very similar, where the e5 pawn push was very important to make happen. And if bishop to d3 instead of bishop to e2 so that there's pressure on h7, yeah. You have caught me cheating a little bit here, haven't you? I put the bishop on this square on purpose because I wasn't sure if bishop goes to d3. I think now you cannot do this because then the bishop and the queen are both pointing towards the h7 square, and that pawn can just be captured. So yeah, I was caught cheating there a little bit. I put the bishop on a bad square to make my plan and the variation I wanted to illustrate to work in my favor. I do that sometimes. Are you guys hearing Vila every once in a while? Because either I'm going crazy or like he's attacked my mind. I'm leaking audio somewhere and I have no idea. This is very concerning. Hammer hearing voices, quite literally. Only for like half a second at a time, though. That's how it starts. Let's hope not. Okay, Jennifer plays pawn to h6. And I think we're kind of understanding why she's making this move. Because we just made the realization that one of her key plans is to go pawn to e5. And if she does that while the white bishop is on d3, that bishop would have attacked the pawn. So she's basically saying, you got to get your bishop out of here, and then I can proceed with my plan. However, and I think this is a very, very important moment for Linda, because normally when your bishop has moved itself to this g5 square, where it's pointing down towards the black queen, you quite automatically just move the bishop back and you say, okay, I wanted this bishop to point in this diagonal, so that's the move I'm going to make. But now that we have a reasonable understanding that pawn to e5 is one of Black's main plans in this position, it makes very interesting sense to go bishop f4 instead. And like, you can say that, well, if you wanted to go with the bishop to f4, wouldn't you have done this earlier? Well, had we gone bishop to f4 immediately, well, then Jennifer definitely would have captured our pawn on c4. We went with the bishop to g5 to put that immediate pressure in towards the black queen. Already, when Jen went bishop e7, that pressure was kind of neutralized. It's a new situation. And now with the next couple of moves coming in, we've already ended up in a situation that has to be judged on its own merit. And here, if pawn to e5 is our main concern with the white pieces, then we definitely should consider moving our bishop in such a way that the e5 square is taken even under even stronger control. So I'm really liking bishop to f4 here for Linda. And I think that's going to pose some unusual problems to Jennifer. In the meantime, Anna has played knight to d5, which we talked about very briefly. In fact, we kind of talked about it here on the previous move, where it could have been a good idea trying to increase the pressure against the c3 knight, exploiting the fact that the knight cannot move due to the pressure from the bishop on the king. The insertion of pawn to b6 and queen to f3 has favored white, probably, but the question is to how large of a degree? Because now after knight to d5, there's still the threat on c3, but the threat is, oh my god, Linda just played h4. Linda just sacrificed her bishop. She says, I don't need to move my bishop. I'm just going to let you capture it, because if you do, you're going to let me open up for my rook along the edge of the board. I'm going to be attacking your knight, and if the knight moves away, the queen is coming in with that very quick and nasty checkmate. So, I mean, I'm calling it a piece sacrifice because you are allowing your opponent to capture your bishop. But frankly, that bishop cannot be captured. That would be a grave mistake to think you can survive. Or actually, maybe you can capture and then go g6, just shut down this diagonal. But then it just ends up being a trade. And like I'm a big fan of the bishop pair, which is why I'm kind of investigating this. But at the same time, I'm not even sure this bishop on c8 qualifies as a bishop right now. That one it's having a rough day. It's just, yeah, it's just not doing anything. A very interesting idea from Linda. And I actually, one of the things I was thinking about after bishop to f4, which is the move I liked, I was thinking then maybe knight to h5, and the knight secures the bishop. Like the bishop has no escape against the black knight. But by playing pawn to h4 first, what I'm thinking now is that if Jen does c6, which I think is a very reasonable move, we talked about how you want to protect all of this and then you want to push forward in the center. Now you can change plans and go bishop to f4 afterwards. The idea being that if the knight now chases the bishop can actually escape to the h2 square as a result of having pushed that pawn forward on the edge of the board. So pawn to h4 is both like a pseudo sacrifice, but it's also opening up the possibility of the bishop finding a secret safe spot on the edge of the board. Jennifer goes knight to g4 pretty quickly. She wants to have the trade between the bishops. And does Jennifer, no, does Linda even need to move the bishop? It's kind of difficult to assess. My first instinct is to move this bishop back because I want to try and prevent this pawn to e5 thing. But it is going to be a concern now that this knight on g4 is actually kind of strong. Because since we went pawn to h4, we're no longer able to go pawn to h3. And that means it's going to be more difficult to kick away the black knight. We'll let Linda think about this because Andrea has found what I believe to be a very, very good move. Pawn to a3. Computer hated that, but I thought that was the best move because I couldn't really see how we were going to deal with this very concrete pressure against the c3 knight. And what I realized is that we're fine allowing this knight to be captured by black's knight as long as we get rid of the black bishop. Like this bishop pointing down on the king and the fact that the bishop could manage to get an attack against both the king and the rook in the future, that felt somewhat concerning to me. So I like Andrea's move, a3, because it just immediately takes care of the main problem in the position, which is the bishop pointing down on the king. After the trade, Andrea recaptures, and now this pawn cannot be captured once again because we have the queen pointing down on the black rook. In order to avoid this pressure the queen is having towards the rook, Anna plays knight to c6. So she's trying to block that diagonal. And that was probably very clever. Because now, like, our pawn is genuinely under attack. And we kind of want to move it. But at the same time, if we here go pawn to c4, where number one, we're no longer giving protection in towards the d4 pawn, which I think could be important in the future. But also, in addition, while we are attacking the knight, we're kind of forcing our opponent to make the move that we didn't really want them to make anyway. Because we wanted to avoid losing our bishop, and here instead we've kind of provoked them into doing just that. And here Andrea would have the double pawns, and she wouldn't have the bishop pair to compensate for that. Because keep in mind, when Andrea played this a3 move, going after the bishops, like bishop takes knight, takes back, Anna couldn't capture Andrea's bishop pair, because if the knight moved away from the center, that would open up for the queen to capture in the corner. So Andrea's bishop was safe. And part of the strategy with this a3 move was always going to be trying to utilize the two bishops against an opponent that no longer had two of them. So after knight to c6, I think for me, the most logical move by far is bishop to g3, which is very simply the only move that preserves White's main advantage in the position, which is having the two bishops. The concern with this move, however, and quite a big one, is that it loses a pawn. Anna would then be able to capture the pawn on c3. Computer hates it though, and we might actually trap this knight. After knight takes c3, we can go e4, which has two really good tasks done. Number one, this pawn is taking control of the d5 square, which means the knight cannot retreat to where it came from. Number two, by pushing the pawn forward, we're opening up along the third rank, enabling to capture the black knight on the next move. So the knight has to try and run away, but then we chase after with the queen, and the knight has nowhere safe to go. Black is going to have to do some voodoo magic to try and get out, push the pawn forward, temporarily protect the knight, allow that pawn to be captured, but then you can move your knight back. However, in this position, White has the two bishops. White has the incredible pawns in the center of the board, and we also got back the pawn we sacrificed. So I'm really liking this bishop to g3, especially now that we know knight takes c3 is not a viable option. Instead, Andrea has gone pawn to e4. And yeah, I really don't like that. We're forcing our opponent to capture our bishop pair, which was our main asset in the position. To be fair, White has these good pawns in the center of the board, but personally, I do think it's going to be more of a problem having the doubled pawns than having the good central control. Because Black has a pretty nice plan. They can castle and then something like pawn to d6. And Black has a pretty straightforward plan of putting their pawns on the dark squares in the center of the board. And that's gonna kind of equalize the two pawns White had in the center. Is not going to be that important, as Black is also going to be able to get some important central control. So it's been a very unorthodox opening, and frankly, I'm surprised these girls have managed to keep the pace, considering it's completely out of all theory there is. But they've made their calculations quickly to arrive at this situation, where I do believe that black is slightly better after the opening. What's your opinion on Hipside's idea that Andrea didn't play the Jabava because Anna didn't play d5? I think anything that involves the moves d4, knight c3, bishop f4 in the first 3 moves, I don't see how you cannot call that a Jabava. In my opinion, the Jabava is not limited to playing d5. It would be a different thing. So if Andrea here, after bishop to b4, say Andrea went, I don't know. If Andrea had gone e4 instead of bishop to f4, then obviously this would be a French. And if she had gone bishop to g5, it would be a Torah or whatever it's called. But with bishop to f4, like, unless Anna starts playing some kind of d6, e5, maybe, I don't know. To me, this is a Jabava. But I will say that names of openings is not my expertise. And if more grandmasters cared about the names of openings, they wouldn't be as silly and stupid as they are today. But we don't really care about the naming. We only care about whether a move is good or not. So you can call it Jabava London. You can say that it's not a Jabava London because of reasons. But I will call it trash. I think that's a safe solution. This is not a Jabava under eco. Well, I don't think trash has an eco destination either, but I can still identify it when I smell it. Alex Benzea furious? He's not furious. He made a living making videos about an opening that's terrible, but that people like for some reason. Bensea has been trying to convince me to play Jabava since you've been gone. Hey, I haven't been that gone. I mean, I've had a lack of initiative, but I've still been around. Wow. So you've been having secret conversations with Bensea and he's been trying to convert you? That is very sus. Because you left me alone. I wanted to do game reviews. You didn't have time to do game reviews. You just wanted, oh, give me the opening. Opening is the only part of the game. I'm going to win all my games if I have a good opening. And I was like, yeah, let's try and set some time for game reviews. No, openings. Okay. Linda went bishop to d3 in the meantime. There's always the question whether Jennifer can capture the bishop. Probably the answer in this moment is also no, because, you know, all of this stuff and with the queen, it's kind of terrifying along the H file. But now, after Jennifer has played f5, that is a very rock solid way of preventing any sort of bishop and or queen infiltration to the king side. Note that if you capture and then go f5, this is not going to solve your problems because of the en passant. And you manage to open up towards the black king anyway. However, if you go f5 first and then capture the bishop, there's no magical 2 moves after it happened en passant move, which is going to keep the pawn here, which in turn is going to keep the queen and bishop shut out of any attack on the king side. So this is the moment where Linda needs to make a decision. She has to move the bishop, but on the other hand, the fact that she let her bishop be captured, and though it couldn't be for reasons, the fact that she created this tension over time has provoked Jennifer into making quite a weakening move, which in turn has weakened the square e5. Now there are no black pawns that can take the e5 square under control. And as such, bishop to f4 once again, well, here I would say it would just be a mistake if you did anything but bishop to f4. Because when you played this pawn to c5 move, part of the reasoning behind that was to make the position cramped with multiple of black's pieces being restricted as a result of the pawn placement here. But when you're restricting your opponent's plans, when you're trying to create a position where they have more pieces than they have good squares, you gotta avoid the trades. Any trade here is going to massively help black because then black has fewer pieces that they need to find good squares for. And then black is going to go c6 and e5 pretty quickly. Somehow the computer kind of liked that better than bishop to f4. Okay, so apparently both of her options are good, but from like a principled standpoint, I feel like bishop to f4 is much better because it tries to keep more pieces on the board when black is cramped, and it also tries to increase the control of the e5 square, which is a long-term weakness now as black has pushed the pawns forward. And indeed, bishop to f4 was played by Linda. And I think she has a comfortable advantage now. Oh, in the meantime, I didn't update the board. Or rather, I left the board without having input the current position between Andrea and Anna. But after e4, the obvious thing happened. Anna took the bishop, no more bishop pair for Andrea, and then she castled her king. And she's going to build her pawns up in the center of the board. And notice how black's plan revolves around putting the pawns on the dark squares, which is no accident when you only have one bishop remaining, and that bishop is on the light squares. Then you want to have your pawns work on the dark squares so that the bishop and pawns complement each other in their abilities. The pawns will take control of the dark squares, the bishop will take control of the light squares, and then all the squares are under control. Wow, hip side, you're still fighting about that? Okay, has Papa Botez already released his quiz, or are we still waiting for it? Vincey is a bad influence trying to convert people to the Jabava. I genuinely thought Andrea was forcing him to teach her Jabava. This knowledge that he is voluntarily proselytizing for that opening. It's I feel like someone needs to react. I think stripping his chess title is not off the table. If I become dictator of the chess world, he may have to regain that international master title of his. I'm not sure I pronounced it correctly, Crime Raker. But I tried. A for effort. I know Magnus has played the London. Wonder if ever the Jamama. Was that trying to get me to say yo mama, or was that just misspelling of Jabava? Either way, I guess you succeeded. Damn it, I forgot to make my tea. Do we have any new moves? No. I'm gonna go make my tea. You guys behave in the meantime. Okay, we're all good. Did we get any moves? No. You like Red Bull? No, I've never had it. Do they sponsor the stream, by the way? I should. Okay. We have a photo we're gonna show you. Wait. Okay, we're gonna show you the photo and then we're gonna guess who we're looking at. I'm being told two of the players currently playing in this photo from a decade ago. And frankly, that looks a lot like Anna CRAMLING, but I don't understand. Would she attend like a Polgar chess camp? It's definitely Andrea on the right. But I can't tell whether it's Anna or Jennifer we're looking at. I guess it's Anna, right? If that's not Anna in the middle, that's a freaking good lookalike. Jennifer on the left. I mean, that would make sense for the Polgar Spice Girls camp, right? I don't understand how a Spanish-Swedish person gets involved there, but I've been massively destroyed by the fact that the middle girl looks so much like Anna. Doesn't look like Anna. Of the two of us, I'm the one who knows what Anna looked like as an 8-year-old. Like, Pia was bringing her to tournaments her entire life. I've seen her since she was tiny. And I swear, that is quite a resemblance. Need to qualify that? I think that was fine. Anna does not have blonde hair. All Scandinavians have blonde hair when they're a kid. And then it kind of darkens as you age. I don't really know why. But me at 8, at 10, I had completely blonde hair. And then I lost it. Anna is Spain. I mean, she still got the Scandinavian genes. I don't know what to tell you. All the Scandinavians blonde, at least for the first 5 years. Here, Spy Pearl in chat says they're Danish and they had almost white hair when they were 6 years old. I'm telling you, it's a Scandinavian thing. You have gray hair now, Hammer? Yeah, and yeah, I have people who enjoy pointing it out. I have a baby sister. But apparently Twitch chat and baby sisters have the same priority in nasty comments. It doesn't really, I don't think you can see it very well on this camera though. You have to get in there with the magnifying glass. How many times has Pia beaten you? I just remember this one time she absolutely crushed me. But I think she beat me another time as well. I think the answer is 2 times, but it's either 1 or 2. He's coaching Alex. Of course, he has gray hair. True. In the meantime, Jennifer has played c6. I think that's a sensible move. You're keeping this thing defended, and then you're kind of relying on being able to play e5 at some point in the future. The problem right now for Jennifer is, number one, you don't have the e5 square under control, so that's an issue. And even if you get the e5 square under control, anytime you push this pawn forward, it means that the pawn on f5 is going to be undefended. So I would be moderately concerned here if I'm Jennifer, but it might be okay. Like, for instance, if Linda now just castles, which seems like a reasonable thing to do, then Jennifer can go e5. And even though she doesn't have good protection on this square, anytime white wants to capture this pawn, it means that you also abandon the protection of the c5 pawn. And this kind of position is basically what black is going for right now. And part of the reason why you needed to secure the protection of the d5 pawn. Because suddenly that pawn is about to have a lot of pressure on it. But you can probably deal with it in a decent way. Computer is saying this is better for white, but personally, I think this looks quite a bit better for black. Because white has the doubled pawns. The pawns are blocking the bishop. Bishop's not going to really be doing that much. If white could go pawn to f3 and trap the knight, that would be good. Ooh, maybe you can actually make that happen. Maybe you can go like knight d4 and then try and trap the knight. Ooh, and then you're also attacking here. So you would have to capture the bishop. Yeah, no, actually, I take that back. The knight on g4 is kind of problematic. We're struggling to get that one back into the game, and it's going to be very scary as white gets in a position to actually surround the knight. Very interesting position. But at the same time, Jennifer kind of has to do this. She has to push the pawn forward in the center. And then it might become an issue because this knight is so misplaced. She could try and move this knight in towards the center of the board, but then the knight would no longer be controlling the e5 square, which in itself is a bit of an issue. Andrea has gone bishop to b5. Computer, as is the habit, kind of hates it. But I kind of like it. I think Andrea is prone to get into a position now where her pawns are going to be primarily on the light squares as a result of black putting their pawns on the dark squares. And also just from like I was saying, black's plan is going to be pawn to d6 and then pawn to e5. But pawn to d6 is obviously now not going to work because you have that pressure against the knight. So Anna, she plays bishop to b7 just to keep the knight protected. And now after knight to f3, playing pawn to d6 and then going pawn to e5, it's not going to be entirely easy for black to accomplish. And I also feel like there's some scenarios here where Andrea could just capture the knight. How crazy is this? Just capture the knight and then put your pawns on the light squares. And then you kind of want to put your pawns on the light squares, but it didn't feel right as long as you would then be blocking your own bishop. But if you trade off the bishop first, then you're justified in putting your pawns on the light squares afterwards. Computer is not really a big fan of my idea, but these are some of the things you can consider. Catherine with the blonde hair in that photo met you in 2014 during the Science Memorial. Oh, really? Is that true? Okay, turns out that Anna CRAMLING Cologne has been to a tournament in Norway. What we learn. I thought Kaisa was Anna's sister. Cause what? She's so lucky. I've always wondered, Kaisa, the chess goddess, like what kind of mythology is it gonna be where you start having deity for chess? Because chess isn't even that old of a game comparatively to, you know, the history of the world. Does anyone know where Kaisa comes from? I remember Linda. I remember Mark. I remember like Aaron, I want to say. I'm being quizzed by someone other than Papa Botez. Now I'm being quizzed by the New York chess teachers to remember all the New Yorkers that came to Oslo to visit. I actually spoke about this yesterday as well. The reason I know Linda is because she and a group of New Yorkers came to Oslo to visit our very own Maud. The concept of Kaisa originated in a poem called my Italian pronunciation is a bit off. One C is K, maybe? CH is definitely K. Scacchia Ludus, published in 1527 by Hieronymus Vida. What a name. Let's bring Hieronymus back. Might be Latin. Yeah, fair enough. But it's got to be based on the same thing, right? Latin and Italian pronunciation, somewhat similar. I don't know. Hieronymus Hammer. Honestly, gonna put it on the baby names list. Any alliteration must be considered. Hero Hammer, that poor kid's gonna get bullied. How would it be possible with such a strong name? When will you compete next? I'm actually competing next week. And based on the results in my previous competition, I'm not feeling super optimistic. And my previous tournament probably went wrong because I was spending the week prior to it doing commentary for Botez instead of preparing. And look at me learning from my errors. Here we go again. Hammer, do you know the origin story of chess? Like the real one or the fake one? I know the fake one. Will the Botez sisters do the commentary for your games? No. Will there be a stream of that competition? Not to my knowledge, Milo. That poem is what led to rooks being described as towers, and why they're now called castles and the term castling. But like, I have no idea what a rook is, but the German word for rook has always been tower. And it freaking looks like a tower. Rook still called tower in many languages? And no, rook tower is called tower in many languages. And then English has just gone wild with a word that I have no idea what its proper usage was at some point in history. But we've just accepted that this non-word is an adequate replacement for the word tower. In Brazil, we call tower tower and horse for the night. I say horse on the Norwegian broadcast, but Norwegian has a problem there. We basically just took all the names of the pieces from German, and the Germans call the night, they call it a springe, which in German means a jumper. But in Norwegian, it means a runner. And in German, the bishop is a laufer, a runner. And in Norwegian, the bishop is also a runner. So Norwegians somehow managed to make the knight and bishop synonyms, which is hella confusing, which is why I refer to it as a horsey on the Norwegian broadcast. Same problem in Swedish? Yeah, we should do something about it. We should just decide to rename the piece in Norwegian and Swedish as a horsey. It would fix a lot of things. To be fair, in our German, the names make perfect sense. Yeah, I realized that while there are many things we can blame the Germans for in history as a whole, this translation issue was a problem of our own making. Make rooks elephants again? Was it not the queen that was an elephant? Or the bishops? Hammer, don't mention the war. I think I got away with it. Bishop was an archer. What's the Norwegian word for juicers? Let me think if we have some slang words for pawns. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I'm sure we have something. Farmer in Sweden. I mean, that's just the literal translation of the word. And also there, that's directly taken from German. And it makes perfect sense. What a pawn is, I have no idea. Like that's also English in general has massively failed as far as the names of the chess pieces go. Like you've not adopted any of the sensible names like the rest of the continent, and you've just invented words that had no meaning other than being a piece on the chessboard. Like, what is a rook? Before it was a piece in chess. Like all the pieces in Norwegian and Swedish and German, I can tell you like that's a farmer, that's a horse, that's a runner, that kind of thing. That's a tower. But rook, is that even like a word? Rook is a bird? Wow. That is disappointing. I guess a bishop we know what is. But I don't know why England needed to take the religion into it. Rook is also some kind of a thief or rogue. Okay. Rook in Old English, kind of defensive structure. Yeah, no, that makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. In Arabic, we call the queen minister. Yeah, don't get me started on that. The rook from Persian, meaning chariot, alternately called Tower Marcus, Rector. Wow. Pawn comes from the French pawn, meaning foot soldier. Okay, I guess that makes sense. But what is a pawn in French? Because if now French uses the word pawn to this day, then that's fine. But if not, I'm calling a flag on the play. Pion. Yeah, I guess I'll accept that. So the French are to blame for this word. Foot soldier, I do no, but foot soldier I kind of like. That is very descriptive and really emphasizes the role of the pawn so well. I think I refer to pawns as foot soldiers repeatedly in some of my courses and stuff. So I'm a fan of that. Have you done military service? No, I have not. They tried to get me though, but I got away. Does he look like he did military service? Hey, that's not okay. Let me tell you, they really wanted me. I wanted to play chess full time. But the problem is if you don't go and study, then then that's playing chess full time is not considered a valid excuse for kind of skipping the military. So I decided I needed to be clever about it. So when they had like our physical and our whatever, when they had our assessment, I had made this plan that if I didn't do so well on the quiz, then probably they wouldn't want me and I'm completely fine. But then as I was sitting there, my competitiveness struck. And apparently I had the highest score on the test for everyone that day. I got called in to do military service 3 times, but somehow I managed to have a valid excuse every time. On the psych test, I didn't get a psych test. Surely that one I would have failed. But the language, math, and intelligence test, I kind of nailed. What's going on now with the position between Andrea and Anna? I don't really know. Pawn to f5, that's a big move from Anna. She's trying to exploit the positioning of the white queen, and frankly, this is the reason why we don't bring the queen in as the first piece into the game. Because now this queen is very prone to being attacked by the rook. I don't think Andrea should react to it though. I think she should just castle. And then if pawn takes, then we recapture. I don't think this is the end of the world. Computer is very unhappy though. How is this like, white isn't even down a pawn? And somehow the computer is saying this is pretty much winning? I'm so confused. Oh my God. Oh my. Ooh, this is gonna hurt. Knight takes d4. That is an amazing move. Now, both the knight and bishop is undefended. But if you take the bishop, then the knight can capture white's bishop, winning a pawn in the process. And if the queen captures the knight, then black has queen to g5, threatening checkmate, while also threatening to take the bishop. And so while white is busy protecting against the checkmate, you lose the bishop and then you lost a pawn in the center. Your pawn structure is an absolute mess. And black's bishop is super good on the diagonal. Wow, knight takes d4. That is an incredible move. Ooh, and this could very well happen. This could very, very well happen. Because in order to avoid this, Andrea is going to have to go like e5. And I really don't like e5. That opens up this diagonal for the bishop. And it keeps postponing the development of our pieces. I'm guessing pawn to d6. And then castles. Takes. Like the queen is going to come here and that's going to be kind of annoying. But at the same time, we have this really good square on d4 for the white knight. So I don't think it's the end of the world. But yeah, no, big moment in this game if Andrea castles. Because then Anna has a really, really tricky, but very nice way to just win a pawn and decide the game in her favor. And Andrea Castle's big moment. Anna CRAMLING has the opportunity now to dazzle everyone with some tactics to win the game. Not only, well, she wins a pawn, she ruins her opponent's pawn structure, and it should be enough to win the game. But she has to see it, though. And I gotta say, that was not the most obvious thing ever. But, you know, she's capable. She's got 50 minutes to do it. There's a chance. The different delay on the cameras is trippy. You're gonna have to live with it, Dr. Jitsu. Anna's position at the table shows she's dominating the game. I'm pretty sure she sits like this all the time, Papa Botez. Although I guess you have been studying their posture more than I have. Do you have the quiz? I have time for the quiz now. Or was the picture the quiz? Okay, it's coming, people. The Papa Botez quiz. Yesterday, I absolutely nailed it. 8 out of 8. But it had to do with countries and geography. Any little boy's favorite subjects. Or at least that was my experience. I guess I cannot take for granted that my view of the world is shared by the majority. If anything, life has taught me that probably I am in the minority. But I was very well qualified for it. Not to say numbers, just names. I don't want you to get in trouble. Oh my God, that is a terrifying way to preface that question. He's not afraid of trouble? Yeah, but that's the... Of course, this is mentioned by the guy with the username Pesky Bait. That's the problem. I take all the bait. And I say things even when I shouldn't. Put in order of the age all the players playing in this tournament from the youngest to the less younger. Ooh, Papa Botez. You can tell he's a papa. He has the diplomacy skills to say less younger. Because at the end of the day, we know Alexandra's probably going to be the oldest here. Calling Alexandra the oldest is not popular. Okay. Alexandra is the oldest, as a matter of fact. Linda, I'm assuming Linda is around Linda is going to be the second oldest. Nemo's gonna be like born in 99 because she was competing with Aryan in the Nordic Championships when Nemo was living in Finland. Jennifer, I'm also guessing, is around 99. Although we did see her in a picture with Andrea, and Andrea is way younger than 99. But maybe they were not competing in the same age group. I'm pretty good with the ones born on the right side of the millennia. It's when I have to kind of, yeah, I'm gonna struggle. Wait, Jules is in here. Jules might be very old. I have no idea how old Jules is. She's a bit of a wild card because she only recently started playing chess again, so I don't really know her very well. As long as I get the ones born in the 90s right, I'm gonna be happy with that. The fact that people are born in the year 2000 and later and they're not like little tiny kids, I don't know if I really want to accept that as a fact. Okay, I'm gonna say Alexandra is the oldest. I'm gonna say Linda is the second oldest. I'm gonna say Jennifer is the third oldest. I'm gonna say Jules is the fourth. No, wait. I forgot about Nemo again. Okay, redo. Alexandra is the oldest. I need a list of the players just so that I don't forget anyone. Wait, Dina! I've completely forgotten Dina. Oh, God. Okay, Dina's the oldest. Then Alexandra. Dina, Alexandra, Linda, Nemo, Jennifer. No, wait, I'm forgetting someone. Dina, Alexandra, Linda. Those ones I'm pretty confident in. And then I'm gonna say Nemo is number 4. Jennifer is number 5. Julia is number 6. And then I'm going to say Anna is older than Andrea, and I'm going to go Anna, Andrea. That is my final answer. Okay. Anna is 23. No way. Really? In writing, please? Okay. Just so that there's proof for later. Dina, Alexandra, Linda, Nemo, Jennifer, Jules, Jennifer. Okay, I'm changing my mind. I'm doing Jules, then Jennifer, then Anna, and then Andrea. This is a trap. I mean, if you don't jump straight into the traps. Youngest to oldest. I did oldest to youngest. Anna is younger than Andrea? No way. Dina oldest? I mean, Dina oldest, I know for a fact. That one, I'm not gonna. Dina's almost as old as I am. Andrea Castle, she did that like 10 minutes ago. We already talked about it. Age shaming Dina? It's not age shaming. to appropriately address someone as the oldest when they are in fact the oldest. Nor, may I say, is it age shaming to say someone is as old as me, because I am very young, I will have you know. I have my best years ahead of me. Don't you dare say otherwise. Linda just did a little bong cloud. I feel like she's been hanging out too much with the streamers. She just voluntarily moved her king one step forward in the center of the board. That is poor streamer influence, if I've ever seen it. The reason she did this is because she wants to have connection between the rooks. But I feel like there must have been better ways of keeping those rooks connected. And push comes to shove, just move the rook out of the way. So what Linda was concerned about is that if she doesn't like a nothing move, then Jennifer was going to increase the pressure in towards the white pawns. And the pawn's ability to keep their pressure and keep control of this furthest pawn was going to be an issue. So Linda needed to have a plan against this a5 move. Because, I didn't really finish my thought. Because if the bishop goes back, pawn to a5, the idea is that after pawn to a3, you want to have these pawns protecting each other up the board, but you can't really do that here. Because it would open up the a file and allow the black rook to come in and capture white's rook. This explains why Linda felt the need to keep this rook protected. However, she could have done it by just moving the rook out of the file, because then if pawn to a5, pawn to a3, and you keep that protection with the pawns up, defending each other up the board. And if a trade happens, now that you moved your rook away, you're no longer concerned about the black rook coming in and capturing yours. What Linda did with king to e2, now after a5, she feels good about playing a3. The idea being that now if the trade happens, the rook in the corner is defended and life is good. But my concern is, and this a5 move is fine. And then after a3, I'm concerned about the move pawn takes on c5. Because then after the recapture, now pawn to e5. If that pawn is not captured, you have to move the bishop. But if the bishop moves, there's a fork in the center of the board. So because of this pawn's threat of either capturing the bishop or making the fork on the next move, you have to capture the pawn. And then if you capture with your pawn, then that allows the knight to come in, capture on c5. Next, you're going to capture the bishop. And once the bishop gets captured, you're going to have a major problem with your king in the center of the board because the black bishop comes to a6. And suddenly this bishop goes from being the worst piece on the board to the most valuable one. And this is why Jennifer very cleverly, she didn't go for this trade between the pawns immediately. She didn't rush into this because she felt like she could first insert the moves a5, a3. What she accomplished by inserting those moves is that she's made the a6 square available for her bishop. And we see how powerful that was in this variation, where first the knight eliminates white's bishop, and then black's bishop gets free reign to come in and point towards the king. So yeah, Jennifer, she's got this under control now, I think. Linda massively underestimated the trouble that her king could get in. And this pawn to e5 pawn sacrifice-ish that we've been talking about basically throughout the game. that is now it's gonna come, and it's gonna be a massive problem for Linda. In the meantime, Anna is still thinking in her game against Andrea. And to reiterate to those who didn't, who have come in the last 15 minutes, if Anna now captures in the center and then finds this incredible move, knight takes d4, then she's going to win the game. Knight to d4 leaves both the bishop and the knight undefended. But if the bishop is captured, then the knight can capture white's bishop and win a pawn in that trade, in addition to white's pawns being kind of rubbish, not defending each other. And if the queen instead captures the knight in the center, then the black queen will come in, attack the bishop, but more importantly, also threaten checkmate in towards the white king, supported by the bishop on the diagonal. And white cannot defend against both of these threats at the same time. You're going to have to move the knight to block the checkmate threat, but then after queen takes bishop, black has an extra pawn with an amazing pawn structure compared to white's, and that's going to be a winning position for Anna CRAMLING. So that is the excitement / fear that we're living with right now. Okay, I'm very curious. How did I do in the quiz? Did we get an answer? You got 50%. 50%? Wait, are you saying Linda is older than Alexandra? Damn. I thought the 90s kids I had under control at least. Never mind then. Once you make a mistake on the second oldest person, it means that anything you got right after that is just a complete freak accident. In fact, you weren't able to sort any of them right. Linda was born 1995. Okay, I'm guessing before September then. Yeah, okay. Refresh Jennifer's board, please. 1995, back when Hammer was only 30. My age had a 3 in it-ish. There are 3 players born in 2002. Yeah, no, that I kind of figured. And then I guess based on what I guessed, I thought it was Andrea, Anna, and did I say Jules? I'm guessing the right answer is Jennifer. Maybe. Bishop a6 to trade is good for Jennifer. No, I don't think so. Like strategically, you would think that getting rid of this bishop is a good thing. But based on the variations we just analyzed, where black is able to use this knight to come up and take the bishop, You'd rather eliminate this bishop with a knight and then have your bishop point down towards the king. If you go bishop to a6 immediately, then you also run into some issues that white could potentially advance their pawns on the queen side. And then, yeah, this kind of thing is very classic for a similar variation within the queen's gambit. And suddenly, you know, this pawn is dangerous. Your rook is kind of stuck, and white's knight is impossible to chase away. So bishop a6 would actually be a big mistake. Dina might be more angry for forgetting her existence. I fixed it in the end. Knight to e7, played by Anna. She misses the incredible knight sacrifice, but unfortunately, even so, she does have a very promising position. The bishop and the pawn are coordinating against the e4 pawn. And Andrea has a real issue here because if she doesn't move that pawn, the pawn is going to be captured. Maybe not the most complicated thing, but it is a valid chess commentator thing to point out. If the white pawn captures black's pawn, then the rook is going to recapture with an attack against the queen and the bishop, and you can't defend both at the same time. So you're not really left with a lot of choice here. Andrea literally only has one move here. She has to move the pawn forward. Otherwise, the pawn is going to be captured. So she has to go pawn to e5. And then knight to g6 is my immediate concern because this white queen is really poorly placed and has been for some time. The queen is just going to have to back down. And now pawn to f4 looks pretty good to me. And black is claiming some space close to the white king. Black is even threatening to go pawn to f3 because then you would eliminate some of the defenders around white's king. Here you have no choice but to go pawn to f3 to try and block the black pawn from getting even further forward. But maybe this is okay for Andrea. One of the good news here is that if queen comes to g5, then Andrea can capture the pawn on d7, and that's quite okay for her, I think. Honestly, I'm not sure because this is kind of scary with all of this going on. But computer says she can survive this. Maybe bishop g4? No. Okay, I have no idea how she's going to survive this. This looks kind of terrifying, but computer says it's okay. Maybe pawn to g3, and then after knight takes, we just sacrifice our rook. And then we eliminate some of black's attacking pieces. And here white has 2 pawns and a knight and trade for a rook. And at least we're not getting checkmated. And in addition, the computer kind of likes white's position. So that's going to be fine. And so Anna is going to prefer trying to kick the bishop back so that the bishop is no longer attacking here. But the thing is, if the white bishop gets kicked back, then the bishop is perfectly placed to either just take out this knight before it comes here, which is kind of annoying, or we can try and get a trade between the bishops. And based on the computer's reaction, I think let's take this knight before it creates any trouble. And like this could be, it's still unpleasant for white. There's no doubt about it. But having this pawn defended by another pawn, blocking the diagonal for black's bishop, that is a major accomplishment compared to some of the other stuff going on. So I think this is fine. I do not like that Andrea is thinking right now. Andrea literally only has one move that doesn't just lose everything. And this is not the kind of situation where she can be. And also, like, Anna has made some big blunders, or rather, she made one ginormous. No! No! What? She forgot about the bishop. No, she forgot all about the bishop. She just completely forgot about the bishop, and now it's game over. Rook takes pawn. Both are under attack. And it's game over. How can anyone forget about a bishop? To be fair, it was a pretty bad bishop, but still. Yeah. This is why we don't move the queen out early, kids. Let this be a learning lesson for you. Bad bishop, better than no bishop. You can say that again, Slicker. Oh, and Joe made the same joke, but was a second too late. One of the things I really kind of enjoy with Twitch chat, and I've said this before, I'll say it again. Like, people think they're so funny. And like, also, I will do the same thing myself. We think we're so funny. We think we're so original. But Twitch chat kind of just reveals that everyone thinks the same way. And you just end up making the same comment as at least one other person. It's a nice blow to thinking we're original jokesters. Here's the thing, though. If lots of us are thinking the same, that means we are funny because we agree and share humor. Well, I mean, by that definition, you might not be funny. You don't know whether you're funny. You just know that in this click, you are funny. But it could also mean that in another click, what you're saying would not be funny whatsoever. I don't know. I like to think humor has some kind of objectivity to it. But yeah, when you mention it, I do have preferences. One thing I will say, I listen to a lot more British stand-ups than American stand-ups. In Britain, the stand-ups are the smartest people. Like they go to posh private schools and colleges and whatnot. That is kind of frowned upon, I feel, in American stand-up. Stand-up comedy is pretty awful, even in Britain. Wow, that's harsh. To be fair, I guess I haven't really been watching that much stand-up lately. I'm spending more time watching I'm watching so much Taskmaster. Taskmaster is such a good show. Speaking of, I need to email the Norwegian Taskmaster and tell them to put me on the show. But in Norway, they usually only have comedians on the show, which is kind of disappointing. But I think I would be good in Taskmaster. They did have other people than comedians. Oh, did they? I had the impression it was very comedian heavy. I'll try and send an email. What is Taskmaster? It's like a TV game show absurdity. You just Google it. It's good, I promise. Hammer, if you're on Taskmaster, I will watch despite the language barrier. Amar, sir, you can start on your Norwegian learning journey right now. How did the Trader show go? Norman, the Trader show that I'm in is debuting on Norwegian TV in about a month. So no spoilers. What are you saying about Andrea's position right now? I mean, Andrea's game is over. It's done. GG's. Only handshake remaining. She's going to lose her bishop. And to be fair, other players have lost their bishop against Anna CRAMLING earlier this tournament and survived. But I don't think Anna is going to mess it up 2 times in one tournament. Why is Hammer in a Trader show? Because I'm famous. You're in this season of Verräter? Yes. Looking forward to it. Dina had way better pawns than Andrea did. I don't think it was that Dina's were so much better. It was also partly that Anna's were so much worse. But yeah, I agree. There's multiple reasons for why this is the end of the road for Andrea. Famous in Norway, a country with population of 12 people. I mean, that's called being smart. It's easier being famous in a small country than a big one. I was just very smart when deciding where to get born. Do you have a favorite UK comedian? I really like David Mitchell. I like John Richardson. I like Victoria Coren. But actually, my favorite these days is American. Taylor Tomlinson. Peep Show is funny. I think the sketches are pretty good. I've never seen anything but the individual sketches, though. Would I Lie to You is better than Taskmaster? Let's just say both of them are very frequent, very high on my YouTube algorithms, Amar. But I think if I had to choose, I would go for Taskmaster. Lee Mack is very, very good. Actually, yeah, I should include Lee Mack. Like, he has a persona that I may not necessarily, but like he's so quick with it. He's very, very clever. But I don't like clever people pretending not to be clever. I want my clever people to know to kind of be like the most, it's the most obvious thing in the world that I want to see that confidence. Bob Mortimer, his stories are pretty good, but it's too much, right? Hammer, do you think Andrea has a chance to beat Alexandra? I mean, she has a chance, but it's a pretty low one. I will say the same thing I said the last time they played. Alexandra is a big favorite in that matchup. By the way, that's happening tomorrow. The Saturday matchup, Botez versus Botez. I was going to say 11 a.m. Pacific and 8 p.m. European time, but I think if there's anything we've learned over the past 2 days, is that it's going to be closer to 11:30, if even. Anna has successfully relieved Andrea of her bishop. It was not the greatest bishop, but we still mourn its death. The hands of the brutal tower, or chariot, if you will. How far in advance do you know what piece you're playing in a game? You mean like which color? Normally, you know the day before, but here for this tournament, because it's a special one where everyone plays against everyone, they get to know the pairings at the start of the tournament. So the pairings and the order in which they will play has been decided for like a week already. Andrea plays g4. She's preventing the knight from getting to the f5 square. But she's also kind of encouraging the knight to go to the h4 square, for instance. I think, yeah, now that I think about it, she's trying to trap the rook. She's trying to take out two of the possible squares the rook can move to. The thing is, even if you do that, the rook can always stand on a5. So there's like zero chance that rook is getting trapped. You can't get this square under control. So Andrea is going to have to resign within a couple of minutes. Andrea's not happy. Yeah, but you wouldn't be either if you just gave away your bishop to a one move tactic. If she wasn't fuming right now, I would be concerned about her. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe, but that's my mentality. Like when you start not being upset about losing, that's when you just don't care. Being upset at the very least show that you care and that you want to do better. Not being angry, then you're just like, then you've given up. What advice would you give to Andrea at this stage? I mean, advice number one, I guess, is resign. And advice number two, I would say very, very cold shower. Just rinse the body of all the bad emotions and give yourself a jolt of punishment as a result of your bad calculation. Do you shower cold? No, but I don't feel the need to punish myself on a daily basis. Hammer has given up giving Andrea chess advice. No, I tried giving her some feedback yesterday. I do like that she still specifically asks for my feedback. So I know she wants to do better. We're doing the best we can. You play and commentate chess, that's punishment enough. True. No further punishment needed. What ELO do you think is realistically reachable if you start at 35 years old? I think it very much depends on the amount of time you're able to set aside. And then I guess it also depends on, sometimes it just depends on whether the information you're taught kind of clicks in your head, whether you're able to to kind of understand your first couple of lessons, something like that. But with the huge amount of survival bias that I have, I would say starting late, you can still become very, very good. If you put in the effort, and of course, you're going to have to put in a lot more effort because you're starting quite a few years behind. But if you put in the same amount of effort that I did from ages 10 to 14, then I don't see why you couldn't do very well, even if you started at a late age. But keep in mind, I had a lot of spare time at that age. And so combining it with work and whatnot is a tricky feat. And also at 14, I was not a grandmaster, of course. I was only a 2000 rated player. But I don't see why that wouldn't be possible. Jen and Linda definitely going to be in time trouble. I mean, that is kind of dependent on Linda just not completely collapsing right now. Because Jennifer's next move is going to be pawn to e5. And that is going to cause some massive, massive chaos on the board. And frankly, I could easily see Linda just making a mistake and losing within 5 moves here. Because suddenly this becomes super, super tricky. But I'm surprised Jennifer is thinking, though. Like, making the trade between the pawns on c5 is what I've been advocating for some time. And she thought for quite a long time before she did it. And having spent such a long time before making that move, I feel like she should have been ready with her next move pretty much instantly. So I don't know why Jennifer is hesitating. Rough childhood, only 2000. I mean, I was 2014. And then I was a grandmaster at 18. So something happened in those years, but I was not a huge prodigy by international standards. But by the time I was 19, 20, I was one of the very best juniors in the world. But my key was that I wasn't like amazing at age 12, like some of my contemporaries. But I had like very solid progress throughout my teens. And in particular, when I went to high school with Magnus and the chess guys. Anna's channel saying destroying Andrea Botez. I mean, I was gonna kind of talk about her stream title. I thought about it. And then the game happened. And I couldn't really disagree with her title, unfortunately. What's the oldest someone has become a grandmaster? So if you win the World Senior Championship, which is like for people over 60, if you're not already a grandmaster, you get the grandmaster title. So really what you should be asking is, what is the oldest someone has become a grandmaster with the normal qualification method, not just that they've been granted the title based on a tournament result. And the answer to that, I think, is actually a teammate from my club who he made 2 Grandmaster norms when he was like in his 20s and 30s. And then he never made the title before he suddenly made his 3rd Grandmaster norm at like age 60 in the Norwegian Chess League. How's your English so good despite being Norwegian? You're making it sound like being Norwegian is a deficit. I've had a lot of American friends. I also lived in the US for a year when I was a kid. But I'm not sure that's the whole reason, though. I lived in the US as a kid, and then when I got back to Norway in middle school, I got like C's in English. I was so pissed off at my teachers. I have no idea how that happened. We're in the US. We lived in Berkeley. Hammer lived in the US when he was blonde. I really was. I really, really was. You should see my team photo from the Rock Ridge Soccer Club. We had yellow jerseys, which really matched my completely blonde hair. Berkeley, rich kid. I mean, Norwegians are generally pretty well off. But Berkeley definitely doesn't only have rich neighborhoods, as I understand it. As a kid, you don't really know these things. We lived in a really nice area. California or Norway, which do you prefer? I mean, I think Norway is amazing in most things. So in general, I would prefer Norway. But I will say that the Norwegian darkness is a serious mental health challenge. So in Norway during the summer, the sun basically doesn't set. Like even in Oslo, which is very far south in Norway, it's basically light from 2 a.m. to midnight. Like if there's some darkness, it's 2 hours at most in the summer, which is nice, but it sometimes makes it a bit difficult to sleep. But the main problem is that we have the same kind of thing going on in the winter. So in the winter, there's a light from like 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And it's kind of depressing. And it's way worse if you get further up north. But that being said, if you go further up north, they also have more snow. And the snow is really good at reflecting light. And so it makes it a little bit less depressing when you're out walking. You trained with the Berkeley Bishops? Yes. I trained with, I was a member of the Berkeley Chess School, who has quite a few Grandmaster alumni. And Uh, we met Elizabeth Shaughnessy. She was in charge already then back in 2000. And I later met her at the Chess Olympiad in Khanty-Mansiysk, Siberia, Russia. So that's a blast from the past right there. The Berkeley Chess School is where I played my first ever USCF tournament. Hans also played in it. Really, Joe? Your first ever tournament and you played with Hans? That's pretty good. Is it at that top of the mountain? I think I went to after school program at that school where the Berkeley Chess School was located. Hans must have been like 7. Wow. Does Hans have a Norwegian accent? No, I think he has a Russian accent. But you can Google the conspiracy theories. People are saying he's traveling so much all around the world and that he's basically just adopting the accent of the place he's spending the most time at. How did Alex do? Alex is playing in the second playing session today. So first we're going to have these 2 games. And then Alexandra and Nemo, they're playing against each other, as well as Dina versus Jules. And they're starting in 1 hour. What did your dad do there? My dad was he was like a university professor at UC Berkeley. Isn't Hans Danish? No, but I think his last name might have some Danish influences, either Danish or Dutch or German. I know Hans lived in the Netherlands when he was younger. And he lived in New York and he lived in San Francisco, I think. There are a lot of professional chess players with privileged childhoods. Definitely. Chess in general is a very, like, competitively, it's very expensive. But casually, it's the least expensive. Which is like, chess is fantastic for people of all backgrounds, ages, whatever, right? It's a great equalizer with all the everyone starts out with the same pieces. But competitively, because chess tournaments last in Europe, chess tournaments last like 7 to 9 days. And then lodging becomes a massive expense. A football is probably equal in price as a chess set. Thereabouts, I would think. Soccer, also another example of something that casually is very cheap and then competitively is super expensive. To be fair, probably this is true for very many things. It's not super expensive. What are you talking about? Chess or soccer? Soccer less expensive than chess. But like there's a lot of stories in the Norwegian press the last couple of months about how academies in the rich side of Oslo are charging like a lot of money in training fees in order to be able to have good coaches for the kids, and that the kids from the poorer backgrounds are having to quit playing because of the expenses. Soccer is expensive in the US. Kevin, everything is expensive in the US. One of the reasons that teaching chess in the US is such an incredibly lucrative thing is because in the US, people are actually used to having to pay money for their children's leisure activities. Whereas, at least in Norway, the concept is that most kids' activities are not supposed to cost money at all, because you want to be very inclusive towards all. And so this kind of, from my experience, from what I know and what I've heard about what US chess coaches can make for just like scholastic stuff. Speaking of which, we just had one of them in the chat talking about he was Linda's old chess coach. But like being a chess coach at, a fancy school in Manhattan, it can be very lucrative in the US. And in Norway, people look at you funny if you try and charge more than $60 an hour for anything. I didn't say it so clearly in the chat. Well, Master Chess Dojo in the chat is Linda's old chess coach. Ratted you out. He is responsible for all her blunders. Will Squeak be on Alex's arm when she's playing in a little while? I don't know what the Squeak status is, but I don't think he has been at the venue so far. I'm sure you can request his presence for tomorrow's big matchup. Squeak was there at the opening. Oh, really? Was he? I have revealed I didn't watch the opening video. Damn, bad preparation on my part. Who's Squeak? Squeak is the Botez's pet parrot. Or bird. I think it's a parrot. Who's the highest rated of the participants? Jennifer Yu is the highest rated by some margin. And in my estimation, she is also clearly the best player in the field. And speaking of, I didn't really mention it out loud, but she did end up pushing her pawn forward in the center. And she's about to blow open the center with white's king stuck there. And this is very, very bad news for Linda. She's gonna regret keeping her king in the center of the board, wanting to do an on-stream bonk cloud, but only catching problems as a result of it. Could you win this tourney without a queen? Of course I could not. What are you talking about? A queen? I couldn't win this tournament if I started with a knight less. Maybe I would stand a chance with down a pawn. Actually, down a pawn, I think I would have a chance. Blindfolded, I could win the tournament, but that is a different thing altogether. It's a lot worse starting down a pawn than being blindfolded. Nemo may win the rest of her games as well. No, I don't think so. Nemo was in big, big trouble against Jennifer. She was very lucky to escape. I think Jennifer has a better shot of beating the rest of the field than what Nemo does. But we'll keep our eye on that little race. And so long as both of them have won all the other games, besides drawing against each other, I guess they are the two favorites so far. Are there arbiters in this tournament? Yes. We have our house arbiter, the very neutral and completely not biased quiz master, arbiter, snack provider, maybe. I don't know. But I needed a third one because that's how all the good lists go. We have Papa Botez. He needs to be biased and help out Andrea. The thing is, even if Papa Botez comes over and drops a white bishop on the board, Andrea would still be losing. She's down a bishop, which is bad, but her pawn structure is also, it leaves something to be desired. What should Andrea play now? And it doesn't matter what Andrea plays. Andrea lost her bishop a couple of moves ago. And after she lost her bishop, it's just game over. I'm not really mentioning too many of the moves being made there, but it's mostly because of there's not too much to be said. There's only sadness. Okay, we're having moves on the board between Jennifer and Linda. Jennifer captures with the G4 knight. And notice how Linda always here is choosing not to capture with a pawn. If she were to capture with a pawn in the center, that would allow the black knight to capture one of white's pawns in return. But more importantly, allow that knight to target the bishop on d3. And without that bishop, white is just going to be in big, big trouble. And there's going to be a black bishop coming out here. The king kind of had to escape to avoid that. But then the king put itself in a less than optimal square in order to get away. And frankly, here we might even just take this one. So, yeah, Linda, I think, chose wisely in wanting to recapture with the bishop. The good thing about this is that now the black knight cannot capture on c5. That thing is still protected by the pawn. The bad thing is that after the trade knight for bishop, we end up in this situation where I'm thinking pawn to d4 is going to open up in the middle. Oh, computer didn't like that. Pawn to f4 is, of course, what I meant to say. And basically, the goal for black is trying to get rid of some of these pawns so that you may open up for your rook and for your queen to point down towards the white king. So for instance, here, if takes, then takes back, the rook gets in, pressure here, pressure here, pressure here, here, maybe even with the queen coming in here. It's just very, very bad news all around. To be fair, Linda is up a pawn in this situation. So, I mean, if Jennifer makes a mistake, Linda could very easily survive, seeing as how she also has that extra pawn to begin with. After pawn to f4, she's going to have to go pawn e4. Basically, you want to avoid the trade of this pawn because if black gets rid of this one, then the rook will have free reign in towards the white king. Then maybe queen c7, try and take this one. That's kind of clever. If you go queen to c7 immediately, then white can just keep that pawn protected. And that will also help secure the safety of the king. This is actually a bit more tricky than I was thinking beforehand. Computer feels Jennifer is quite a bit better, but there's many, many moves here which just allows white to consolidate with the extra pawn. And there's also some very nice tricks. For instance, if here, ooh, there's a counter trick. I was thinking that after bishop takes c5, white would have knight takes d5. The idea being that now you open up an attack against the bishop, and if the queen recaptures to keep the bishop defended, then I was thinking bishop to c4, and that this was winning for white because you've caught the queen and the king on the same diagonal. However, bishop to a6 is a counterpin towards the king. So now the white bishop cannot capture the queen because that would leave the king in check. And then black ends up winning with the extra bishop after all. This is very sneaky. In the meantime, Andrea is going to have to resign now very soon. Anna is about to put her queen and her bishop working together on the diagonal, pointing in towards the white king. And it's actually threatening an immediate checkmate. Andrea is going to go knight to g3 to try and keep that h1 square protected. But now the knight needs to protect here and the rook needs to protect here to avoid the queen's entry to those squares. And for that reason, Anna can just sacrifice her knight on the f4 pawn. It's not really a sacrifice though, because if this knight is captured, the queen will come in with a checkmate. And if Andrea moves the queen, well, then she lost another important pawn. And her whole situation is crumbling. So I'm guessing this game is going to be over pretty soon. Are we going to get a post-game interview with Andrea? I wouldn't think so. Andrea is surely devastated by the blunder she made. It's been a very, very rough game for her. What time does the other game start? Norwegian time? The next game is going to start in 45 minutes. That's midnight. Midnight Central European time. Are you casting the second session as well? No, I'll do like the opening because I have some inside knowledge about Alexandra's opening. But then I'm gonna retire and leave the cast to our Dutchies, Mr. Bok and Miss Maya Kazarian. Are you going to watch the opening ceremony for the Olympics? Are you saying that that hasn't happened yet? It's almost midnight and they still haven't done the opening ceremony? No, I'm not going to be watching that. It's raining away. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh my God. It's 34 degrees in Los Angeles right now. Oh my God. It's going to be in the 30s for the entire week. I guess it's better in a part of the world where you have air conditioning, but damn, that is too warm for me. Is there 24-hour daylight in Norway this time of year? In the northern parts, yes. In Oslo, there's like 2-3 hours of dark during the night. Celsius, obviously Celsius. Jennifer is playing well. She's spending quite a bit of time, but she still has more time than Linda. And she found this pawn to f4 move. I think it's very, very important for Linda to play e4 here. Because she really wants to avoid black managing to trade off this pawn, as that would allow the rook to get into the game. On the other hand, if you do go e4 like I suggest, then it's going to be very easy for the black queen to capture the e5 pawn. And it's very important that you inserted this pawn move, because like we talked about earlier, if you go queen c7 immediately, then white manages to set up a situation with the pawns protecting each other. But by going pawn to f4 first, you disrupt the coordination in white's camp. And since your pawn is here, white's pawn cannot go there to protect. And that means you'll be able to both take a pawn, but just as importantly, really centralize your queen. Linda instead went queen to a4. That feels wrong to me. But I do like that the queen will be protecting over here afterwards. And there's also the counter threat on c6. Maybe this is good. It's definitely making Jennifer's life as difficult as you can do given the situation. I'm guessing first you make the trade because you want to open up for the rook. But then what do you do as black? Because you kind of want to go like bishop up here, check, but you can't do that with the queen controlling from the edge of the board. And if you can't do that, I suppose you can just go queen c7, just defend the pawn that's under attack and also try to target the one on e5. But then queen to d4, and somehow white managed to protect both the weak pawns in the center of the board. And it's not immediately obvious how black exploits this. Like if black tries to go after this pawn, well, then the knight just defends. And that doesn't seem good at all. You want to go after this one because this is the one white doesn't really have the option to reinforce. But it's super awkward for black to get an attack on that one. Because like if you go rook to e8, white gets so much time to try and improve their defensive positioning. You can try something like this and then head for an endgame. Actually, white can just go bishop g6 here and kick the rook out again. Yeah, I think I've overestimated Jennifer's position. Queen to a4, I'm taking everything back. I think this is a great move. And I, in particular, like how the queen is going to defend over towards the king side. But also having the threat against the c6 pawn is super useful. And the queen's ability to get to the d4 square and keep both of these pawns protected is very useful. This is going to be a very dramatic finish. Jennifer right now, 16 minutes. Linda has 10 minutes. In a super, super complicated position. Is Linda a streamer? Linda is a musician primarily. But from what I understand, she wants to start streaming. Well, getting this invite is a big step towards that goal. Linda has to help out Nemo here. I mean, right now it looks more like she's helping out Anna CRAMLING. CRAMLING about to be 2.5 in 3 games. And she also was winning in the one draw she made. Nemo is not the only one helped out by Jennifer conceding points. Anything Jennifer concedes is going to benefit the whole mass of players trying to win this tournament. Okay, we saw a move there from Anna, knight to h4. It's very easy to attack with a full extra bishop. Just is so devastating, all of these squares around the white king. Poor Andrea having to sit through this. Hammer, did you have fish for dinner? Are you saying that Norwegians just eat fish all the time? I will tell you that a lot of the Norwegians I know hate fish. And most of the fish we have, we export. But to answer your question, yes, I did have fish for dinner today. but I didn't yesterday. You just got lucky, dude. Melina is always complaining about eating fish in America because she would catch her own fresh fish back in Norway. Yeah, but Melina is from Western Norway. It's a thing. The civilized Eastern Norway would not behave in that way. Does East West make a difference in Norway? So basically, Norway is just, we're tremendously mountainous, which means that in the good old days, it was kind of tricky getting from one side to the other. And so there are like there's quite significant dialects, and as a result, also kind of like traditions and that kind of thing from the east, the west to the middle to the east. Because if you go up one valley, then they talk in one way, and then if you go up the next valley, they talk a completely different way. Was it easier to travel across the sea north south? I mean, the north is a story of its own. In Norway, there's the thing where basically the further north you get, the more the profanity is revolves around sexual organs and reproduction things and those kind of, yeah. While in the Christian southern part, or rather the all parts in the end ended up Christian, but it definitely happened. It spread. It took some time spreading to the north, and one of the funny ways you can tell is the way profanity works in the dialects. So the northern dialects are way more, like I said, fuck and, dick and that kind of thing. And the southern dialects are more about, calling upon the devil and religious things. Blasphemous. To be fair, it did mean that the pagan northerners were less blasphemous because they didn't care about calling upon the devil. Queen to d7 has been played by Jennifer. Very interesting move. Both defending this pawn and trying to get the queen to the g4 square, giving a check on the king. Linda plays f3, where my first instinct is that looks terrible, because now you're going to have less control of the dark squares. But at the same time, I kind of understand her desire to control the g4 square and prevent the queen's entry. I guess Jennifer is going to take on e3 now. Anything else would be weird. And then I guess queen to d4, centralizing the queen, trying to bring this knight in. It's a very tense game. Actually, I kind of like this. It's very difficult for black to kick this queen out. And you are going to be able to recapture this pawn with time. So right now, material is equal, but you prevented the black queen from entering. You prevented the bishop from entering. You're about to maneuver your knight up, and you can basically capture this pawn at will. I do think queen d4 is kind of important, though. I think if you recapture this pawn immediately, bad things are going to happen. At the very least, then bishop takes pawn. It's just an easy way for black to capture a pawn that would otherwise be kind of difficult to get a grasp on. Yeah, no, queen d4 is kind of obvious. You need to keep this pawn defended. Hammer, are you from the north or the south? What about Magnus? Almost every chess player in Norway is every good chess player is from Oslo or the region around Oslo. A lot of people say that because there's like so many chess activities are based out of Oslo, and so many more tournaments in the Oslo area than others. It's been said that it's way more difficult to become good in other cities. I'm not sure I agree with that. I feel like if you're going to be good at this in this day and age, you're going to spend most of your training on the line anyway. But I would imagine it's kind of difficult to become a good chess player in, which US state am I going to offend right now? I guess somewhere without cowboys that's going to kill me. Utah. Actually, Utah is okay. Utah has an okay chess community. Let's say Idaho. Potato farmers. I'm not afraid of them. You're naming cowboy states? I know. But those are the ones I know that kind of don't have that many chess players. What about Louisiana? I don't know, but like 220 years ago, Louisiana was like the hub of chess. I think that's where Paul Morphy resided. So it was big back in the day. Well, for many reasons. I'm sure it still is big today, but not for chess. Idaho player here. Do you have a lot of good players in Idaho, Strider? It's going to be easier becoming a grandmaster if you have a community around you that pushes you to get better, and that you can compete against and stuff like that. So it is a very real thing that it's probably going to be easier in some big cities. What is Anna thinking? I have no idea. She's down to 5 minutes on the clock. She has a full extra bishop. If I was Anna, I would be embarrassed that I spent more than 30 seconds per move after you won the bishop. She's been spending like 2 minutes per move on average. Minimum. But the thing is, you have to, because everything's related. Part of the reason why Anna is spending a lot of time here is probably because she was up a bishop in round 1 against Dina, and she managed to mess it up. So maybe she would have played more quickly and more confidently if she didn't have that experience of messing up a similarly winning position. What goes by community? I mean, if you're a group of 3 players at approximately the same level, I think that's enough. And then you can push each other to get better and have the internal competition. But you need 3 pretty good and ambitious people, I think. You had 3? I mean, I was when I was a kid, I was comparing myself to Magnus. So maybe I only had 1, but it was plenty. No, there were like the distance between me and number 3 was much lower than less than the distance between me and Magnus. So like I was pretty dominant if you consider Magnus an adult player. And he never played in my age group because he was always, you know, well, he was a grandmaster at 13. Obviously, he didn't spend a lot of time in age group tournaments. So I was pretty dominant for our year, but I still had some reasonably tough opponents. I didn't win everything. How was Simon Augustine as the coach? He is a proper character. He has some very strong opinions about chess, but I think both for myself and Magnus, it was fantastic working with him. Simon basically has the attitude that if he has to play the same opening over and over and over, then he's going to get bored of the game. So Simon puts a lot of emphasis on always trying out new things, new openings, always renewing yourself. And I think there's a lot of learning value in that. Left board isn't updating. Which one is the left one? Yeah, no, I'm doing it manually. So what you're trying to say is we're unhappy with you. Chess coming in with a rate of 2,153 people. How are you guys doing? Let me know the results of the Speed Chess Championship, please. My name is Jon Ludvig Hammer, and I am your commentator for this chess camp tournament. 8 of the best female chess streamers, personalities, whatever you want to call it, are duking it out in Los Angeles, California, Malibu, to be specific. I'm not jealous. You are. And we're currently following the games between Anna CRAMLING and ANDREA Botez. That one, unfortunately, was pretty much decided by a blunder some time ago. So we're just trying to figure out how difficult Anna can make life for herself with an extra bishop and dominant pawn structure and more active pieces. We just had the discussion how Anna has managed to get herself into some time pressure here with only 4 minutes remaining for the next 17 moves. but I think it's going to be fine. Anna Kamling is a good player, but she also has tremendous amounts of experience playing with poor time management. So I feel like she's going to survive this easily. But the fight that is looking very, very spicy right now, closely contested, could go either way. It's Linda Diaz, the musician and chess player, against Jennifer Yu, the two-time U.S. women's champion. And right now, Linda is going to be up a pawn, I think, at some point. I thought she's going to capture the pawn on e3. That would leave Linda up a pawn. Instead, she went pawn to g4. I cannot condone this whatsoever. The pawn lashes out against the rook, but the rook now can just step back with the other rook coming in thereafter. That is indeed what Jennifer has done. And now these two rooks are going to point in towards the f3 pawn, but that's not even the main concern. Right now, Linda should be very, very worried that there could be some rook to f4 as well. The rook then will point towards the knight behind the queen. The queen will likely have to sacrifice itself to avoid this. And frankly, two rooks against the queen is considered pretty good, but I'm not sure about it here. Basically, this knight is in big trouble, and this king is on a great adventure from which I'm not sure it's going to survive. So very excited to see the finish here. Linda does go f4. Actually, that's very good. f4, and now if the rook's double, then we can defend with our rook. Computer is saying this is winning for black somehow, but this looks very, very tricky to me. And we could potentially keep pushing these pawns up the board. Linda has 5 minutes remaining. Jennifer has 6. And Linda has 15 moves to make, while Jennifer, being black, has 16 moves remaining. Queen a6 check, hitting f1 will be Jennifer's win. I don't see how that helps her whatsoever. Like, that square is protected. The two rooks are working together, and you can't get the black rook to point up because there's a white pawn in between. I think this is a genuinely difficult position for Jennifer. Like, you could easily deal with this if you have plenty of time on the clock. But with the clock ticking down so quickly, this is super messy. And you're about to be down a pawn as black. So you're the one who kind of has to justify your choices. And you're the one who has to fight back. Because, I mean, you could get in trouble here if you don't manage to do something pretty much straight away. Computer is giving this move pawn to h5, but that's a very difficult one. Pawn to h5, the idea is that after pawn takes pawn, now you can try and get your queen up into the attack. But that seems super, super difficult. Jennifer decides going with both rooks attacking towards the pawn. I'm assuming we're now going to defend that pawn. Linda uses the rook on the A file because she wants to keep this pawn on the H file protected. Yeah, I don't know. This pawn on E5 is going to be captured on the next move. This looks, I mean, I wouldn't say it looks fine for white because frankly, this king doesn't have a lot of protection, but it definitely looks messy enough to be able to win in a time scramble. And then frankly, when you're playing Jennifer Yu, a draw also kind of feels like a win. Jennifer is the #1 rated player in the field. Like I said, she's a former 2-time US women's champion. She is the player to beat this tournament. And when you play a much higher rated player like Linda is doing here, Jennifer outrates her by 300 points. So just getting into an incredibly difficult time scramble already feels like a bit of an accomplishment. Queen to A6 check on the king. King is just going to capture the pawn. No need to think about it. Anna has gone pawn to E5. I have no idea why she's giving away free pawns, but she's down to 2 minutes. Like, Andrea, just take the pawn and see what happens. Like, your position can't get worse, that's for sure. Ooh, after king takes pawn, Jennifer unleashes bishop takes G5. That's brilliant. That's very, very good. The bishop cannot be recaptured because now the rook needs to protect its buddy due to the black queen's influence down towards it. Ooh, and if you try to go with a queen trade, which is a very obvious move here to try and stop this pressure, then Jennifer can just trade. And you would think she needed to move her bishop out of the way because the bishop is under attack. But actually, rook takes pawn also threatens the knight on the right side, and that makes white's position just collapse. I think, Jennifer, that was a very good move. A very good sequence, because obviously she planned this when she gave the check. And now I don't see the white king surviving. I was happy to have the extra. Well, you can go pawn to F5. Okay, apparently you cannot go pawn to F5. I don't see why, though. These pawns look kind of intimidating as they make their way up the board. Check, and you just move your king away. Is there a sacrifice here? No. I don't know. Still unclear, I would say, if you push the pawn. Is Andrea winning? No, Andrea's been losing for some time. But her opponent is making life unnecessarily difficult. By Anna has been spending way too much time, considering that she has an extra bishop. Sept is asking if Alexandra and Andrea played against each other. No, they're playing against each other tomorrow. So I would strongly advise everyone coming in from the chess stream to set aside some time in their calendar tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific and 8 p.m. Central European. We're going to have the Botez versus Botez matchup. Troy, I was actually not selected for the Norwegian team in the Olympiad. But yeah, that is the current status of people's opinion of my chess playing abilities. RIP, that's for sure. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't gonna play anyway, but it still hurts the ego a little. Wouldn't it be funny if Andrea flags her and wins? I don't know if funny is the right word. It would be tragic. And I would be yelling some words at Anna about her time management. But the thing is, Anna is so used to being unnecessarily low on time. So I think she's going to be fine. Are the clocks accurate? Yes. Clocks are accurate. Linda played queen to d3. That was my first instinct as well. But then I discovered that the black rook could attack the knight on the edge of the board, which means Linda just played a losing move, cracked under the pressure of Jennifer's clever bishop takes pawn tactic. And after the queen trade, now instead of moving the bishop that's under attack, Jennifer captures the pawn with the pressure against the knight on the edge of the board. And with that move, Jennifer is winning this game. And right now, she might actually finish ahead of Andrea, which is a shocker for those who have followed us throughout the game. But this is GG's. Look at the white pawns. This is what we call the worst possible pawn structure in chess. So normally you want your pawns to work together and help each other defend. So I've categorized here the pawns, given them different colors based on which of their compadres they're working together with. So black has 2 pawns on the king side and 2 pawns in the center that are working together. Whereas white's pawns are scattered around the board and just, not defending each other whatsoever. And when pawns are not defended by other pawns, it makes it a lot easier to snatch them up. And that is what Jennifer is doing right now. The attack on the knight meant that she didn't have to defend her bishop. The knight moves, and frankly, the bishop didn't have to move this time either. Jennifer captures yet another pawn while giving her bishop the defense it needs. And next up, this bishop is going to target the pawn on c5. There's also a concern that the rook could attack along the 3rd rank towards the king and the pawn on a3. So out of nowhere, this position just completely, well, it wasn't out of nowhere. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but Linda was under pressure for some time. But one big mistake, it was really the only mistake she really made for a while now. But that was enough to just completely ruin everything. And now bishop to e7 will attack this pawn, forcing the rook in a defensive stance. And then the king will come up and attack on e5. And after you've maximized the placement of all your pieces, then you're going to start pushing the pawns on the side of the board. And you have this pressure and this pressure and this pressure. GG's. Pretty good black game from Jennifer. It was definitely tricky, but she was always better. And she made some good considerations with that tricky, complicated situation. How many moves until Anna gets more time? Anna gets more time in another 13 moves if the game lasts that long, to be fair. After bishop to e7, Linda has gone knight to d7 to keep that one defended. But now Jennifer is just going to move her king in to chase the knight away. She can also capture the pawn on a4. I guess that's fine too. That's what she did. Andrea played rook to c1. Queen comes in, check on the king. The knight blocks. Easy, quick move for Andrea. Moving the knight in between was literally the only thing she could do. I'm assuming Anna is going to play knight to f3 now. Ooh, that actually does blunder some stuff. But having an extra bishop, you can give away some stuff to make some trades happen. That's completely fine. Linda, in the meantime, targets the c6 pawn. But when the knight moves away, it means that the knight is no longer defending the c5 pawn. So it ends up being a trade. Afterwards, rook to a3. That's a check on the white king that has to step back. And Jennifer, if we're doing a count, she's up by 3 pawns. Bishop to a6, check on the king. This is why Andrea played rook to c1, because she needed to be able to go pawn to c4 and have that pawn defended by the rook. I'm assuming Anna now is going to go rook to a4. Try and target that pawn. Anna goes queen back, queen to c6. Same idea though, targeting the pawn on c4. Anna is down to 43 seconds. That means they get an additional 30 seconds per move they make. So the fact that Anna, after the move, had 43 seconds, it means that she was down to 13 seconds when executing the move. She's making this a lot more exciting than it really needed to be, in my opinion. Linda gets a check on her opponent's king, but it's not much more than a check. Jennifer is just going to keep centralizing her king. Might even win the e5 pawn here. Jennifer has this completely under control. Accurate clocks, that's insane. Well, it helps organizing your own tournament so that you can make the rules. There's no anti-cheating delay in this tournament, let me tell you. What's the purpose of writing down the moves? It's so that you record them for the future. It's technically not necessary when you play on electronic boards. But the thing is, playing on electronic boards is not something you're kind of expected to do in every game. And so from while you're a kid, for instance, and you don't have 9,000 people watching you play, then you got to record the moves so that you know how your game went. It's literally recording history. Okay, pawn to d5 was good from Anna because now, because of the pin on the pawn, you cannot move the pawn. Andrea will lose that one. She tries to trap the black knight, which honestly seems like it might be successful. The problem is after bishop takes pawn, check on the king has to step into the danger zone. Because if you move the knight in between, then the bishop can just capture the knight, and then they'll be able to capture the rook afterwards. So Andrea has to go into the danger. Yeah, that's not great. And in the meantime, Linda is giving some checks on the black king, but she's not gonna accomplish much with that. Andrea with her king in the middle of the board, not looking great. Anna defends the knight on the edge of the board. It looks as though Andrea could move her pawn up, attack the queen, and disrupt the coordination between the queen and the knight. But unfortunately, Anna can then capture in the center and open a new source of defense along the fourth rank. So even the tricks are not working for Andrea at the moment. Andrea decides to go rook to d2, keeping that central pawn defended. Oh, she flagged. Well, I think that might be just as well, if I'm honest. Oh, Andrea. It was a very tough game. She had a problematic opening. She played the Jabava. Big mistake. And Anna executed a pretty good strategic game. Anna managed to get the superior pawn structure without conceding the bishop pair. There was a moment where Andrea could have tried to protect her bishop, and maybe she should have done that. And instead, what happened was that her queen became a little misplaced, and she was under heavy pressure out of the opening. It didn't help that she blundered her bishop. But it was already a troublesome game at that point. Is this an official tournament? Yes, this is a FIDE-rated tournament. And the wins here are so much sweeter when you gain the rating points off your best friends. Why is Hammer split in two? Hammer is split in two because it's 3 p.m. Pacific, midnight Central European, and that means we're about to start a new round, a new group of players. The evening round today is between NEMO with the white pieces against Alexandra, and we have Jules with the white pieces against her wifey Dina, who she won in a fight against Andrea in the first round. Don't ask me how it works, but I'm told that's how it goes. And because we are starting the new games, and because I have been sitting here doing commentary for 4 hours straight, we are going to send in some reinforcements to watch the end of this. So we're going to take a little break. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and we're going to get in Anamaya. And we're back. I am joined by Anamaya for this second stint of commentary. How are you doing, Anamaya?
Yes, Hammer, I'm so excited. I am feeling great. I am more awake than ever. We are in the same time zone, but my sleep schedule has been quite different than yours, I think.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. It's not like I have other things to do. No, this is awesome. It's totally worth it, and I just hope my neighbors are okay with it. But for now, I haven't got a noise complaint, so I think I'm good.
Yeah, actually, that's the reason I can't do it, because I'm in such a loud building that I'm so scared to do commentary past way past midnight. Just as we're introducing ourselves to one another, we see a resignation with Jennifer taking down Linda. We did have a couple of moves while we were in the break. The bishop coming in, check on the king. King moving to the side, but then Jennifer makes the advance of the pawn through the center of the board. And after rook to d1, the king is making its way up the board to help the pawn become a new queen. The white knight is unable to get back into the game. And for that reason, Linda resigned. But fret not, we have new games starting as the old ones end. And I am happy to say that I have some intel, Anamaya, on this game. because I have been preparing Alexandra, and what I told her is that Nemo always plays pawn to e4.
That's true.
Alexandra goes e6, going for her French defense. And then after d4, d5, knight c3, all of this is Nemo's prep. And what I didn't know prior to this afternoon is that Nemo plays the same opening over and over and over and over. Did you know that?
Yeah, I guess I more or less knew this. I know that with the white pieces, she likes to play the Uri Lopez a lot. And I guess she sticks to the same opening over and over again. Also the black pieces, by the way, against e4. So I've played her only a few times online, but yeah, for some reason I had this idea already.
Yeah. So Alexandra is just sticking to her normal guns with knight f6 in the French, increasing the pressure to the center. And this is the only moment where Nemo kind of does two different things. Sometimes she goes bishop to g5, and sometimes she goes pawn to e5. But she does pawn to e5 like 75% of the time. So that was our main preparation. And that is also what Nemo played here. After the knights...
I checked, Hammer. Did you check the game that they played a long time ago in the Canadian Open Championships?
Of course I checked that. What
of
kind
course
of
you checked it, of course.
Would I be if I didn't check the previous games they have played against each other?
Yeah, just to remind you a little bit, Hammer. In that game, Nemo played bishop g5, and Alexander went for the McCutcheon variation with bishop b4. So I thought maybe we would see this today, but small chance because that game was 12 years ago.
Okay. What I do know is that Alexandra really loves this McCutcheon, where both players tries to put a pin on a knight in towards the king and the queen. So Alexandra feels really, really confident in this. Generally, I do think e5 is a better move, just trying to take that space advantage and push Black's knight back. After the knight goes back, pawn to f4 is a good move because it reinforces that big center you're trying to build as white. And Alexandra, she tries to put pressure in towards kind of like the weak spot in white's center is always going to be the pawn furthest back. And that is what Alexandra is targeting. Knight to f3 sees Nemo trying to defend that square. Knight to c6 sees Alexandra trying to increase the pressure. Bishop to e3 sees Nemo trying to reinforce the d4 square. And here we start going on a bit of a different path. Okay. Because here Alexandra goes bishop to e7. So the thing about this opening is that you can't really take over, like you can't outmuscle white in the pressure for the d4 square. So you are going to have to also think about your own development and castling and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I guess the one thing that's something you need to look out for with black is that white may push an early f5 in these lines with bishop e7, which is one of the reasons black usually tries to attack on the queen side already with a6, b5, and then sort of force white to capture on c5 immediately. But bishop e7, I've played this myself as well, and the one thing I really like is that you can try to trick your opponent into castling long really quickly, because they will put their king on the other side, on the opposite side of the opponent's king. And by trying to get your opponent to do this, let's say queen d2, short castle, long castle, then you get to play this move c4. And all of a sudden, the center is shut, the queen side is in full control by black, and you just go with the pawns forward, b5, b4, and queen a5, and get all the pieces involved in the queen side. So this is sort of what you can try with black, but of course, white needs to cooperate, and that's why you want to take on c5 first, instead of going long castle already.
Yes. So I clearly, based on everything you're saying, I can tell that you actually play this opening.
Of course, you didn't know I played it French.
No, I didn't know. But because of all that stuff you said about white needing to make the trade between these two pawns before castling queenside, this is why Alexandra plays what she does. So first, bishop to e7, queen to d2. Both players are just playing their normal moves. But here, Alexandra goes pawn to b6, which is super interesting because now pawn takes on c5 is no longer really a viable move, as it would allow black to recapture and getting this awesome control with the pawns in towards the center of the board.
That seems really annoying for white, actually. I don't think I've ever played a move b6 in this position, just because it looks strange to make that move and sort of weaken the light squares on the queen side. I guess the one idea you can have, if white plays it well, you get to play a5, bishop a6 to trade off the light squared bishops. That could be an idea when you play the move b6 in these type of variations. But yeah, it's not a move I've seen before in this very position.
And remember the idea you told us about earlier? If now castles queenside, then black can still push forward with that c4 pawn. And then white tries to push on the king side, black tries to push on the queen side, and we get a super complicated position with the kings on opposite sides of the board, but where black's pawns are making their way very quickly forward, pushing in towards white's pieces. And in fact, NEMO has an efficiency, affinity, to go queenside castling in these kind of positions. So I was really curious to see what kind of direction she would take here, because castling queenside here, which she has done multiple times in similar positions in online blitz, it's just ridiculously dangerous for white.
I guess in online chess, in the shorter time formats, it's very tempting to just go with what's natural, and that's why you make such moves more easily. But turns out that she has played the move knight to d1, so it seems like she knows what to do here, as oftentimes you want to retreat the knight either to d1 or to e2 with white to prepare the move c3. So that way you're covering the pawn on d4, and it will become much harder for black to attack that pawn on d4.
And this makes the current situation already very, very critical. Because whenever white moves this knight away, if white accomplishes their plan of going pawn to c3, that is highly problematic for black, because it completely defends everything you've been trying to attack. With this, you can create this pawn chain with the pawns defending each other up the board. So in general, I'm trying to remember what I've written to Alexandra about this in the past, but I'm pretty sure I tried to emphasize the importance of whenever the knight retreats, you have to make the trade immediately, because if you don't make the trade now, you're never going to get this knight to the c5 square. So if you go something like a5, this could probably be okay for black as well. As Anamaya mentioned earlier, getting the trade between the light squared bishops is generally considered strategically very favorable for black, because black has put most of their central pawns on the light squares. But in doing so, anytime you make the trade in the center, white will recapture with their pawn, and your knight on d7 is completely stuck because it's unable to get into the center of the board because this pawn is doing such a good job and also the other white pawn is taking away your potential ability of moving forward with the knight. And this is why I think it's kind of important for Alexandra to make the trade now. And then after these trades, then you maneuver your knight towards the e4 square. And this is one of the major benefits for black trying to play like this. White gets a really good square for one of their pieces on the d4 square. But on the other hand, you get a reasonably good square as well with the e4 square, another square where the opponent is unable to take that one under control with their pawns.
Yeah, and in this opening with black, you want to try to control those squares, because if we go a few moves back, which you were highlighting, that after the move, let's say we play a5 here, c3, and then you take on d4, then you're in this position where white has these pawns in the center, super strong, super solid. Black is quite restricted here, and because of the nature of this pawn structure, white is pointing towards the king side. So white will start attacking with f5. All those pawns will move forward, and the pieces will be able to support attack too with bishop g5, and all the pieces are coming in. Whereas this king on e8, you can't really go short castle anymore because that just runs into the danger zone. And this king in the center, oftentimes in the French, it's fine to leave your king in the center, but if there's an attack going on the king's side, at some point you will run into issues, as this pawn f7 will become quite a weak square. So yeah, there's a lot of things to look out for here, and that's why, as you pointed out, Hammer, you want to take on d4 before there's a pawn on c3 supporting the pawn on d4 to make sure that this center is not as strong of white as it could get.
Unfortunately, Alexandra has not captured on d4, which leaves the future of this d7 knight a bit insecure. She has played a very thematic move for this variation, though, and this directly addresses something you said about white trying to push their pawns forward on the king side, trying to get an attack there. Because black is very acutely aware of that being a powerful plan. And what black often does to counter it is to put their own pawn on that f5 square, making it super difficult for white to break through on the king side now. The only concern becomes then that after pawn to c3, you're kind of cramped with how these white pawns are taking control of a lot of squares you would really like to use for your pieces.
Yeah, many years ago, I also really liked playing f5 in these type of positions where you're trying to shut down the position completely and you want to avoid white playing g4 that easily. But I learned the hard way that making such moves too easily can run into issues later on, as you're permanently weakening your pawn on e6, and white can still play g4, and oftentimes you're just holding back and trying to survive with black, whereas you usually want to try to create a dynamic position instead of just sitting and waiting for white to attack you, because after moves like g4, you'd have to play g6 to defend the pawn f5, and slowly but surely white can move around with the pieces and start attacking you anyway while you're creating weaknesses.
I don't think it's that easy, but I think there's a major difference between getting this pawn structure with or without this knight managing to maneuver itself to the e4 square. So if it was Alexandra's turn here, say that NEMO goes knight to f2, then making the trade in the center and getting your knight directed towards that e4 square, it wouldn't be that big of an issue for black, in my opinion. But the issue Alexandra is facing right now is that NEMO is going to play pawn to c3, after which your access to the e4 square has been completely destroyed, because your knight cannot go via the f6 square with white's pawn taking control there. And now you can't go via the c5 square either, because every time you make this trade, the pawn is going to recapture this time. And the pawn takes control of the square you needed to get your knight up in the center. That being said, I don't think it's the end of the world just yet for Alexandra. But I think now she needs to really prioritize trying to trade off these light squared bishops. And I can imagine a future where the trade between the light squared bishops can be achieved. And something like this feels fine for black, in my opinion, because even though white has this incredible control in the center, black could potentially try and push the queenside pawns forward, and this could be quite dangerous for white to deal with as well.
Yeah, I agree with you, Hammer. I think it's not the end of the world either, and black still definitely has a lot of play. But I guess you ideally in the French want to play moves such as f6. And now, since Alex already committed to playing f5, she doesn't have this opportunity anymore. And you want to play f6 to target the center and try to immobilize white's attack. But by playing f5, you do invite moves such as g4 of white. So that can get tricky. And
well, the thing is, if you play f6, like you said, you were concerned about the weakness of the e6 pawn. But that's not really a weakness now, because white has no way to gain access to that pawn. But if you instead go something like f6 and then make the trade, then suddenly white has access to this f4 square to attack. White can more easily get their bishop out on the side to attack in from there. So the point of this whole f5 thing is trying to make white frustrated because of the solidity and the difficulty of breaking down black's position.
Well, I guess it worked because Nemo has been spending quite some time after f5. So yeah, I think that's at least successful, because you do limit white's options. White really wants to play move f5, and what is a better way than to play f5 yourself to stop your opponent from playing f5? And of course, you don't want to play en passant here, because that allows this knight to enter on e4 at some point. And yeah, there's many ways to recapture that en passant move. You can even capture the bishop to try to attack the pawn d4. But I guess I would rather want to recapture with the knight just to try to get access to that e4 square. But instead of en passant, Nemo has indeed played the move c3. And yeah, she's defending the pawn on d4 as we discussed.
Yeah, it feels very comfortable for white. Maybe Alexandra made a mistake not making the trade immediately, since now her knight is cut off from getting to the e4 square. But at the same time, I do think if she prioritizes getting a trade between the light squared bishops, this could be okay after all. Let's stop by the other game that just started between Jules and Dina. We had a Caro-Kann. Are you an expert in that as well?
Oh, that's asking a lot of me, Hammer. I did play the Caro-Kann for a short period of time, so I know a thing or two about it, but the position I'm seeing on the board right now is something I'm not familiar with. So let's take a look what happened.
Pawn to e4 was Jules's starting point. Dina goes for the Caro-Kann, which is a very interesting opening. I would say it's my main opening at the moment. But not really the way Dina executed it, I must say. After pawn to d4, Dina, this is kind of the same principle as the French defense, that you want to have one pawn supporting the next pawn that you try to put in the center of the board and try and challenge white's pawn there. Jules goes with knight to c3. And here, Dina does something quite unusual. She plays pawn to g6. And instead of dealing with the tension between the pawns in the center, she's just going to get her bishop to point in towards the middle.
Yeah, and it's unusual because I guess you would rather take on e4 and play this open line where after knight takes e4, you get to play bishop f5, you get your bishop out quickly. But now, because of the nature of this pawn structure, this bishop is not getting out soon, as even if the pawn moves to e5, you don't really want to play bishop to f5. That feels strange. So yeah, I'm curious to see where this bishop will end up going to, but for now it stays on c8. And yeah, I really like that with bishop g7, you get to attack that pawn on d4. So let's see how Jules decided to deal with that.
I really like Jules's approach. She just goes pawn to e5. And as such, these two games are looking kind of similar in how you're placing your pawns from the get-go. However, I think it's even more advantageous for Jules than it is for NEMO. And the reason for that is that these two pawns are incredibly effective at stunting a bishop placing itself to point down towards them. And to be fair, like Dina voluntarily moved her bishop to point in towards these pawns. So it was not great at such. This bishop already not super well placed. If I was Jules, I like to think I would maybe even try to reinforce this prime pawn in the center of the board, because as long as this pawn is well reinforced, black's bishop is just doing nothing on the diagonal. Jules instead played knight to f3, and after Dina's knight to h6, we've reached the current situation on the board, and the computer is absolutely loving Jules's position already, even though we only played 5 moves.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to see where black's pieces are going to, and black space is quite limited because where do you put the knight and the bishop? I guess typically when you play bishop g7, knight h6, you try to play f6 to then play knight f7. This is one of those solid setups that are really hard to break, but it does feel quite cramped and unnecessary to go for this. I guess this is part of her preparation to throw Jules off, but it does feel quite unnatural and quite passive. So I'm really curious to see how Dina will handle the development, but for now, I'm a little bit concerned because of the lack of space she has, and Jules's position just seems very natural, and she has a lot of space. Soon the bishops will come out, she'll castle either kingside or queenside. That remains to be seen because both options seem viable, but for now, it's looking good for Jules, and yeah, I'm curious to see how Dina will proceed here because I am not happy with black's position.
Bishop to f4 played by Jules, and now this knight has to be very careful. With this move, Jules is threatening queen to d2, after which both the queen and bishop is pointing towards this knight. And frankly, if the knight moves forward, that's not going to help a lot whatsoever. That's just going to allow white to push their pawns very aggressively forward, and the knight still is unable to find a good placement. In fact, here it's just going to have to step back again where it came from.
Yeah, that's not great.
So after bishop to f4, Dina is going to have to do the plan you mentioned, with pawn to f6 and then knight to f7, trying to put that pressure against the e5 pawn. And that is super important also for black's bishop. I was talking about how this bishop placement is often terrible when faced with these two white central pawns, but that's precisely why Dina is maneuvering her knight to this f7 square to try and put pressure on white's most forward pawn and basically trying to trade that pawn off so that you breathe more life into the bishop.
Yeah, you have to try to open the position up with black because otherwise white has such a pleasant position. And indeed, now you have at least this pawn on e5 that you can target. And yeah, that's one of the very few things you have with black. One of the other ideas that you usually want to play in a Caracan is to play c5, but that is not going to happen anytime soon because the pawn on d5 is so weak. And yeah, because of that, I'm also curious where this knight on b8 is going to be developed to, because knight a6 will be captured by this bishop on f1. And you'd have to probably stick to knight d7, but then you have to get the bishop out first. It feels like all these pieces depend on each other, and because of that, I really don't like black's position. But let's see how Dina will manage to untangle in this opening.
In the meantime, I'm very happy with the move Alexandra played, and she made that decision pretty quickly. Pawn to a5, that was the move we were talking about. The brilliant part of this is that it opens up for the rook to control the a6 square, which in turn enables you to move your bishop out next and try to trade the light squared bishops against each other. If you look at how the players have put their pawns in the center, white has all their pawns on the dark squares and black has all their pawns on the light squares. And as such, the white pawns are blocking the movement of their own dark squared bishop, while black's light squared bishop is being restricted by the inability to get past these pawns. That's why trading off the same bishops, that you have the same the same pawns, the placement of your pawns in the center often determines which bishop you should seek to trade, especially when it's like a blockaded center where the pawns are unable to ever move further forward. And NEMO, she is trying to prevent bishop to a6 from Alexandra, and she does that by going bishop to b5. She's attacking the knight on c6, so now Alexandra has to react to that. And if Alexandra just moves her bishop to defend the knight, well, then her bishop cannot try and trade for white's bishop afterwards.
Right, so yeah, it's a very unpleasant move for Alexandra, I would say, because let's say you it's actually the move that Alexandra played. She played with queen c7, and I have a feeling that NEMO is going to sacrifice a pair of bishops. So she might take on c6 with the reasoning that this light squared bishop is just awful, and it has access to this diagonal, but that's about it. And because of that, I feel like this bishop cannot really do much. The position is quite close, and the knights may become superior. The computer hates it, but I would say from a human point of view, this might be pretty annoying to play with the black pieces.
Disrespecting my bishops.
Yes. Oh no, I forgot that you really like the bishop's hammer.
A bad bishop is still better than a good knight. This is important learning.
You still think that this bishop is strong enough to make up for it?
It's not the greatest, but I think it's fine-ish. I would welcome that trade from NEMO.
Okay.
In the meantime, NEMO has actually castled. And then Alexandra goes bishop to a6, trying to make that strategically favorable bishop trade. And I don't know. I think this could be fine.
I may still want to play bishop takes c6 just for the sake of it.
I mean, you're welcome to. And you're right that after the trade, like this bishop isn't the greatest, but it's not the worst either. And part of the problem with that trade isn't necessarily that I'm left with my bishop to control the light squares. It's also the fact that you don't have the light squared bishop, which means your ability to break down my center has been completely ruined by the fact that you don't have a bishop to control the light squares. If white wants to go pawn to c4 or pawn to g4, trying to break down my most aggressive pawns in the center, then you don't really have that ability because you don't have the necessary bishop to control the light squares to make these kind of pawn breaks viable.
Yeah, I guess it's not easy to attack without the light squared bishop for white, but I guess an idea that comes to mind is to try to get this knight involved. So let's say I want to play bishop f2, knight e3, and then prepare g4. So I'm targeting that pawn at f5.
I will give you 5 straight moves. I am so confident.
Okay. Well, I'm confident in my chance to attack on the king side, and that's coming from a French player, Hammer.
Yeah. Make your 5 moves.
Okay. Let's see. I think I will stick to bishop f2, knight e3 and g4. I'll happily take on f5 if you let me.
No. Once you start making threats and captures, I get to move.
Okay.
So make your preparatory moves as you please, and then I will make some.
I want to play king h1 and rook g1.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, I will go here, move my king back and forth. Make your moves.
Okay. Let's see. Should I start with g4 or king h1? I'll start with
once you go
g4.
g4, I can move.
Yes.
Because now you're making threats. I will take this.
Okay, I'm already losing a pawn on f4.
Well, I mean, I'm just gonna double these rooks, and I'm gonna point in towards this one, and I'm feeling good.
You're feeling good. I would be terrified with black, honestly. You know what? I'm going to.
No, but do your preparatory moves. Do king b1.
Okay, king h1. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Now I'm ready to play super.
I'm not super happy about moving the king into the same file but I did say 5 moves, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
I'm not super happy, Hammer.
But my general idea is that like black's position is very difficult to break down, and if I do get my rooks doubled down here, like I understand that my bishop is pointing into a whole lot of nothingness, but I do think the solidity of the rest of my position will enable me to kind of get my pieces coordinated.
It's one of the few ideas you have left with black, and I guess it's easy to try to defend the pawn f4.
Like, if I didn't go back and forth, like
you're missing a few moves.
I could have gone like rook f7 here. That would have saved me a lot of time.
Yeah, that's true.
So I kind of the computer is hating Alexandra's position, but I don't think it's that bad. Nemo, she castled and we got this bishop a6, and now Nemo just traded the bishops, and then she went knight to f2, and she's obviously trying to centralize her pieces, and I kind of I'm unsure what to feel about Alexandra's move right now. She went pawn to c4. And let's just say that if I get to play pawn to b5 on the next move, I am super happy with black. My only concern right now is that Nemo's going to go pawn a4. And that's going to prevent us from doing our obvious advance. And so, but even here, like queen to b7, I will go pawn to b5 afterwards. If you go rook b1, I go pawn b5. If you go b3, I will go rook b6. I think this is pretty solid, and I think something you need to consider for an opening like this is that it's the frustration factor. How frustrated is white gonna get that you're just closing down everything and making it super, super tricky to break down your position? And NEMO, I believe she just made a mistake. She played pawn to h3. Clearly, she's trying to go g4 next, but I'm not too concerned about that. Like, even if you trade on f5, it's just going to open up good squares for the black pieces afterwards. And if now Alexandra can go pawn to b5, and she can just continue pushing forward. This is a super interesting fight, with white making advances with the pawns on the king side and black pushing forward on the queen side. But keep in mind how good it has been that black has pretty much every pawn on the light square, but managed to trade off the light squared bishops before all of that happened.
Yeah, I kind of like black's position here. I mean, black needs to stay cautious because there are a lot of things that can go wrong here still. The pawns are moved up quite a bit, and when you move pawns, they weaken quite a bit. But I guess the frustration thing you're talking about is the frustration factor already starts at move one, I think, because so many people are really hating on the French, and a big reason is because a lot of people don't know how to take down the French. So I guess from move one, it's already a high frustration factor, and it only gets worse, I guess, so as the game progresses. But yeah, I kind of like Alex's position, and let's see how she proceeds here. Trying to, yeah, she has to make sure that she doesn't allow anything too crazy to happen.
Oh, she already did play b5. She's also playing at an incredible pace.
Yeah, it's been really remarkable how fast she's been playing recently. Time management is super important, and it also shows confidence. So that's great to see.
Okay, I'm gonna get off after my my 4.5 hours, and I'm gonna leave you in the capable hands of
All right,
Mr.
Hammer.
Benjamin Bock.
It was great having you, Hammer. Thanks so much for joining us, and yeah, we will see you back tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow I'll be back. Big matchup: Alexandra versus Andrea. Looking forward to it. I hope to see all of you there, chat.
Awesome. See you tomorrow, Hammer. Thanks so much for joining. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Botez Chess Camp 2024. We had to say goodbye to Hammer for today, but I am now joined by Grandmaster Benjamin Bock. Benjamin, welcome back. We are back for the evening games, and yeah, we have two very exciting games. Have you been able to take a look at them already, Benjamin?
Yeah, we have some exciting games here between NEMO and Alexander. I'm sure they've played each other in the past. And we've got a very locked up French. And yeah, it's really going to be the question, who's going to be able to break through on either the king side or the queen side. I mean, NEMO is going to try on the king side, I suppose, because that's where she has more space. Alexander will try to do something on the queen side. But overall, I think Alexandra's got quite a good position here out of the opening.
Yeah, exactly. I forgot to ask Hammer about his predictions for these two games, as they're very fun matchups. What are your predictions for these two games? Because the two matches have some spice to it, because Nemo and Alexandra have played 12 years ago against each other in classical for the last time. And yeah, they have been competing in the same team for Team Canada in the Olympiad quite a few years ago. And also, Nemo posted a video before the tournament started that she is ready to take revenge on Alexandra. And yeah, she came up with quite strong statements there. So yeah, what are your predictions for these two games today?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that when they create those videos, I wonder if it's just for content or if they really are really fired up to take revenge. But yeah, I mean, Alexandra's got a good position here out of the opening. I think she's definitely capable of scoring a big upset, maybe winning, or a small upset, maybe a draw. I think it's definitely it's definitely possible as well. And in the game between Jules and Dina, Jules has played the opening pretty well, and she's got a nice advantage here after maybe something like Queen E2 hitting the knight on H6. So Dina is taking a lot of risk here right out of the opening.
Yeah, how familiar are we with this opening? Because it all started with the Caro-Kann, but Dina went for the setup with G6, Bishop G7, and Jules sort of punished it pretty well, playing E5, and now this bishop doesn't look great on G7 whatsoever. So how familiar are you with this variation in the Caro-Kann?
Yeah, good question. I mean, this is what Hikaru always plays online. He usually starts with G6 and Bishop G7, and then he goes C6 and D5. It does feel like the knight on H6 is a little bit vulnerable. Sometimes trying to place a pawn on H5 to make sure that the knight is always protected. So again, I definitely feel like Dina is taking some risks here. So let's see how Jules will try to punish her. I mean, Jules has been very well prepared this event. It seemed like she got an advantage in the first round against Andrea. Yesterday, she had some good preparation against Anna CRAMLING. So yeah, her preparation has definitely been one of her strong suits this event.
Right. So yeah, Jules playing very well so far. Well, as I said, that she plays move Bishop E2, which is a little bit passive. I would have loved to yeah, see some more activity with Queen D2, but I guess by playing Queen D2, you do allow Bishop takes F3, weakening the pawn structure. So it's really difficult to decide on that move. But by playing Queen E2, you do attack the knight on H6, and that knight on H6, as you mentioned, looks quite awkward. So the knight has to go to F5, and it feels quite loose there. So she did play Bishop E2 instead, and yeah, she's just playing it safe and not taking any risks, because it's not easy for Black to develop the pieces.
Yeah, and I think what Dina will try to do is eventually play a move like E6, plays a knight on F5, eventually trade on F3, and then go for something like Queen B6. And then, the pawns can easily drop in the middle. D4 would be under attack, B2 as well. So that's really Dina's strategy. She's avoiding theory. Again, that's been one of Jules' strong suits this event. So I think there's definitely some credit to her approach. And so let's see how Dina is going to proceed here. I think she's got plenty of moves here to make sense.
Yeah. For now, this game is still in the early stage, so let's take a look at what happened between Nemo and Alexandra, because a lot of moves happened since you joined. So let's take a look. Just to go back briefly, we left off at this move B5. Alexandra is trying to create some play on the queen side, as that's where her pawn structure is pointing towards, whereas White is trying to create some threats on the king side, where Nemo prepared this G4 pawn push with the move H3 earlier. So then let's see, Nemo played the move A3 here. She's trying to stop B4, but by doing so, she does weaken the light squares here. Now the question is, can Black actually make use of that? Probably not, But a3 feels like an unnatural move to play. What do you think about it, Benjamin?
Yeah, you make a very good point. You stop b4 for the moment, but it feels like if black is able to get a move b4, it does come with more effect. White is placing a pawn, another pawn on the dark square. The bishops that are on the board are off the dark squares. So that could be a potential liability. And I'm curious to see what Alexandra is going to do. Is she going to try to push for that b4 move really hard? What she can also do, if we go forward a couple of moves, she played knight f8, queen c2, king d7. This might look very weird, kind of a bomb cloud in the French, but the king is sitting completely safe here in the center, as it's very difficult to open up the position. g4 was played, g6 by Alexandra, good move, keeping everything closed. And now king to g2 by NEMO. So what I was going to say, Alexandra can go for two approaches here. She can either try to go b4 and create counterplay on the queen side. She can also decide to go a4, lock everything up, and sort of trust that white is not able to do anything on the king side. But it's a bit of a sad approach, as then the only thing you're hoping for is that white doesn't break through, and you're hoping for a draw at most.
Right. So it's interesting to see how close the position is, and that is why this king is safe in the center. Oftentimes in the French, you are okay with putting the king just in the center, not castling whatsoever. And this is one of those positions, especially because of how shut down the center is. None of the players can break through in the center, and the only two pawn breaks there are really in the position is this pawn move g4, taking on f5, and black trying to play b4 to try to open the b file, either taking on c3 or on a3. So you'd want to try to take on your own terms, because now if you take on g4 with black, that is allowing white to do exactly what they want. After f takes g4, there's h takes g4, and white can start preparing f5. So that is definitely not a move you want to consider, even though it may be very tempting to try to take that pawn on g4 to force matters. But you want to hold on to that pawn on f5 for the moment, and perhaps for a very long time too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw Andrea there in the playing hall for just a little bit, perhaps sending some energy to Alexandra. And we have more moves in the game between Jules and Dina, as you're pointing out. h3 was played, and then a trade on f3. And this is, I think this is exactly what Dina wants. Now she will continue with a move like e6 or knight f5, putting pressure on the pawn on d4. She can follow up with queen b6, and then maybe c5. And honestly, if black can get all of those moves in, it's not going to be easy for white to hang on to the center, right? Let me make a couple of moves. Like, let's say black goes e6, maybe you castle. Like with white, you can, sorry, wait, wrong board again. Let's say like e6, castles, and let's say knight f5. Like, let's say white goes knight e2, and c3, black can always take, plays a knight on c6, and then queen b6. And once the queen lands there, like let's say here, all of a sudden, there's just so many threats, and the pawn on d4 is always terribly weak. So this is really what Dina is playing for. She's giving up the bishop pair, but look at the bishop that white has, that black doesn't. White has the light squared bishop, but the light square bishop is just biting on granite. It really cannot do anything, as it's completely blocked by the black pawn. So that is really Dina's strategy going into this game.
Yeah, this reminds me of the French, but a really good version where this bishop on c8 is gone, and the line that you pointed out, you are putting pressure on the pawn on d4, and white has a really hard time defending it because of the fact that this knight on f3 that usually defends the pawn on d4 has been captured. So that would turn into a French position, which is a very ideal one for black. So I really like what Dina is doing here. Seems like her opening choice seems to work out for now, as she is not in the worst position anymore. These two bishops are not as strong together now because of the ideas that you pointed out. Knight goes to f5. Black wants to try to play c5 with queen b6. You have to make sure that you defend the pawn on d5 by playing e6, and then knight c6. And this pawn on d4 will feel quite uncomfortable. So, yeah, not a lot of ideas for white, even though it feels like white must be better because of the pair of bishops. But seems like Dina is back in the game.
Mm-hmm. And somebody is asking you something in the chat, like apparently one of the participants is not wearing shoes. Do you think they're following the dress code, or what do you think about that, Anamaya?
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting point, Benjamin. I guess I wouldn't want to I wouldn't want to go shoeless. That feels quite unpleasant, especially during a chess tournament. I want to feel comfortable. But yeah, I guess it's it's possible. Maybe I was considering myself in one tournament, but yeah, I did not I did decided to not go that far. But yeah, perhaps if you organize both sisters have organized this tournament, and they seem to be flexible with the dress code, which is yeah, pretty great to see. So I guess it's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So let's see what Alexandra's gonna do in her game right here. She's up 8 minutes on the clock, but she really has to make a decision right here as to how she's going to proceed. To be fair, I don't really like the knight on f8. Maybe what she should have done is, let's say in a position like this, maybe if she wanted to put her king on d7, maybe place the knight on b6, right? I mean, on the one hand, the knight on f8 does a better defensive job on the king side. On the other hand, with the knight on b6, I think it's going to be a lot easier for black to create counterplay on the queen side. And in this position right here, I don't know, I feel like, let's have a look. Let's say you go queen b7. Maybe white plays like rook h1, and then you go b4. Does this work out in black's favor or not is the big question.
Yeah. I really like black's position, though. The fact that you have opened up the A file, and it's really hard to see how white can take control over it. I feel like black is in charge here, and it's hard to see how white can really come up with a good idea here, because as soon as this rook gets involved on the A file, I feel like black is in charge, and is going to create quite some damage on the queen side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let's see what Alexandra's gonna do. She's thinking right now, like again, the pawn with b4 can be considered, also just a4, locking everything up. And I think the plan for Nemo, like let's say black goes a4 and locks everything up. I think what Nemo will try to do is, let's say, play maybe like rook h1. Let's say black sits, you move the other rook to g1. Let's say black sits, you go like king f1. Let's say black, I don't know, sits. Eventually what you can do is maybe go like h4 and h5. I think that'd be a nice plan for Nemo to open everything up.
Yeah, I agree. I guess you have to is it perhaps an idea that after h4, that's when you maybe want to consider taking on g4, just so that h5 comes with less strength, or would that be totally unacceptable?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely makes sense. I think h5 still will be quite unpleasant to deal with. I mean, it will put pressure on the pawn on g6, also the h file will open up. So maybe something black can consider, if black really wants to lock it up, is potentially me to move like h4 with h5. I think in case white plays g5, I think this is just a draw. I think neither player can do anything. So I'm sure that white will probably want to keep playing the position, maybe by taking. And then, I mean, it feels like white should have ways to improve here, but it's not going to be easy to do so. I think for black, it would be nice, though, to get some of these pieces over to the king side as well.
Yeah, and this seems quite unpleasant indeed for black. I mean, why does this open g file, and slowly but surely all the pieces will come in, and yeah, I'm sensing a lot of danger with moves such as rook g6, rook g7 coming in. Seems like it's white's playground here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So let's see. So currently we have this position after king g2 on the board. Alexandra has played the move h6. So she's played the move h6, stopping a potential knight jump to g5. However, now in case white does go h4, h5, white is really undermining the pawn structure on the king side. Whereas with the pawn in h7, you can maybe still ignore, let's say, pawn push to h5. So let's see what Nemo is going to do. One thing Nemo can consider as well, by the way, is let's say you move your rooks to h1, and then the other rook to g1, right? Like let's say this happens. What you can also consider to do, if black doesn't do anything, is try to trade off this dark square bishop for black's dark square bishop, because this bishop is often just staring at its own pawn. So you can try to go like bishop f2, and then bishop h4. Get these bishops off the board, and then afterwards go for a pawn break with h4 and h5.
Right. Usually in the French, you want to get rid of this bishop on e7 with white, because as soon as the bishop is gone, suddenly the dark squares in black's position are very weak. And this bishop of white on h4 now is usually not the greatest, because look at white's pawn structure. All of these pawns are on the dark square. So you want to sort of trade this bishop off for another piece, and usually you want to trade it off for the dark square bishop of black. And as soon as you get rid of the bishop, the dark squares become available to white, and this king will feel very unsafe there. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I really like the idea to maneuver the bishop all the way to h4 for this idea.
Yeah, so let's see what Alexandra is going to do. I like the fact that she's keeping her pawns on a5 and b5, keeping the potential idea of b4 in the position. And so that is definitely something Nemo will have to reckon with. I don't think black should go a4 and just give white a free hand on the king side. I think white still has very good chance to break through. So I think it's too risky for black to lock everything up and sit and pray. So I think eventually Alexandra should try to prepare this pawn push, but I don't know, maybe like by just moving the queen here.
Yeah, it feels like white's attack can do quite a lot of damage, and by the time that black makes progress on the queen side, white already opens up, let's say, the g file by getting the pawn to h5 and forcing a trade with the pawns. Let's say g takes f5 could happen at some point. And yeah, it feels quite unpleasant. So it really depends who will be first and who will deliver the strongest punches to the opponent's position. But for now, I really like Nemo's chances here. But what you requires here from both players is patience, especially for white, I think, because if you make the wrong move, then all of a sudden the position closes and you lose a chance to open up the position in your favor. So I'm curious to see what Nemo will come up with now, but I really like the idea of playing rook h1, preparing h4, h5, and destroying the king side of black.
In the meantime, we have more moves in the game between Jules and Dina. So we left off after bishop takes f3, f6 was played, then castles, and now Dina decided to take on e5, and Jules recaptured with her bishop. So now Dina has the decision to take on e5 and give white a slight weakness, perhaps, on the e5 square, because the pawn on e5 will be slightly cut off from the other white pawns. And maybe Dina can try to attack it. Like, let's say we trade and we go e6. Maybe with knight d7 and knight f7 coming next, then this pawn can easily drop. So maybe Jules should consider moving her bishop back so that she can always support the e5 pawn with f4. But the drawback of f4 is that you give black possibilities with queen b6 check, forking the king and a pawn on b2. So I think Dina might get chances for an advantage here.
Yeah, this looks really pleasant for black. I mean, if your opponent has a pair of bishops, you want to try to trade one of the bishops off. And this is exactly what happened in the game, right? So just to show it here, bishop takes e5. Now you get to take on e5. And this is exactly what you want, because now the pair of bishops are gone for white. White is left with this one bishop on f3. And look how terrible this bishop is, because black has such a strong pawn structure over here on the queen side. And now Dina actually played move e6. So this bishop has a really hard time doing anything. It's facing all of those black pawns that are very well defended. The one thing that white can hope for is to play bishop g4 and attack the pawn on e6. That is the only weakness in black's position. The square f6 is also a big weakness, but how do you even get there? Because the one way to get there is shut down by this pawn on d5. So the knight cannot really access this square, and d6 is also really hard to reach. So I think bishop g4 would be a nice idea for white. And if black captures that bishop, you would actually be really happy to lose your bishop to that knight. So I guess bishop g4 is one of the moves that Jules has to consider here.
Yeah, no, bishop g4, like you said, makes perfect sense, putting pressure on opponent e6. Maybe also something like knight e2 to d4, putting pressure on opponent e6, which is also slightly vulnerable. So let's see what she will come up with. I think, Dina's strategy definitely makes some sense in this game. Jules, I mean, Dina has much more experience than Jules, and these types of positions are not positions you see every day, right? I guess like at the 1800 level, you're more used to, let's say, e4, e5 positions, or Sicilians, or maybe a standard French. So that's why Dina really tried to play something offbeat. And yeah, so let's see how Jules will try to deal with it. In the meantime, Nemo is also still in the tank, and Alexander is now up 15 minutes on the clock.
Alexander has been playing super fast, and it's really amazing to see because time management matters a lot. We're so used to the shorter time formats that we sometimes don't appreciate the classical enough and don't give much importance to time management in classical because we think, oh, we're used to playing 3-minute games online. What does it matter if I have 10, 15, or 5 minutes in my classical game? Because I'm not even down to 3 minutes. What's the matter? But the moves in classical are much more important, and you have to be so much more careful because one wrong move and it gets punished quicker than, let's say, in a blitz game. In a blitz game, anything can happen. And more mistakes happen than in classical. So one mistake in classical can decide the game very easily. So that's why time management is so important. Even in the early stages of the game, you have to try to play fast, put pressure on your opponent's time. And that is exactly what Alexandra is doing here. She's up now 15 minutes on the clock. And she's showing that she's very confident, and that can also give her this psychological advantage in the game.
Yeah, so let's see what is going to happen. Time is approximately even between Jules and Dina. Yeah, Nemo has to come up with a plan here, but I think the plan that we've been pointing out with, let's say, rook to h1, I guess rook ag1 might not be a super easy move because the moment you play rook ag1, you're really inviting move b4 by black. So then, yeah, maybe you go like with rook g1. You can also keep your king over here. So let's see what is gonna happen. Yeah, Nemo's taking her time, and understandably so, because the position is very locked. She has a lot of time here in the sense that Alexander is not going to do anything in the next couple of moves, right? So Nemo can really come up with a long-term plan here.
I guess Black is trying to prepare to move b4. I was hoping to be able to do that by involving the rook from h8 to a8. But yeah, it's not easy to try to prepare this pawn push. You really have to make sure that everything will be fine on the a file. As for now, after b4, a takes b4, and you cannot really capture back because the rook on a6 is hanging. So you'd rather want to prepare this by playing queen b7, king c7, knight d7, just to be able to move the rook to a8. But I guess already after queen b7, you can play b4 immediately. And as soon as the a file opens up, then you can consider moving all the pieces out of the way for that rook to go to a8. But by the time you get to do all of this, White has the time to start an attack on the king side. So yeah, you have to be careful here with Black. But I guess for the time being, since that king is already on d7 and you want to play it to c7, the king should be safe here. And the damage should not be too big on the king side.
Yeah, so let's see what is going to happen. But a shout out to Gypsy in the chat, one of my viewers. One thing that Alexander can also try to do is maybe bring her queen over to the king side just to like hold the fort down there. Yeah, like let's have a look. She could basically go for two strategies, either to go for counterplay on the queen side, like we've discussed. She can also play for defense, so to speak, on the king side. And I think if you want to play defensively, you probably bring the queen over to f7. You probably, I guess, move the knight over to d7. and then bring that rook over to g8. Like let's say I do this, right? Like let's say, oh, let's make a couple of moves. Let's say white goes rook here. What if I go like, let's say queen c7? Maybe I lock things up over here. Then I go like here. And I don't know. I just want to get my setup with like the queen here. I don't know if I'm on time though, but I feel like if I'm able to get something like this, I feel like it's going to be extremely difficult for white to break through.
Yeah, absolutely. And because the king is on f1, if white is not careful, black might even decide to open up the f file themselves and take on g4, play g5. You just have to make sure that f5 is not possible by white. So you have to make sure to defend that. But if white isn't careful, black may be the one that wants to open up the f file and start an attack on the king side. So yeah, there's definitely still a lot of options here for black. And just to go a few moves back, I wanted to illustrate that. Let's say white decides to take on f5. I can see a world where white will be okay with black will be okay to capture the pawn back with the pawn on e6, and then to put the king on e6 and just say, you're not going to give me any check ever whatsoever. I'm in control of this position here. You cannot target my, so to say, weaknesses on d5 and f5 potentially. And the king is more than safe on e6. And yeah, black will be the one deciding if we decide to play g5 or if we just let it for what it is, let it be there. And yeah, this game could easily head into drawing territory if the players decide to shut the position down.
Right. Okay, so let's see what is going to happen. Nemo's still in the tank, getting down to 55 minutes. Now Alexander's up 20 minutes on the clock. Yeah, it's honestly difficult to break through. White also, again, can go for that plan of, let's say, going knight d1, and then let's say bishop f2 to h4. But even if you get all of those moves in, you have to time it correctly, right? I mean, like you said, I mean, the pawn on f4 can be hanging in some variations, maybe a g5 push at the right moment. We can be in for a long game here because the position is so locked, so we might see a lot of maneuvering here.
Yeah, so very positional game. Not so much tactics just yet. Once the position opens up, I can see a lot of tactics appear, and especially black has to maybe be careful of, well, with your idea to, if we get our bishop to h4, and let's say we get to trade and we get our knight with white on h4, as soon as the knight is on h4, then all of a sudden I can see tactics appear where after g takes f5 and let's say black recaptures, white will be able to take the pawn on f5, sacrifice a knight for 2 pawns, but white will get so much access to black's position, and black may not be ready for that just yet because the pieces of black are quite discoordinated, and these 2 pawns over here can get really scary. Once they move forward, they become really hard to stop. So yeah, this is why I personally don't like playing f5 so easily in the French, because it becomes a major target. But for now, Alex is doing fine, and she just has to make sure that this doesn't happen so easily. But until that time, white needs to play a lot of moves to make this any of this happen. So by the time Alex will be able to make a few moves, that will make sure that her f5 pawn is well defended.
Yeah. All right, so Nemo did move in the meantime. After move h6, she played the move queen to e2. And I think with this move, she might be setting up ideas of, let's say black goes, I don't know, let's say you pass. I think our idea might be to go a4 at the right moment, and then meet b4 with b3, as now often the rook on a6 can be hanging. And yeah, so I think that's her idea. So let's see how Alexander is going to deal with that. I think it would be clever to make a move, let's say like queen c8, that defends the rook on a6. So that now a4, I mean, it might still be possible just to break open the pawn structure, just sacrifice a pawn and just trust that, you know, you can open up the position. Actually, c4 here is quite a nice idea. You sacrifice a pawn, you're probably going to regain a b3 pawn anyway, and you really open things up here.
Yeah, and that gets pretty scary, right? Because the pawns of black can get weak very fast. If white manages to break through, then that pawn on d5 will become very weak and quite an easy target. Not easy for black to defend all of that, but Alexandra did play a move actually. She played the move, let's go back here. Here she played knight h7. So yeah, what is the idea behind her move? I guess she wants to try to play g5, but I'm not sure if that is what we want right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's an idea. Another idea can be to go rook a8 to g8, just to add all of the defensive forces on the king side. Like I said, I think if black can get all of their pieces over there, it's going to be incredibly difficult for white to break through. But again, white for the moment can still try to break through on the queen side, maybe with a4 and then meet b4 with b3. Honestly, that idea looks quite interesting to me. I mean, you can also take, but now this has become less appealing because this knight is so far away. You would like to go, let's say, knight d7 and then knight b6. So maybe Nemo can now go a4. That would be a nice follow-up after the move queen e2.
Yeah, and this is the problem when you start to play on two sides of the board, because at some point your pieces will become vulnerable. And this is exactly what we see here with the rook on a6 being pretty much alone there. And all of a sudden, tactical resources arise. So when you have a plan, you will need to try to stick to it. So since Alexandra pushed her pawns on the queen side quite a bit, she has to try to focus on the queen side a bit more, even though it may seem counterintuitive that, oh, on the queen side, there's no king of white to be seen, so what is the point of attacking there when the king is on g2 and we can try to attack there? But the whole plan is that by pushing the pawns on the queen side, you try to take space over on the queen side, you want to play b4, and you can try to play on the other side of the board. And perhaps if your rooks get to advance on the queen side, let's say rook b8, rook b6, and we get our rook to b2, then you can start attacking the king from this side. This is one of those ideas, but yeah, it seems like she is trying to focus on the king side a bit too much now, and because of that, her queen side attack may die out as Nemo has a really nice counter move.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, like, the chat is going all out. Like, they're talking about CM, NM, IM, GM. What is all the obsession with the titles all of a sudden? Like, was this obsession also there? Like, I was also commentating here another time, and people, like, every question was about GM. So I don't know if that's the same case when Hammer is here. So maybe the chat can explain themselves. Like, where did this all of a sudden come from?
I guess
That
the
wants a
curiosity.
Uh-huh. Okay.
It's quite important. It gives you a chess.com diamond membership, so for lifetime. So it makes sense. But I guess the chat is curious what those titles mean, how to achieve those, because yeah, it's not really self-explanatory. But yeah, those titles you can achieve them by playing these kind of classical chess tournaments. Well, this tournament in particular does not count towards any norm. None of the players can achieve a norm here because it's simply only 8 players. And in order to have a norm which counts towards a title, then you need to have 9 rounds played at least. So usually the amount of players required is 10, so that all of the players face each other and it ends up in 9 rounds. So in this very tournament, no norms, and norms are basically achievement performances that counts towards a title. So if you have 3 norms of a certain title, then you are fulfilling the requirements, part of the requirements to achieve a title. And to give you, to illustrate one title, let's say Grandmaster title, one becomes a Grandmaster by crossing 2500 rating and also having 3 norms where each norm, besides a lot of requirements that we will not get into now, each norm needs to have a 2600 performance in a tournament of 9 rounds. So that requires a lot of consistency throughout one tournament. And then to achieve that, to repeat that achievement 3 times. So it's quite a challenge. It's not easy.
No, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it took me a while to get to the Grandmaster title, especially the norms were quite a struggle. But I think the chat would definitely qualify for CM, a chat master. I think you guys can definitely get that title. Yeah. All right, so Nemo is still thinking. Yeah, besides GM, IM, FM, all of that, there's also WGM. Nemo is a WGM. I believe Alexander is a WFM, Woman FIDE Master, and Dina is a WGM as well. Anyway, we have some more moves in the game between Jules and Dina. After e6, Jules played Queen of D2, attacking the knight on h6, and Dina played Queen to h4, putting her queen on a nice and active square and defending the knight on h6. Yeah, so let's see what Jules is gonna do here.
As soon as I saw Queen h4 played, I could not help myself but think that I just want to play Rook takes f3 in the next move. Let's say White does anything. Let's say just even involving the Rook into the game. Let's say Rook ad1. I just want to take on f3, and I want to ask my opponent, prove to me that this sacrifice is wrong. Because as soon as you get to take on f3, g takes f3, queen takes h3, this king is feeling quite unsafe there. My idea is to play knight f5, knight h4, and threaten checkmate on g2, or even knight takes f3. And even if White defends some of this, then I will call in resources and reinforce with knight d7, rook f8, and White is lacking pieces to defend all of this. So I really like Dina's move, the move queen h4, because this prepares ideas such as rook takes f3, and now it is on Jules to see how to defend against this. And I guess one move that comes to mind is bishop e2, to retreat the bishop and make sure that rook takes f3 is not a move. But will she decide to play such a retreating move? That's the question.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, as you pointed out, that's a queen h4 is on the board. Rook f3, rook takes f3 is always in the air. A really dangerous exchange sacrifice. And in the game between Nemo and Alexander, Nemo did play that move a4. Good move hitting the pawn on b5. She can now also work with the move b3. Like, let's say you go rook b8 here, with the idea that in case you take, well, now you stop the move b3. What White can do is play b3 right away. Because if you take an a4, White takes on c4 and the entire structure is falling apart. And if you take on b3, then White happily takes on b5, forking the knight and the rook, and Black is in trouble. So, nice approach here by Nemo, and it's not so easy for Alexander to keep the queenside close right now.
Yeah, a4, really nice move by Nemo. Not so easy to see what to do against this. As you mentioned, if you played move b4, then b3 comes to mind because his pawn on c4 is pinned. But instead, Alexandra went for b takes a4, which makes a lot of sense because now at least the b file is open. So White needs to be careful that the pawn on b2 may be left hanging. So at least Alexandra has a target now. But yeah, let's see who this will favor, because this pawn a5 is also feeling very, very lonely there. And after rook takes a4, once again, b3 becomes a possibility.
Yeah, so like what Alexander did here, she took on a4, Nemo recaptured with the rook, and she played a rook to b6. Very safe move, because if you wait with one move, White now has the move b3, as you're pointing out. Black cannot take as that hangs the rook on a6, and Black simply lost here, I would say. The entire structure is falling apart. So rook b6, great move, putting pressure on the pawn on b2, and making sure that White cannot play b3 themselves. And now, with a rook coming to, by the way, we have rook b1 by Nemo. Now I'd say a rook h to b8 looks very natural. And I think Black's doing perfectly fine. Actually, Nemo might have helped Alexandra create counterplay on the queen side by opening up that side of the board.
Yeah, and also an announcement to the chat. Well, announcement, a reminder, so to say. Botezlive is still looking for more playtesters for the chess video game that Alexander is working on. And anyone who has filled out the form previously is still eligible. So make sure to hit ask on playtest in the chat for more information and to get involved to help Alexandra on her chess video game. So super excited to see what the chess video game is about. But yeah, make sure to check out the command in chat.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, that's how you can really turn into a chat master by helping out the channel. All right.
Then you become international chat master.
Well, yeah, Gypsy's pointing out I'm currently employed as a chat master, so unfortunately, no, that's how you become an even better chat master. All right. Anyway, Rook B1 by Nemo on the board. I guess now, yeah, like I said, Rook HB8 makes a ton of sense. So let's see what Alexander is going to do. But I think she can be quite satisfied. Oh, and there we have it. Rook HB8 has been played. I think she can be quite satisfied about her position, or her situation, rather. She's up 23 minutes on the clock, and I think she's got a perfectly fine position.
Yeah, it's crazy how things turned around so quickly, because now the pawn on b2 is just a massive weakness. And funnily enough, this pawn on a5, even though it feels like it should be a major weakness too, because of the knight on c6, it's very well defended, and there's nothing that white can really do about this. So yeah, it's kind of funny how the situation has changed, that after knight to h7, I guess Alex's idea was not to try to prepare g5, but instead get the rook involved on the queen side and change gears. But this knight feels a little bit misplaced now, but I guess it's at least a good thing to have one piece on the king side in case things change there. So you at least have some defense over there.
Yeah. We have Queen c2 by Nemo being played right now, bringing some more pieces over to the queen side. Makes perfect sense. So yeah, you make a good point. This knight on h7 does hold the fort, so to speak, on the king side. But I think if you really want to make progress, what you can try to do is maybe go like knight f8, move the king out of the way, move the knight at d7, move this rook out of the way, and then go knight b6. Push this rook out of the way, and then you can go a4, a3 to open things even more on the king side. So that's a pretty long plan, but the position is close. So it's not like white can quickly do something in the meantime either.
Yeah, and it's hard to see how white can try to proceed on the king side now, because there's so much pressure on the queen side. White is just completely busy on the queen side now, trying to defend. And the ideas that we were talking about earlier, they take so much time, and it's hard to see if it will actually be able, if we are actually still be able to do this. Because as soon as, let's say, the one of the plans we were talking about earlier is to maneuver the bishop all the way to h4. But as soon as you do that, you weaken the pawn on f4, and black can easily change gears and focus the attention on the king side instead. And yeah, I feel like black is pretty flexible over here. The rook can go to f8 anytime it wants to put pressure on the pawn on f4. So yeah, white needs to be really careful here, and I really like Alexander's chances here.
Yeah. All right, so let's see what she's gonna do. She's got a big time advantage, up 20 minutes. Yeah, again, this plan is kind of slow, though. She probably sees that, hey, I can go queen b7, but white can still just hold everything together with a move like bishop c1 or rook a2. So yeah, it's not easy to break through. I think if she does want to break through on the queen side, she has to bring this knight on h7 over. That's the only plan I can see. Because right now, I feel like the two rooks and the queen only are doing so much, and white is still defending the b2 pawn. So I think you need this knight all the way over to b6 and then go a4, a3. So let's see if she will find that plan. But that being said, I don't really see a good plan for Nemo either, because she's very busy holding everything together on the queen side. So I think it will be very difficult for her to create any counterplay on the king side.
Yeah, let's see how she decides to do that. But first, it's Alexander's turn. So let's see what Alexander will play next. Meanwhile, we have a move in the game between Jules and Dina. Jules went for the move knight e2. And this makes a lot of sense because she is heading with the knight towards the king side, perhaps trying to play knight g3 or even knight f4 because of this weak pawn on e6, or maybe even knight d4 because that pawn e6 is quite weak. But at the same time, I really still want to go for rook takes f3, but I feel like right now it's less strong than in the line that I was pointing out, because after rook takes f3, g takes f3, this knight can get tricky, as it can easily go to f4 or to d4, and it's not very clear if black's attack can come successful still. Queen to f4 is also a move, because since you're up material, you want to trade off queens off the board to make sure you don't get checkmated, as your king is quite exposed here. But yeah, let's see if Dina still gets tempted into this, because rook takes f3 just feels really nice to play.
Yeah, I'm sure she's tempted to sacrifice the rook on f3. Another nice move is just something like knight at d7, right? Developing the knight, putting pressure on the pawn on e5, which is honestly quite difficult to protect. I mean, in case white plays queen e3, maybe just like knight f7, attacking the pawn once more. And in case white goes knight d4 to create this counterattack, maybe you just go like rook a8 and attack the pawn. Although maybe white's just in time to go bishop g4 here. So I'm sure she's considering all of that. I bet I just realized that the queen e3 might also have knight f5, which is kind of annoying for Jules. Dina's keeping this knight over here on h6 to keep her options open.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of play for black here, and the white pieces over here are quite cramped up, especially that bishop on f3. That bishop is not able to do much. It's very restricted. You can't even play g3. Usually you want to fianchetto your bishop to g2, and at least it serves some purpose there of defending the king and keeping things safe. But you can't even play the move g3. And if you can't play the move g3, then your bishop is really awful there, as it enables all of these sort of sacrifices over there, right on that bishop. So let's see what Dina decides to do here. But I really like your move knight d7, first developing a piece before you start sacrificing and throwing pieces at your opponent. You may want to develop your pieces first. It is something that we chess players often forget about, especially speaking from my experience. I often forget to develop all my pieces first before attacking. So 97 makes a lot of sense, and yeah, I can definitely see Dina play this move, especially because the pawn e5 is undefended. You want to play developing move by tempo as well.
Yeah, and we have some more moves in the game between Alexandra and Nemo. Alexandra moved her knight to f8, then Nemo moved her knight to d2, and now queen to b7 by Alexandra, attacking the pawn in b2. And so I think Nemo has to play either rook to a2 or a knight d1 to defend that pawn, because okay, you really cannot drop the pawn on b2. But yeah, if you go knight d2, knight d1, sorry, you're going all in on the defense, right? You're really giving up on your active play on the king side. And the question is if you're holding everything together. If you do, again, you can maybe hope for a draw, but if black does get their play going on the queen side, then you're in big trouble because you have nothing going for you on the other side of the board.
Yeah, right. Shout out to Matthew in the chat, who is one of my loyal viewers, and also shout out to all the Europeans that are still awake in the chat. It's great that you guys are watching and following the games, even though it's in the middle of the night. It's quite awesome to see a lot of the Europeans still in chat, awake and excited to follow the games. But Matthew was pointing out that the structure that we see in the game between Nemo and Alexandra, it's quite difficult to play this for a lot of players. Even myself, when I used to play, well, I still play the French, but I had these type of positions where everything was just closed and locked. And it was actually one of the few reasons that made me want to switch the opening from the French. And I switched temporarily to the Caracan, because these type of positions are so hard to play with black, especially if your opponent starts attacking you with this move g4, takes on f5, opens up the g file, and then things get really dicey over there. And you need to know how to counter this. So it makes a lot of sense that this is not easy to play yeah, if you're not so experienced with these type of positions. It requires a lot of strategic thinking, and those that play a lot of online chess, we are very focused on tactics, but not so much on strategy. And in these type of positions, you really need to have a good strategic knowledge to understand what to do, where to play. And I feel like both players are really showcasing this very well. Especially Alexandra now. Now she is putting so much pressure on the pawn on b2, and she's the one in charge here in the position.
Yeah, so great play by Alexander so far. Nemo played rook to a2, defend that pawn on b2. So now let's see if Alexander will continue with her plan. She played knight h7 to f8. So I guess she will probably try to bring the knight all the way over to b6 to support an a4 push. That being said, I mean, well, I guess h4 is currently under lock and key as it just hangs a pawn. But maybe White can try to go like king g3 and then h4, h5 is maybe an idea if Black completely abandons the king side.
Yeah, so there's definitely still a lot of chances for White, but it is concerning that all the heavy pieces are stuck on the queen side. I mean, it feels like Black is the one that is more flexible when it comes to the heavy pieces. This rook can easily shift over to the king side. Maybe not with the knight on f8 anymore. But a move ago, when the knight was on h7, it was easier for the rook to move to g8 or to f8 to get involved in the king side if necessary. But I guess for now, this knight is fine on f8. It's always good to keep an eye on the squares g6 and e6 in case something happens. And yeah, as you pointed out, perhaps this knight is heading all the way towards the queen side instead. So yeah, it would be nice for Alexandra to be able to move this pawn on a5, not just because to have more space for the pieces, but because we would love to play the move a3. This pawn is pinned on b2, and by playing the pawn all the way up to a3, you perhaps get to win that pawn on b2.
Yeah, so let's see if that's what that is what she is going for. Dina did play knight to d7, developing her knight and putting more pressure on that pawn on e5. Very logical move. And right now, Jules is thinking the pawn on e5 is quite awkward to protect. Again, it's a little bit cut off from the other white pawns. Maybe like queen c3, but then it's going to be harder to go knight d4, as then you disconnect the defense of your queen to the e5 pawn. Maybe knight d4 runs knight takes c5, and if white takes here, you take here. So, yeah, I think Dina can be quite happy in this position here. I think the e5 pawn might easily drop in the next couple of moves here.
Yeah, that pawn on e5 is extremely weak. If this pawn c2 was on d4, we would be talking about a completely different position. But now that this pawn is all alone on e5, there's not a lot of pieces that can support this pawn. Usually there's a knight on f3, but now there's a bishop instead, and it completely changes the game. So not a great position for Jules. Dina is doing really well, developing the knight into the game, attacking the pawn on e5, and perhaps on the next move, maybe Dina will sacrifice the rook there.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen. Alexander thinking in the meantime as well. So yeah, I don't know if any of the chatters have any questions for us, feel free to ask them in the chat. Alexander and Andrea are playing each other tomorrow. I think they're playing each other in the afternoon, right, Anna-Maya?
I believe Hammer mentioned that they're playing in the morning round. I believe Andrea is mostly playing the morning rounds. She seems to be a morning person, so I think she's playing in the morning round, yeah.
Yeah, I just checked. They're playing in the morning. Yep. All right. And currently in the tournament, I believe Jennifer Yu is in the lead with 2.5 out of 3. Anna CRAMLING, is she on 2.5 out of 3 as well? I think so, right? Because she drew the first game with Jules. She won yesterday. No, wait. Anna CRAMLING drew Dina. She beat Jules. And now she beat Linda. So both, yeah, I mean, especially for Anna CRAMLING, great result.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how she will fare against the other 2200s. It's quite interesting to see. We have a lot of the players that are super experienced, but some of them are more active than others. And the real challenge is how will you fare against the very experienced ones, the 2200s, especially Jennifer Yu, who is, as we know, 2 times US Women's Chess Champion. So she has gotten so much experience throughout her career, and also Nemo has played a lot of classical over the board tournaments in her younger years. Her last tournament over the board was 2 years ago, at least classical. So she hasn't played that much actively anymore, but she does have a lot of experience, and that can come in handy here in this tournament. You never know when the experience comes back to help you in certain situations. You never know.
And we have Vila in the chat pointing out that tomorrow's morning round is pretty fun. We have Alexandra versus Andrea and Anna CRAMLING against Jennifer Yu. So 2 of the leaders against each other, and the 2 sisters against each other as well. So Andrea for the moment is still on 0 points. So let's see if she can maybe get on the scoreboard against her very own sister.
Yeah, that's those matchups are super exciting, really fun to look forward to. And yeah, let's see how they will do tomorrow. But first, we have 2 super exciting games today. Nemo against Alexandra. Nemo is ready to take revenge. She even mentioned in her video that her only goal in this tournament is to take revenge on Alexandra. So that's quite a statement. So this round matters a lot to Nemo. And yeah, it's one of those moments where if you really want to win a game, you may get lost in your time usage. She has been spending quite some time in her game, and you might feel the additional pressure to perform. She really wants to win, and this game matters a lot to her. So let's see yeah, if she manages to achieve this one goal she has in the tournament. But for now, Alexandra is doing a great job at yeah, maintaining the advantage. It was not an easy position earlier, but she got out of it pretty well, and she is taking control in this position now. So let's see what happens next.
Yeah, so let's see what is going to happen. I mean, of course, and maybe that's Nemo's main goal, to take advantage on Alexandra, but I don't believe that that's her only goal, right? Like, let's say Nemo would beat Alexandra and she would lose the other games. I'm pretty sure she wouldn't be happy with her performance, but maybe she cares about this game the most, right? Who knows? Yeah, let's see what Alexandra is going to do. I mean, it feels like Black has a very comfortable position, but again, bringing the knight over to the queen side has its own risks, right? Because then maybe white can try to do something quickly with like h4, h5. That being said, maybe h4 can always be met with h5 from black. So let's just see what is going to happen.
Yeah, we have an interesting question in chat, actually. Do you adjust your commentary during this tournament by explaining chess basic to a more general viewership? I guess me personally, it really depends what the situation is, who the players are. Because if we were to be commentating on Grandmaster games, it's really hard to really go back to the basics, and you have to find a balance there, trying to explain the games to an audience, the audience following the game, but also to not go too much back into the basics, because the Grandmaster games are of super high level, and going back to the basics may not make so much sense. So you have to find a balance there. How does it feel like for you, Benjamin?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I'd say it mostly depends on who the viewers are, right? Not necessarily so much on who's playing. Well, I guess to be fair, I mean, these players in the tournament are pretty good, so don't feel like I'm changing my commentary too much or anything. Whereas let's say you watch a match between, let's say, 2 players who are like 1,000, it's really about like not blundering and stuff, right? And you don't get into the intricacies of positional plans and stuff like that. But yeah, it just more depends on the viewers. So I mean, the viewers, as they pointed out in the chat, are strong players. I think we have a lot of grandmasters in the chat, as a matter of fact. And so we're providing grandmaster commentary here for you guys.
Yeah, let's hear it, chat. What is your rating on chess.com? Let us know in the chat. I would love to hear it. I can see through you guys if you are coming up with numbers that are severely exaggerated. I guess I should not have expected much else than the numbers I see in chat now, but it's I guess one way to keep the chat going.
Yeah, no, chat definitely came alive. I mean, I see someone in the chat who's got a chess.com rating of 1 million. Someone else has a rating of -500, -500. That's very impressive. 9,999. Nice stuff. Great. Yeah, keep it up, everyone.
I guess the average would make a lot of sense at this point.
Yeah. All right. Somebody said they just hit 4-digit rating, so they're almost Grandmaster. That is correct. Yep, you're almost there.
I see some legit numbers, so great to see you guys. Welcome players of all levels, and we try to explain it as much as possible for a wide audience as much as possible, because yeah, some moves are difficult for some, whereas for other players it's maybe makes a lot of sense and doesn't need much more explaining, but we try to keep it as universal as possible.
And we have a move by Jules on the board. She played knight to d4, centralizing her knight, but she is sacrificing that pawn on e5, which Dina can now just take. You're taking the pawn on e6 as well, but now Dina can either take on f3 with the knight or with the rook, because the rook can actually not be taken, because black has a knight takes f3 check, and you pick with the queen. That's the end of the game. So I'm curious to see what Jules has in mind here. Maybe she wants to move her rook to e1 first, like let's say rook a e1 attacking the knight. But Dina can always move her knight out of the way with a move like knight c4, attacking the queen. The queen has to move, and this gives black the time to address the threat on the e6 pawn with a move like e5. And look at this, black's got a really nice center here. And yeah, I don't know, it's looking tough here for white. Dina's strategy is working out perfectly so far.
Yeah, and Jules may have missed that after knight takes e6, she is allowing this move rook takes f3. And generally speaking, when you have a piece on d4, and with this pawn structure, c5 becomes so appealing, and all of Dina's moves make a lot of sense. At least the upcoming ones. That's the one. Those are the ones I'm talking about. So taking on e5 is very logical, and I'm sure she will notice that after knight takes e6, she has this tactic of playing rook takes f3, and that would already be completely winning. So. Yeah, a concerning situation for Jules. Dina has still over 50 minutes on the clock, so she has plenty of time to figure out that she can just win the pawn. And yeah, after that, it's just a really difficult position for white. This pawn will be able to move forward, or the pawn on c5, and slowly but surely, white will end up in a much worse position because white will have to be very passive. Not easy to play after that.
Yeah, so I think it's very likely that Dina is just going to take the pawn on e5, because if you don't take it, and let's say you start with rook a e8, well, then white is in time to play a move like rook a e1 to defend that pawn, and you're not getting it anytime soon. So I'm pretty sure Dina will take the pawn. I mean, if you can take a pawn and you don't see why, I'd say just take it. And it seems like it's giving her a big advantage. So I'm just curious to see what Jules has in mind in case Dina captures that pawn.
Yeah, I was slightly concerned that she is hoping or aiming to play knight takes e6. But I guess even after, let's say, knight takes e5, knight takes e6, I guess knight takes f3 check is very logical, and because of that, she may not take on e6. But then it begs the question, what does she have in mind instead after knight takes e5? Perhaps she is hoping to play rook e1, or the other rook, as you mentioned, to attack the knight, but then simply knight c4, nice intermezzo to push the pawn to e5, and then to e4, and very unpleasant situation for Jules. So she may have realized that perhaps this pawn e5 is lost anyway, so might as well give up on it and try to go for active counterplay.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. In the meantime, Alexander has been thinking for a long time. I don't know how long, like it feels like 20 minutes or so at this point. And to be fair, it's not easy to come up with a plan at all. I mean, I do understand her taking her time. So let's see what she's going to do. I still like the idea of maybe moving the king, let's say to a square like c7, so you can move your knight over to d7. So it becomes easier to continue with your play on the queen side. But yeah, right now the time situation is evening up. They have played. Oh, Nemo has played 26 moves already, and Alexander 25. So Alexander only needs to play another 15 moves to reach the time control.
Yeah, they've played their the last couple of moves very quickly, which is quite surprising. Usually in these type of positions, you take your time. I guess for Alexandra, it was quite simple because her moves were the ones that were putting pressure on the pawn b2, and Nemo had to defend over there, and she was facing some challenges on the queen side. But yeah, it's not easy to see what Black can do here. I wonder what Alexandra is thinking about. You're pointing out this idea with King C7, 97. I'm wondering if there is something else that Alexandra is thinking about. And as I am wondering this, she did actually play the move King C7, Benjamin.
Yep. King C7, good move after 16 minutes of thought. And now let's see what Nemo is going to do. She probably sees the idea of, let's say, 97, rook b5, knight b6, and a4. So the question is, like, is Nemo just going to sit, or is she going to try to create some counterplay quickly? I think she should try to go for the second option, try to do something, because it feels like, okay, if you just sit and wait, Black has so much space on the queen side that it feels like Black should be able to make progress on that side of the board.
Yeah, but it's hard to see how White can make progress, right? Because your options, you're very limited. You don't really have h4 anymore now that the rook is gone to b1. And do you want to open up the g file by taking on f5 and see if Black decides to take with the g pawn?
Yeah, I mean, I think Black will almost always recapture with the g pawn. You can make a case of taking with the e pawn, then you clear the e6 square for your knight. But the d5 pawn also becomes a little bit weak. The White can attack with, let's say, queen e1 and queen f3. King h2, by the way, was played by Nemo, and now knight to d7 by Alexandra. So now let's see what Nemo is going to do.
Yeah, I want to say that she is trying to take on f5 and play rook g1, but then the problem is this pawn on b2 is going to be captured. So Nemo is quite stuck here on the with the heavy pieces on the queen side. Perhaps she needs to maneuver the pieces around in some way. Well, I'm trying to figure out how can we defend this pawn on b2 in such a way that we can release one of the rooks, but it seems like that if she plays knight d1, then this rook on b1 is stuck anyway, so it doesn't make much sense. And same goes for bishop c1. Simply locks the rook up there on b1, and yeah, you can't even play move b3. White is just pretty stuck and has to wait, I feel like. It's hard to see what plan White can possibly go for here if your pieces, the heavy pieces that is, are stuck on the queen side.
Yep. In the meantime, Dina did capture that pawn on e5, so I think she just has a big advantage now. She's up a pawn, and it's a central pawn. She also has really nice half-open f-file to work with. The other can always come to e8 to support a pawn over here. So it's looking for a tough position here for Jules. So I don't know, maybe just moving rook d1, I guess to me looks the most natural to create some threats.
Yeah, you have to try something here, but I really don't like White's position. As a French player myself, I know this game did not start out as a French, but it has very similar ideas, as this pawn chain is exactly what we see in the French. Usually this pawn is on c7, but the idea is very similar here, that you want to play c5 or e5, and if you get rid of the white center in these pawn structures, then Black is super happy. Black has to move those pawns in the center, and because of that, because of the control that Black has in the center, it is really difficult for White to play here. Black is gaining so much space, and White is just struggling to coordinate the pieces well. As mentioned before, this bishop on f3 is rather awkward, and yeah, perhaps there is a chance that even after rook e1, Black may just consider taking on f3 and once again sacrifice the exchange. Rook takes f3 once again, g takes f3, and then queen takes h3, because Black simply wants to maneuver the knight to h4 and deliver checkmate.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so let's see what's going to happen. Alexander played 97, and Nemo's thinking, Wait, we have a move in Jules's game. Yep. Rook A1, bring the rook into the game. Okay, so let's see. I mean, you can, yeah. I think as we've alluded to before, you can take on f3 twice, sacrificing the exchange. That's definitely very promising. But also, again, something like, let's say, knight c4, taking the queen, followed by e5, looks really good for black. So it's just a tough position here for Jules. And I think it's just really Dina's experience that is shown right here.
Yeah, and I'm curious if Dina will actually decide to go for this exchange sacrifice that I was pointing out, because she's already up a pawn. She doesn't need to commit to this, but I can imagine that it's so tempting. And since she's also playing a lower-rated player, it might be just super tempting to go for the quick kill rather than a slow death for her opponent. As yeah, this extra pawn is very important. And after knight c4, she will be able to play the move e5, and it will be a slow death for white here. So let's see what she decides to do, but all of these options are really good. So it's just a matter of what feels right to her, what she prefers to go for. Because even after, especially after knight c4, she attacks the queen, the pawn on b2 is targeted, and the queen is tied down to that knight, as the queen on h4 is also attacking the knight on d4. So tough position for white, and a lot of options for Dina here.
Yeah, somebody makes a good point in the chat. It's a pity that the immediate rook takes f3 does not work, because white can take, let's say, with the knight, or even better, take with the rook on e5. Because if you're forced to take with the pawn, black is very pretty queen takes d4. And if you take the queen, there's knight takes f3, forking white all over the place, and black gets a big material advantage with the two knights and also two pawns against the rook. But yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't work. So let's see what Dina will come up next. Another move she can consider, by the way, is the move knight f5. Because if you take the knight on f5, you can first of all just recapture. We can also throw in this, take an f3, and then take here. This looks really nice, because now the white king is open, and you're already lifting your rook into the game.
Yeah, and that king is about to get checkmated, I feel like, and there's nothing that white can do to stop other than a massive loss of material. So I really like this idea of sacrificing the exchange, and many options for Dina. And I feel like she has also so much time to figure out the right approach to the position. So looking good for Dina. Let's see if Jules can still manage to survive this, but seeing how experienced Dina is, I don't think she will give Jules any chances. And yeah, we've seen Dina come back from the dead already earlier in the tournament. Remember the game that she was playing against Anna CRAMLING, and she was down a full piece, but still managed to come back. That was quite something. So Dina is not going to give chances that easily.
For sure, yeah. In the meantime, we have a move in the game between NEMO and Alexandra. NEMO played the move queen to d1, and I think her idea, let's say Alexandra plays a move like rook b5. I think NEMO's idea is to take on f5, and after g takes is now she has the move queen to h5, hitting h6. You can also go to f7, hitting this pawn over here. So maybe what Alexandra should do after queen e1 is play a move like queen to c8, so that in case NEMO does decide to take and go queen h5, she's going to be a little better prepared for all of this. Maybe like queen e8, offering a queen trade, or maybe like queen h8, defending this pawn over here. But at any rate, I think that's NEMO's idea. Again, to take on f5 and go queen to h5.
Yeah, I really like the idea played by, well, the move queen d1 with the idea to go to h5 with the queen, because especially because you cannot really take on b2 right now. You would have to shuffle the pieces on the b file a little bit. I believe they call this kind of setup Alekine's gun, where you want to place your queen behind the two rooks, because then the pieces will be in full force, and you want to play queen c8, rook b7, queen b8, because then you're actually attacking the pawn 3 times, and the queen would have to return to defend the pawn. So an idea could be to simply play queen c8, which allows for flexibility as well for black in case the queen is required towards the king side. And in the meantime, you can also play rook b7, and then try to play queen b8 when it's necessary, when it's possible to attack that pawn on b2.
Yeah. All right, so let's see what is going to happen. Dina, in the meantime, played a knight to c4. It looks like attacking the queen on d2. So now let's see where Jules is going to go. She only has two moves, queen d3. I mean, she can go to d3 to c3, also to d1. I mean, technically, you can also go to c1, because in case black takes the knight on d4, there's still queen takes h6. But I think she's likely going to choose one of these moves, and I'd say probably most likely the c3, because it will also continue to defend the pawn on b2. I mean, like queen e1 runs into this. That's quite unpleasant. So I expect this move here by Jules, and then maybe just the e5 by Dina, hitting the knight and making sure that the e pawn is not hanging.
Right, and slowly but surely the pawn is moving forward and making white's pieces very uncomfortable. I mean, if you have to play the move queen c3, that already feels like something's terribly wrong. And yeah, by playing queen d3 or queen d1, you are inviting moves such as knight takes b2, attacking the queen. So I'm also expecting queen c3 to be played. Other moves are simply losing the knight. So yeah, and queen d3 also feels like it runs into e5 and e4. I believe for tactical reasons, it is not really accurate. Just to illustrate it real quick, after queen d3, if e5 and let's say the knight retreats to b3, e4 doesn't quite work because of bishop takes e4. So it may seem like it's a fork and you're winning the piece, but because of the fact that the pawn on d5 is protecting the knight on c4 and his queen is attacking the knight still, you can't quite capture this piece on e4 because of queen takes c4. So because of that, you have to be a little bit careful here, and you cannot play e4 that easily. But it may just be that Jules doesn't feel comfortable about putting the queen on d3 and potentially allowing a fork to happen that easily. And that is why she actually just played the move queen to c3.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, so yeah, queen c3 by Jules on the board. Somebody's asking a good question in the chat. Is it a mind game to leave the table while playing? I wouldn't say so. I'd say people leave the table because, first of all, it doesn't feel completely natural to be sitting down for 4 or 5 hours straight. I mean, we're humans. We all like to walk around a little bit. You might want to grab some water. You might want to, yeah, like I said, the main reason is to stretch your legs. You might also maybe want to go to the restroom or something. Maybe grab something to eat, something like that. Or yesterday, while the sun was shining, the players were I think Alexander grabbed a hat. So I don't think it's really a mind game. It's more a natural thing to stand up after sitting down for so many hours.
I guess sometimes players stand up, as I've noticed with some players. I cannot name names. I wouldn't remember who exactly, but I think there are definitely players that show some sort of body language that when they stand up, okay, it's a sign of they feel very comfortable with their position, they're feeling confident, and they must feel like they are doing really well. So it's a sign of, okay, they're feeling happy about their position. Some players tend to do this. Maybe it's subconsciously happening, but yeah, it could also be on purpose, something like that. But yeah, I guess it's usually not really a mind game. I would like to believe that chess players don't really do that just for the sake of it.
Well, the one thing I have seen, and somebody's pointing it out in the chat, is that I think what Hikaru used to do when he was in a winning position, he would put on his jacket and he would just start walking around like, yeah, the game's over anyway, so I'm already getting dressed, ready to go back to the hotel. I guess that definitely is a thing. Or maybe where, yeah, some players, like, they make a move, they stand up with a certain confidence, and it's almost like a mic drop, you know, in that case.
Yeah, sometimes also players stand up to then look at the position from the opponent's perspective. I really don't like looking at my from my opponent's perspective.
I find it really annoying when my opponent stands behind me and is like looking at us. I'm like, what? Why are you here? Like, you're supposed to sit over there.
Yeah, leave the board alone or sit in front of me, but not stand behind me. And yeah, I also don't really feel comfortable doing that myself because I don't really want to watch from my opponent's perspective. Let's say I'm playing with the black pieces. I've been looking at the black pieces from this perspective for the entire game. And if I suddenly switch the board, like if you flip the board and you're suddenly looking at white's perspective, you just have to like make this mental change and this adjustment. It feels so unnatural as you are staring at the board from one perspective for hours. So yeah, I'm not a fan of it myself.
No, no. All right, so let's see what's going to happen. Alexander's still thinking, both players around 42, 44 minutes. Dina and Jules around like 44, 40 minutes as well. Yeah, and e5 has been played by Jules. So advancing her pawn in the middle and attacking that pawn, the knight on d4. And Jules has now just moved her knight to e6, attacking the rook on f8. And I expect to move rook f6 here by Dina. Looks very natural, making sure the rook cannot be captured, and you attack the knight on e6. And I guess then Jules might move her knight to, let's say, c5, bring it to safety and attacking this pawn on b7.
Right, so that knight can get pretty annoying over there. Knights are really tricky pieces, especially in short time controls. But even in this position, this knight can do quite some damage to the pawn structure of black, funnily enough. But for now, it's attacking the rook. Dina has to decide where to move that rook. You can't take on f3 now because the queen is protecting the bishop, so there's no exchange sacrifice that makes sense here. But I guess with rook f6, you can potentially prepare the involvement of the other rook, but no need to go for these drastic measures just yet. Simply trying to hold on to the pawn should be sufficient here.
Yeah, one nice idea could be, like, let's put this on the board, maybe to go rook to f6 here, because the rook is hanging. Let's say the knight moves to c5, and then maybe rook af8, as you're pointing out. You're sacrificing the pawn on b7, but in case white takes, maybe we can sack over here. And if white takes, you take on h3, and this looks really scary for white. There's just so many threats. I think the main threat is that black wants to take on f3, followed by knight g4. There might also be, this is a little bit slower, maybe like knight f5 to h4, threatening checkmate over here. And I don't know, it's not easy to stop this exchange sacrifice, because if you move the bishop, well, then you're hanging the pawn on f2. So let's see if Dina is going to go for all of this. She's currently thinking after the move knight to e6, but to me, rook f6 definitely looks the most natural.
Right, and I was wondering, so let's say rook f6 happens, knight to c5 seems very logical, and after rook f8, does black need to be concerned about knight d7 threatening a fork here?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, attacking both rooks. I guess, again, we just have to sacrifice the rook. White recaptures. And here, yeah, our rook is under attack, the pawn on e5 as well. So this might not be so easy for Dina. She definitely has some calculation to do here. Maybe move like rook f5. Again, lifting that rook up, ready to join the attack via the g5 square. And white is not in good shape to take here, as we can simply take on e5, and after rook takes, there is queen g5 check, and we pick up the rook on e5.
That is a nice trick. So yeah, when opening up the king side, that king is extremely vulnerable. That queen is super strong, attacking over there on h4. And you just need one or two more pieces involved in attack to make it successful here. That's how strong black's position is. And white just doesn't have any pieces that are defending the king. So that makes it easier for black to play here.
Yep. All right, so currently Dina is still thinking after knight e6. We, by the way, have a move in the game between Nemo and Alexandra. Alexandra just moved her rook to f8. So now let's see what Dina is going to do. Sorry, Nemo. I think Alexandra's idea is to meet g takes f5 with rook takes f5. Because if you take it to g-pawn, white just goes queen h5 anyway, and this move isn't really that useful. So I think her idea is to recapture with the rook, which still looks kind of solid. Like, let's say white goes queen g4, attacking this. We still have knight f8 to defend. So I think that that's Alexandra's idea.
Yeah, I wouldn't even go as far as saying that maybe Alexandra wants to play the move g5 to open up the king side completely and start questioning whether white's idea to opening things up on the king side is a good idea, because the king is on h2. we are ready to attack it, there's always sacrifices possible. Once this pawn on f4 is gone, let's say this pawn will take on g5, then sacrifices such as knight takes e5 suddenly appear. I think for the time being, it's really difficult to justify it because there's tactical reasons involved here. Bishop is looking at the rook on b6, so you have to be careful allowing this pawn to move to e5. But I think because of the fact that these two rooks are stuck on the queen side for now, white still has to be careful here. So let's see if Nemo feels confident enough to take on f5 over here. Because indeed, I also think Alexander wants to take with the rook on f5. And because of that, yeah, it may not be so appealing for Nemo to go down this road.
Yeah. So let's see if that is what she's going to do. All right, so she's still thinking. Dina, by the way, did move her rook to f6, attacking the knight on the e6 square. And I think Jules is still thinking. Yeah, the knight's under attack. What Jules can also do is maybe move her knight to c7, attacking the rook on a8, with the idea maybe to go for a sacrifice on d5. Like, let's say rook here. I don't know, it probably doesn't work though, because knight takes d5, the idea is that in case you take it now, there's bishop takes d5, and you pick up the knight on c4, and white's doing great. But you probably take on f3 first, attacking the queen, and everything is defended. The queen defends the knight on c4, so you can't take that. And the queen is also covering these squares over here, so you can't throw in an intermezzo. And after g takes f3, c takes d5, black is doing great, because you have two knights for the rook, and the white king is just completely open, so black is just winning here. So, yeah, it's looking tough for Jules. I think she probably has to go for this move knight c5, but things seem to be working out beautifully for Dina after the move rook a f8.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if she will actually commit to that, because there's so many tricks in the position, and the moves that you pointed out with knight c7 and knight takes d5 are quite tricky. So a lot of tactical opportunities for Jules still, but yeah, I guess Dina will have to find that rook a f8 move to prepare to move rook takes f3. And I'm curious to see if she'll actually commit to this, because it's not easy. When you evaluate the position, you try to see if it's worth it. And I guess because of the fact that black has so much control in the center with these pawns over here, it's a very strong and solid center. And the king is very exposed after rook takes f3, g takes f3. And it's not easy for white to defend that king. And black doesn't need too many pieces to attack that king. So I think, yeah, tough position for Jules, but it sort of depends on Dina to see if she will actually commit to sacrificing the exchange there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think she will. It just looks so tempting, just sacrificing the exchange on f3. The white king is just wide open. And there are so many tactical ideas for black that it feels like there should always be something. And, you know, you're only sacrificing an exchange. You're not sacrificing a full rook or, let's say, a full knight or something. So I feel like the investment is, it's not a big material investment for a big attack over there. Let's see, Jules has 37 minutes on her clock. Right now she needs to play another 22 moves to reach time control. And in the game between Nemo and Alexander, they've been playing quite quickly. They are already 28 moves in. So another 12 there to reach time control. So I don't expect either player to get into real-time pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Great time management by the players. Perhaps, I mean, Dina is in a really good position. So even though the players are doing pretty well in terms of time, perhaps Jules may start spending quite some time now as she is in a tough spot. But yeah, I think for Dina, this is a very pleasant situation. And the players don't have to make too many moves to reach the 14th move. There was a question in chat, what happens if Jules retreats the bishop to d1? So preferably we want to move this bishop. If we had the time for it with white, we'd love to play bishop e2 or bishop d1, preferably bishop e2 to attack the knight and get rid of it because it's a very annoying piece. But white simply does not have the time for this. The knight on e6 is under attack. White is forced to move it for now. And after knight c7, let's say, rook to f8, then all of a sudden there's so much pressure on the f-file. So let's just show you guys that after rook a f8, if you move this bishop, let's say to d1 or to e2, you simply lose a pawn on f2, and black gets access to many squares in white's position. So there's just too much happening on the f file, and because of that, white's position is falling apart here.
Yeah, no, good point. Yeah, white would love to move the bishop, as you're pointing out, but they simply don't have the time. Again, right now, the knight's under attack, and yeah, otherwise you hang the pawn on f2. So it's looking tough for Jules. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Dina is just a much more experienced player. She has been playing chess, I think, consistently, probably for like the last 20 years or so, whereas Jules has only been playing for the last 4 years or so. She played like a kid, but probably she got back into it because of the Queen's Gambit, I assume, because of her name, Jules Gambit. So I think, the fact that she's holding her own in this tournament is already a good performance in and of itself.
Yeah, I believe Jules started playing chess at a young age, but not as much as now, and she quit, I think, pretty early on. So she recently got back into chess, started streaming, and it's amazing to see her growth. I have to double check what exactly her growth was in recent years, but I believe she gained quite a lot of rating in a very short period of time. I believe in the past few months she gained over 250 ELO FIDE, which is quite a big feat, and she is improving a lot.
Wow, that's a lot of points. Wow. Yeah, all right. I don't remember the last time I won like 250 points in like a month or two. It's probably like a long time ago. I really don't remember. Anyway, Nemo still, wait, is Nemo still thinking? I think so. No, she moved. Nemo played the move knight to f1. So perhaps she wants to go knight to g3 and then take here to make sure that Alexandra cannot recapture with her rook and is forced to recapture with her pawn. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do in the meantime. Maybe what she can do is play a move like, let's say, queen b8. And then, again, in case white takes on f5, you can recapture the pawn. And you're always much better equipped as your queen quickly switches over to the king side as well.
Yeah. White needs to be careful still because of the tension here on the f file. Now that the rook is on f8, I can see a world where g5 will be played. I would actually heavily consider to play g5 right here, because if we get to open the f file, this rook is going to have a really good time. And yeah, I don't really see a refutation just yet to the move g5 right here.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what is gonna happen as a fly just got right in my face. Yeah, I don't know. What Alexandra can also do is she can still move the rook back to the b file to really put a lot of pressure on the pawn on b2. That also still makes perfect sense. But given the fact that she's just played rook f8, I feel like that's quite a natural. I don't know. Maybe she will move the rook from b6 to open up the b6 square for her knight, so she can follow up with a4. That also makes a ton of sense.
Right. Yeah, I guess it's not easy to open up the king side for either player, because you want to do it on your terms, make sure that you actually have a follow-up after releasing the tension with these pawns over here, between those pawns. So it's not easy for black to take on g4 because that pawn on f5 is holding the 4 down. And same for white, you don't want to take on f5 if you don't really have a proper follow-up there, because once you release the tension, things get complicated. This pawn f4 will become a major weakness and a big target for black. So both players are trying to see a good moment to release the tension, but yeah, I'm not sure who will decide to go first. I guess with the move knight f1, as you pointed out, white wants to prepare to move knight g3 to be ready to take on f5 and then counter rook takes f5 with that knight maneuver to g3. So I guess Nemo may be first to capture on f5, but perhaps because of this, Alex may actually take on g4 right now.
Yeah. But I feel like if you take on g4 right now, white can recapture with the pawn, and then white can really try to get into f5 push with maybe knight g3, queen c2 will also take the pawn in g6, which is a little awkward to deal with. So it's definitely a consideration. White can, by the way, also consider to recapture with the queen, hitting
Right.
e6 and g6 right away. So I think Alexander will probably keep the pawns as they currently are, and she'll probably continue to maneuver. But the big question is how, right? Like maybe moving the queen over to the king side is an idea, or moving the knight to b6. Again, I think Black's main idea is getting a4, a3 in, but that's easier said than done.
Yeah, that pawn is not quite moving forward. It takes a lot of time to be able to move it even to a4 because it's so well protected by white. And you'd rather not move the pawn because it's so well protected on a5. Once you move it to a4, it's quite vulnerable. You really need the knight to support that pawn from b6, but how do you actually get to b6? It's not that simple, takes a lot of time, and by the time you manage to execute the plan that you are trying to go for, White has some ideas on the king side that you will need to take care of at some point as well. So let's see what Alex comes up with here. But for now, quite a tense position for both players. Not an easy one to deal with, and yeah, this is turning into very high level chess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the meantime, the move knight c5 has just been played in the game between Jules and Dina. And I'd say this is really the moment of truth. Like, this is a critical moment. If Dina plays the move rook a f8, planning to sacrifice the exchange, I think she has great chances to win this game. But, you know, it's not that easy. You give up a pawn on b7 potentially, right? Or, you know, there's also that fork with knight d7. And there's quite a few lines to calculate. So I'd say this is a critical moment. I think if she figures out the complications with rook a f8, I think she's on the way to a win. But she, you know, there's also still room to go wrong. If you play something like b6, all of a sudden white goes knight d7, hitting the rook and the pawn on e5, and white's completely back in the game. So, and we saw, by the way, also in round number 1, that Dina was playing a great game against Anna Crumling, but the moment things got complicated and she had to calculate, she stumbled. So let's see if she can improve on that here.
Yeah, and Dina has now plenty of time on the clock. I remember when she played against Anna, she was spending a lot of time. It was not an easy position, and here she has a disadvantage, and in quite a convincing way. She is up a full pawn, she has full control over the game, and I think it will be very difficult for her to let go of the advantage, but she really has to see this idea of rook af8, even if it allows this fork that she is able to take on f3 and follow it up with rook f5, threatening checkmate ideas on the king side. So yeah, I would say that I mean, of course, white is in trouble, but we'll have to see if Dina can prove it and not allow any sort of counterplay. Because indeed, the knight is attacking the pawn on b7. Knight d7 is another threat. Lots of ideas still in the position. White also would love to play b3 to attack the knight. And once the knight retreats, the pawn on e5 is loose. So I have a feeling that Dina will go for this move rook f8. I think it's definitely within her skill range to spot this move and spot the idea to take that bishop on f3. And I think she will take some time for it, but I think she'll definitely go for it.
Yeah, let's see. It was about kind of funny. Wait, it's Dina's move, but she's been away for like 3 or 4 minutes or so at this point.
Oh.
I wonder where she is. Jules was also away, so we had a battle of chairs. Dina is still nowhere to be seen, and in the meantime, we have a move by Alexander. She played the move rook to b3. So I guess with the move rook b3, she's vacating the b6 square for her knight to follow up with a4, a3. Nemo now can decide to move her knight back to d2, but that's kind of like going back and forth, right? Because the knight just came from there.
Right, you're not really making progress that way, and I guess Alexandra is trying to improve the position on the queen side by trying to play queen b5 maybe to play a4. She somehow wants to get that a4 move in because by playing rook b3 she cuts the queen off from defending the square a4. Or maybe she wants to play rook a8 and then play a4 and then a3. So I feel like these could be the ideas. Or actually, now that I think about it, maybe she wants to go back to b8 and then threaten rook takes c3 instead. So that is another thing that Nemo needs to keep in mind. And yeah, perhaps because of that, she will have to go back to d2 to get the rook out of there. That rook is really strong on b3, and you need to get rid of it as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. If Nemo goes for the plan of, let's say, taking on a5 and then queen h5, as you pointed out, this runs into rook takes c3, and black wins a very important pawn and is just close to winning, maybe even. So what white can do is maybe play knight e2 first, attacking this rook, pushing it away, and now go for the idea of taking and queen to h5. As this pawn on h6 is quite awkward to protect. I mean, you do have rook h8, but then your rook is kind of passive in the corner, right? And then there's still queen g6, attacking this pawn over here. So let's see what's going to happen if Nemo is going to play that move, knight to... Oh, wait, sorry, I was making moves on the wrong board. White can play knight d2, pushing that rook away, and then after rook b5, then take and queen h5. Because if you play takes and queen h5 right away, this runs into rook takes c3, winning a very important pawn. Because after takes, now this rook on b1 is undefended. So, but okay, for Nemo, it might not feel completely natural to play knight e2 back, because the knight just came from there.
Yeah, exactly. And you also don't want to admit that your move knight f1 was maybe not the greatest. So after playing knight e2, she will have to come up with something else, unless she's okay to repeat moves. But I don't think she wants to repeat moves. So I believe we do see knight e2 being played by Nemo. So she retreated. And then Alexandra almost immediately went for rook b5 because she doesn't really have many other squares left. Going back all the way to b6 does not make much sense. So might as well stay on b5. And yeah, this could help her to play knight b6 to play a4. But I would rather not want to play knight b6 because it's just so difficult to continue attacking on the b file over here with the knight stuck on b6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so knight b5 makes sense. Yeah, so let's see. Maybe now Nemo will take on f5. I mean, she can go knight f1 back, but it feels a little passive. And then Alexandra has slightly improved her position. I mean, the rook is definitely better placed on b5 than it is on b6. Is now, again, the knight can come out to the b6 square. So I think right now is a good moment for Nemo to take on f5. I mean, it's not like very pleasant playing, let's say, the knight back to d2 and admitting your mistake, but it's also the mark of a good player, right? I mean, some players, they make mistakes, but they just will never admit it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a good moment to take some time here and realize that, okay, it's not a bad thing to admit that your previous move was maybe not the greatest. Now she has the time to recover and think of a better move potentially. Unless she's okay to repeat moves, but I don't think so. I think Nemo wants to fight and she's ready for it. And I think she will come up with some other plan than the move that she played previously, the move knight f1, which made a lot of sense, but Alexander pretty much refuted this move by playing rook b3, which is pretty crazy when you think about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rook b3, nice move by Alexandra, making sure that yeah, the queen cannot move yet. Okay, so we see a move by Nemo. She played knight to h1. Wow, putting the knight into the corner. Maybe again, she wants to go knight g3, take on f5, and force Alexandra to recapture with the pawn instead of recapturing with the rook. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do now. A move she can consider here, by the way, is the move a4, because look at this. If you take the rook, you hang the pawn on b2, and black is pretty happy about this exchange. As now black is making clear progress on the queen side. And okay, if you take the queen, then black has rook a5, attacking the queen. The rook is often hanging as well, so white would be forced to give up the queen for a rook and a knight, but I feel like this should definitely be in black's favor after a move like rook a8.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the queen of black is going to be super active. It's not going to be easy to infiltrate into white's position, but I think sooner or later, black will manage to break through over here. But yeah, let's see what Alexandra comes up with, because this move knight h1, and I have a feeling that perhaps there is a situation of tunnel visioning happening here, because she's super focused on trying to get the knight to g3, that she kind of forgets that maybe there's other ways to deal with the position, and that she has to try to go for other plans, because by playing knight to h1, she is super focused on this move knight to g3, and it enables certain ideas of black. For example, the move a4 that you pointed out, a really cool move to play. But I also feel like the tension over here on the king side is maybe turning into black's favor. I really want to play this move g5, but this move g takes f5, rook takes f5, knight g3. I'm not sure if I want to commit to that just yet, but the knight really felt much better placed on f2, supporting the king and supporting the pawns on the king side. But now with the move knight to h1, it feels like it's too slow and too much of a retreating move, where white pieces are already quite passive already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I really like this move, rook, pawn to a4 that we've been pointing out, because the idea is to potentially go a3 and really open up that side of the board. Like, let's say Nemo continues here with knight g3, right? We can maybe just go rook a8 or a3 right away, because in case white takes, we can take on a1, and we should always be able to get some of the material back, because this pawn on a3 is so weak. So let's see if Alexandra is gonna play that move. In the meantime, Dina is thinking. Again, I'm curious if she's gonna play a rook af8. But Alexandra has moved. It looks like she played rook to a8. So she's preparing the move a4. Also makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, I guess she does see the idea, which is really good. But I guess it was not easy to decide to play a4 right away. It feels like there's no way that this move is even possible when there's two pieces that are looking right at that square. It's one of those situations where you see the idea, you have the correct idea, but not the most ideal execution, because it looks like an impossible move. It may not even have been on her radar at all, and that makes perfect sense. So she's preparing the move a4. And yeah, she has a time for it because it's unclear what White will be able to do now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let's see what Nemo is going to do. Now that the rook has moved away from f8, it would make more sense for White to take on f5, right? I mean, Black would be forced to recapture with a pawn. Let's say you take with the g pawn. White can now go queen to h5, attacking this pawn over here, which is very awkward to defend. Let's say we go a4, right? So we sacrifice this pawn, and maybe now we go knight f8. I mean, a3 is coming next, and it's not clear to me what White should do about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to be able to infiltrate into Black's position on the king side, but as you can see, almost all the pieces left the party on the king side and are focusing on the queen side now, where the actual party is happening, and the Black is really happy about that, because once the pawn on b2 is captured, the pawn on c3 is also very loose, and then after that, the pawn d4 may also disappear, and suddenly Black can clean up the queen side. So yeah, even though White has this pass pawn on the h file, I feel like Black should be really happy about the position here practically.
Yeah. All right, so let's see what is going to happen. Dina is also, by the way, still thinking. I'm sure she's looking at rook f8 and sacrificing the exchange, but the big question is if she is going to go for it. Yeah, and Nemo is thinking after the move rook to a8. But okay, if you don't go for takes and queen h5, then I think all of your other plans and ideas are just going to be too slow. Like, let's say knight g3, Black goes a4. A3 is coming in very quickly, so I think Nemo has to do something very fast. And we have Yoon Ludwig Hammer in the chat. He says, I can't sleep. I need to know how this ends. Could be a big win. Yoon Ludwig Hammer, what do you think so far?
Are you happy about Alex's play? Because yeah, this game has been so interesting, and yeah, this is what we're talking about. This game is a big one, a big matchup. Two players that know each other for so long have played each other 12 years ago for the last time in classicals, and that game was a win for Alexandra. So NEMO is out for revenge, and she also stated that it's her only goal even to win against Alexandra. I feel like a lot of the players have some sort of vendetta against Alexandra, so everyone wants to beat Alexandra in this tournament.
Yeah. All right. In the meantime, yeah. So this is the current position on the board after rook to a8. Dina, by the way, played her knight to f7, which seems to be a mistake. Now Jules has the opportunity to get back into the game. Maybe she can take the pawn on b7. Knight d7 is a move as well, or maybe something like bishop g4. People were asking in the chat, shouldn't she move that bishop to alleviate the pressure on the f-file? And she can do so here, setting up ideas of knight d7, maybe bishop e6, maybe f4 even on a good day. So again, I think Dina has played a great game, very similar to that game against Anna CRAMLING. But the moment things got complicated and she needs to calculate, I feel like that's where she's going wrong, and she's letting Jules off the hook here.
Yeah, she's not taking enough risks here because she has opportunity to sacrifice on f3 by first preparing that move with the move rook af8. So yeah, I feel like she's I guess she's not really wanting to take risks here. She is playing a much lower rated player than her, so maybe she wants to play it safe. She plays knight f7 to defend the pawn on e5, and perhaps she's also preparing knight to g5, and that could be very interesting as well. But yeah, we had a clear approach here with rook f8, sacrificing the exchange, and then it looked very much winning for black. But yeah, if you don't see the line fully properly, and I guess you also don't want to overcommit against a lower-rated player, that may lead to these kind of situations where instead you just try to play it safe.
Yeah, but in the meantime, we have g takes f5 by NEMO on the board. All right, so now let's see what Alexandra is going to do. As Hammer pointed out, she can recapture the e-pawn. That makes perfect sense. She can also recapture the g-pawn, but we have a move. She recaptured with the g-pawn. All right, makes sense. And now expect queen h5 by NEMO. It's the only move that really makes sense. She moves her queen back to d1 a long time ago. And yeah, there we already have it, hitting the pawn on h6, which is quite awkward to defend. You don't really want to play bishop f8 because that just looks so passive.
Yeah, exactly. So NEMO played this move really quickly. She was ready to play queen h5 quite a few moves ago. But now this knight on h1 is not really doing much. And yeah, it's just standing there in the corner. And I guess you can move your knight to g3, but the prospects of the knight are not really looking great. But I'm curious to see if Alexandra can launch some attack on the queen side, as now the queen is off to the king side. This pawn b2 is a pawn we want to target. Will she be in time to play a4, a3? Let's find out.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, if she doesn't want to sacrifice the h6 pawn, she can also still play bishop to f8. But let's see. Yeah, and that's actually what she played. She played bishop f8 to defend that h6 pawn. Now move like queen g6 or queen f7. I guess not queen f7, because then you play knight e8 with a tempo. Right? You don't really want to run into moves like that. But maybe queen g6, because black can play knight e8, but now it doesn't come with a tempo. And now again, you still have the idea of going a5, a4, a4, a3. So I think that is what Alexandra has in mind. So let's see what NEMO is going to play here.
Jules actually played a move. She played move b3, which is a very logical move, but it once again enables the exchange sacrifice rook takes f3. And if Dina does not go for this move, because after rook takes f3, there's after queen takes f3, there's knight d2. So at least you're able to win the exchange back right away. And since black is up a pawn, it makes a lot of sense to go for this line, because if you're up material, you want to trade down. You're happy to trade pieces and convert a position while being up a pawn. So now it would make a lot of sense to take on f3, but it's not easy to decide that. And you also have the move knight d2 first to try to distract the queen and then take on f3, but that line seems much more difficult because after rook takes f3, pawn takes f3, then you have to understand that knight g5 is winning. And since Dina does not seem to be wanting to take risks in this game as much, she may not want to go for this line, even though, well, if she, I mean, we of course can see because of the eval bar that this is completely winning, but at the board they do not have this information. So she may be quite hesitant to go into these kind of lines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I don't know. I think since Dina was hesitant right here to go rook AF8 and go all in on the attack, I think she might be hesitant again to do so. B3. I mean, but the problem is, okay, a move like 96 runs to 97. White gains the pawn on E5, and it's actually doing quite fine. I think the line that you point out with 92 and takes is quite difficult to understand. I think this one, rook takes f3 right away, makes some more sense, right? Because if white takes, there's knight g5. Again, you're only investing an exchange in the attack, and it's pretty clear that after pawn takes, white is getting checkmated. After check, 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 and mate. So I think rook takes f3 certainly can be played here. And then, as you pointed out, queen takes f3 runs into knight d2, forking the queen and the rook. And black is very minimal risk there. So let's see if that's what Dina is going to do. But again, she's been struggling in complicated positions before in this tournament. Like, again, against Anna CRAMLING, she went, yeah, she lost the thread. So let's see if she will do better this time around.
Yeah, I would love to see Dina play aggressively here. It would make a lot of sense now because if she doesn't commit to these moves, then she has to retreat with the knight, and you don't really want to retreat. It allows moves such as knight d7, where the rook is under attack, the pawn e5 is under attack, and it feels like the position is falling apart there slowly for Dina. So you don't want to retreat here. It's not the end of the world, but I feel like it's the start of a comeback for Jules then. So you don't want to play passively and allow your opponent to come back in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have some more moves in the game between Alexandra and Nemo. We left off, yeah, queen g6 was played by Nemo, attacking the pawn on e6, and now knight to d8 by Alexandra, defending that pawn on e6. So for the moment, everything is looking pretty solid on the king side. The bishop is protecting the pawn on h6. The knight is protecting, the d8 knight is protecting the pawn on e6. And the d7 knight is protecting the bishop on f8. So if Nemo wants to break through on that side of the board, she's going to have to bring in some more firepower. And a plan that comes to mind is maybe bishop f2 to h4 to try to undermine this knight on d8, because if the knight drops, then the pawn on e6 drops. You can maybe also go like knight g3 to h5 to f6. That could be an idea. And yeah, sort of as we discussed, Dina again does not go for the sacrifice. She goes knight cd6. Now, you were saying earlier, Dina might not want to take risks in this game, but I feel like often the biggest risk you can take is not taking any risks at all. It's like she cannot completely avoid calculation altogether. At some point, you're going to have to calculate a line or two. So let's see what Jules is going to do here. Maybe knight d7 makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, I mean, this move makes sense on its own as, okay, your knight is under attack, you have to find a good square fit, and you want to put it back to d6 because the knight on f7 was already defending the pawn on e5. The knight on d6 is now defending the pawn on b7, so it feels like everything is fine. What's the problem? Well, the problem is that now white has the time to regroup the pieces and play moves such as bishop g4. Because remember, we were really concerned about the bishop on f3, and there's all sorts of sacrifices possible on that bishop. So we would like to move this bishop while we can. And if we can move it to g4, then all of a sudden bishop e6 is possible, or knight d7. And look at that rook on f6 suddenly getting trapped there, unable to move since the black knights are pretty much blocking the rook altogether. So Yeah, tough position here for Dina now. I mean, the way that things are going in this game, the lack of risk of Dina may be quite yeah, going against her now, and it's looking good for Jules here. Of course, it's not the end of the world for Dina just yet, but the way that the game is going, it's looking quite concerning for Dina.
Yeah, the trend of the game is definitely in Jules' favor. To me, 97 here makes a lot of sense. You attack the rook on f6, and you attack the pawn on e5. And I don't know how black can continue to defend everything, because I mean, if you go like rook f5, there's also bishop g4. So I think 97 will just regain the pawn for Jules, and I don't know. Maybe Dina will retain a small advantage, but definitely nothing major there, I would think.
Yeah, that pawn on e5 is very loose. I mean, for now, black is up a pawn, but that pawn, I don't think it will survive for a very long time. So, yeah, we'll be really concerned with the black pieces because the pieces are not coordinating well enough anymore. The knights are staring at each other on f7 and d6 and not really able, not really have time anymore to continue with an attack. You really want to play knight g5 if possible, but for now it's white's turn and white gets to decide what to do here.
Yeah, 97 is on the board, hitting the rook on f6 and the pawn on e5. Good move by Jules. All right, so let's see what Dina is going to do here. Yeah, again, I maintain, I think I don't know, like, do you think she's just trying to avoid calculation or like complications altogether? Because I feel like that's generally not a good strategy. I mean, at some point, like your opponent can continue to complicate, and then at some point you're gonna have to calculate something, right? You might have to go for a sacrifice or something. Because now, yeah, she has lost a big chunk of her advantage.
It may just be the case that these risky moves are not on her radar. She may be looking at other ideas, she has other plans, and I feel like the mindset she has is what's causing her to not make these moves. I feel like, let's say if she was playing someone higher rated, maybe she would be more keen to go for sacrifices because we know that Dina is capable of beating Grandmaster. She has shown us attacking masterpieces, but maybe because of the fact that she's playing a lower rated player, she doesn't want to commit to sacrifices, and it may just be that the mindset she has for this game is what's causing her to not commit or not even think about these sort of sacrifices. And yeah, that's I think what is going on here, because I think against a higher player that these kind of sacrifices would definitely yeah, be on her radar.
Right, so let's see what she's gonna do now. The rook on f6 is under attack. It can move to f5, f4, or e6, so she's gonna choose one of those squares. But it looks like Jules is about to equalize if you take the pawn on e5. I think white doesn't have too much to worry about. In the meantime, we have a move by Nemo. She played her knight to f2. So I guess the idea might be that now a4 can be met with knight d1. And you can go a3, but you don't really get much after that, as the pawn on b2 is now defended plenty of time. So perhaps that is what Nemo has in mind. And now, with the knight on d1 and a queenside fully secure, maybe you can go for like bishop f2 to h4, that plan that we pointed out earlier, to put pressure on the knight on d8, as then the pawn on e6 will loosen up.
Yeah, the queen on g6 is very annoying now for black, and if white manages to get more in pieces involved on the king side, then things may look pretty tricky here, as white is indeed looking to capture that pawn on e6. And yeah, it seems like black does not have so much time to put pressure on the queen side, and by the time that black gets to do anything on the queen side, white is already in the king side, and as soon as the pawn on e6 falls, the position will soon very much collapse for black.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what Alexander is going to do. A4 here looks very oh yeah, it looks very logical, and it has already just been played. And now I guess Nemo is going to play knight at d1, because the knight really can't go anywhere else from here, right? I mean, d3 is covered, e4, g4. So this is the move I expect from her, and at least that will, again, keep the queen side together for her and give her opportunity to put some more pressure on the king side. So let's see if that's what she's going for.
Yeah, so she played move a4. Let's see what Nemo decides to do now. I guess it makes sense to what you pointed out to go for knight d1. Especially because we want to move that bishop to h4, as you mentioned. So there's not a lot of moves left for Nemo to play here. Her knights are quite stuck because ideally you want to move your pieces forward, but we don't really see good squares for those knights. And indeed, she did play the move knight to d1. Makes a lot of sense, and she may be looking to play bishop to h4 now.
Yeah, and Nemo just left the board. Yeah, I mean, Alexandra has a time advantage here, as people have been pointing out in the chat. She's got 33 minutes compared to Nemo's 16, 17 minutes. But Nemo needs to play only another 4 moves to get an additional half an hour on the clock. So there's really no time pressure going on here. And yeah, the position is starting to look better for Nemo. She's got a very clear plan now of bishop f2 to h4, again, putting pressure on the knight on d8. And it's not so clear how black can continue to improve the position after we have played a3. So I'm very curious to see what she will come up with.
Yeah, and in the game between Jules and Dina, the players are now on move 21, so they have 19 moves left until the 14th move to get extra 30 minutes on their clocks. But the players are a little bit low on the clock here. Dina down to 17 minutes. She basically needs to make her move within a minute for every move now on average, whereas Jules is on 24 minutes, also approaching time trouble territory. So this game is going to get really exciting in the next 2 moves. Now, Dina is the better player, so she might have an advantage in time trouble. It would be much easier for her to play, but seeing how Dina has not been taking so much risks and she's playing a little bit too passively, anything could happen here. So this game is going to get really exciting here. Let's see what Dina decides to do here, but for now, she's spending some time on this move, and it's unclear where this rook will be safe.
Yeah, I don't expect any time pressure whatsoever in the game between Nemo and Alexander, but as you're pointing out, in the game between Jules and Dina, the players are getting quite low on time. Dina only has another 16 minutes on her clock. She needs to play another 20 moves to reach the time control. And Jules, she's up on time. She has 24 minutes. But that's also not that much time, given the fact that she needs to play another 19 moves. So yeah, Dina is spending her time here, but she's going to have to speed up pretty soon.
Yeah, we saw in the game between Dina and Anna how Dina went down to a few minutes on the clock, and that's the moment that she made this big blunder, losing a full piece. And yeah, that's why you have to make sure to play fast and not as long as you make your moves quickly and don't blunder on the spot, you should be fine. Because once you are down to 1 minute on the clock, that's when blunders arise much quicker, and you don't want to get into that situation again. So I'm really concerned about Dina here, as she is spending a lot of time now, down to 15 minutes already. It seems like we are approaching it's the same trend that we have seen in her game against Anna. So let's hope for her that it will not go down the same way as it did against Anna.
Yeah, so let's see what is going to happen. Yeah, the players are still thinking. But yeah, I definitely expect time pressure in the game between Dina and Jules. Dina now dropping below 15 minutes. And yeah, probably right now she's realizing that there's no easy way to continue here. Jules is doing pretty fine in most of the variations. She is about to regain the pawn. And then it's hard to see how Dina can be better, right? I mean, her king is potentially a little bit more exposed, given the fact that she does not have an f-pawn, whereas Jules still has 3 pawns in front of her king. The knight on d6 can always be a little bit loose. So, I don't know. I think Jules can be quite happy about the developments in the last couple of moves.
Yeah, right. Because the opening stage, of course, in the very opening, Jules was doing great, but soon enough, Dina made a really good adjustment there, and she really showed her class in the middle game. But as soon as things start to get tactical, that's where Dina starts to get a little bit shaky, and she plays too passive. She doesn't take much risks in these games in this tournament so far. So. Yeah, let's see how she will handle the position now. Her rook is under attack. If she goes, I mean, you don't really want to play rook f4 because if there's even a remote possibility of g3, you don't want to allow any of this. But I think even there might be some tactics involved there. If anything, you always have queen g5 to make sure that your rook will not get lost after that. But yeah, this rook doesn't really have many squares, so she essentially is going to pick between rook e6 or rook f5. And because she has limited options, she needs to try to make her decision fast. And also, she has to make sure that she doesn't blunder on the spot. And it seems like none of these moves blunder on the spot, so that's why she should try to make these moves fast, even though she's not. Even if you're not sure which move is the best move, sometimes it's the practical decision to play the move fast and save some time for the next couple of moves.
Yeah. I think what Dina might have missed is that, let's say black plays a move like rook to f5, with the idea that, let's say knight takes e5 runs to queen f6, attacking the knight 3 times, and the knight is actually pinned, because if you move the knight, you hang your queen on c3, but Jules has the clever bishop to g4, attacking the rook first, the rook has to move, and actually now there's g3 with a fork, or you can now take an e5. And I guess same thing after rook e6. White again doesn't take right away because of queen f6 attacking the knight. The knight is simply lost because if it moves, you hang the queen on c3. But white again plays bishop g4, attacking the rook. And if you move the rook back to e7, now I think white can safely take the pawn on e5 because queen f6 runs into f4 maybe to defend the knight, although there's knight e4. So I think this might be a good line for Dina to go for. This is, I think, what I would do. I think I would move my rook to e6, bishop g4, and then rook e7. But there's also still intermezzos like, let's say, g3 that can be annoying. Attacking the queen, let's say you move it here. But the thing is just that the natural move, knight takes e5, seems to be bad for white. After queen g7, you attack the knight, f4, maybe rook a8 or knight e4. So this would force Jules to make difficult moves. So I think this is what Dina should go for. I think she should play the move rook e6.
Yeah, I guess it also suits her playstyle in this game where she's playing a bit too passive, and since she needs to hold on to that pawn, so it would make a lot of sense to play rook e6 and try to hold on to that pawn as much as possible. I really like the trick that you point out with queen f6, in case white captures, of course. So let's see what she decides to do, but she's already down to 10 minutes on the clock. This is getting very concerning. And yeah, we have to give credit to Jules. She has been playing amazing chess in this tournament so far. She has been improving quite a lot these days. She is up to 1800 FIDE. And I believe a couple months back, she was 1500 rated. So she is making big moves. And she is now playing her wife, so to say. Those are her words, not mine. But yeah, this is a tense match. Neither player wants to lose, and they're here to fight. So they're not giving each other any mercy.
Yeah, so let's see what Dina is going to do. She has the move here. She is down to 10 minutes on her clock. A move needs to be made sooner rather than later. I mean, it's not like she's down to seconds or anything, but this is basically her last really significant thing she can take in the game. In the meantime, Alexandra has 24 minutes on her clock. Nemo has 16, so no time pressure there whatsoever. So I'm curious to see what plan Alexandra is going to come up with, because Nemo's plan currently seems to be quite clear. That plan with bishop f2 to h4 seems like a nice way to put pressure on black's king side.
Yeah, what can Alexandra do here? It makes a lot of sense to try to go for a3, but yeah, there is you're not going to win the pawn just yet, because after a3 even if you get to take that pawn on b2, there's always going to be rook takes 8, queen takes 8, and then you get to recapture. But of course, white needs to be careful still. And yeah, I guess this idea of bishop f2, bishop h4 can be quite damaging. Also, we see a move in Dina's game. She has played the move rook e6. So as expected, she plays the move rook e6, and it's also a very good one because this way you hold on to the pawn on e5, and it suits her nature that she's going for in this game, so it makes sense she goes for rook e6.
Yeah, rook e6 makes perfect sense. Now expect to move bishop g4 by Jules attacking the rook. And so then when you later do decide to take the pawn on e5, you can always strengthen your knight with the move f2, f4. Again, taking the pawn on e5 right here will lead to disaster due to queen f6. You just simply lose the knight, and that's it. So yeah, bishop g4 makes sense. And then I think Dina will just move her rook to e7. So I guess those moves will be played shortly here.
Yeah, exactly. Bishop g4, finally getting out of that square where the bishop was not doing anything whatsoever. In fact, it was a major target for black, but black did not make use of it, and now this bishop can come back to life and start being the annoying piece that it wants to be. And after bishop g4, besides attacking the rook on e6, it also enables moves such as g3, because now after bishop g4, the pawn is defended on h3, and after playing g3, the queen will have to retreat. So yeah, that would basically mean the end of black's attack for now. But let's see what Jules decides to do here, because she's down to 22 minutes. And yeah, the move bishop g4 is very logical, but it may take her some time because maybe she is interested in moving the knight back to c5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight c5 also makes sense, but I guess Dina just moves the rook to, let's say, e7, and then keeps a very healthy extra pawn. And yeah, the knight also just came from the c5 square, so Jules probably does want to regain that e5 pawn. So let's see. In the meantime, we have a move by Alexander. She played the move queen to c6, so slightly improving the placement of her queen. So now let's see if Nemo is going to play the move bishop to f2 to try to go bishop to h4 quickly.
Yep, queen c6 was played. I guess she's preparing to, well, she's defending the pawn on e6, and maybe she wants to maneuver this knight away from here. Maybe she wants to play knight b7 and somehow get it involved on the queen side. But yeah, I'm not sure if I really like this approach, if I really want to maneuver that knight all the way towards b3, because it's really hard to see where this knight is actually heading to. If we had to pick a square for the knight, all of the squares that we want it to reach are not really available. And by putting the knight on b3, you're blocking yourself quite a bit. So I'm not sure if this is exactly what black is looking for here, but I guess with the involvement of a3, it could get interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let's see what Nemo is going to do. Again, this plan makes sense to me. Oh, but Nemo has played rook to c1. Okay, also makes some sense, making sure that a3 will now no longer create a pin. Let's see what Alexander will do here. Like you said, by moving the queen here, she can now move the knight from d8. What you can also do is go for a plan with, let's say, knight b6, and then maybe like queen d7 to f7. I think a queen trade would be in black's favor. The queen on g6 is definitely White's most active piece. And then after you go, let's say queen e7, if the queen moves away, then you can go like knight c6, bringing that knight out again. So I think queen c6 is a good move. Let's see what the follow-up will be.
Yeah, let's see. I'm very curious to see as the players are spending more and more time. Of course, in the game between Nemo and Alexandra, they are reaching move 40 very soon, so we will not see any time scrambles there. However, in the other game between Jules and Dina, Dina is now down to 9 minutes, and they still have to make another 18 moves. So Jules actually did play the move bishop g4. She's attacking that rook on e6, and now the rook has to leave again. The rook has to, probably will go to e7, and yeah, it will be safe there. But black is slowly losing the threat in his position, where a few moves ago, black was in a very comfortable spot and able to pose a lot of threats to white. Is now black is in a passive position, and even though black is up a pawn, that extra pawn is not really helping much because that pawn on e5 is rather loose.
Yeah, so Dina's spending a lot of time here, but to me, yeah, rook e7 looks very logical, just moving the rook to safety. You don't really want to move the rook to e8, because then your rook and queen are on forkable squares. Like, if a knight ever lands on f6, that would be bad news for black. So, yeah, she just has to move here. She's down to 8 minutes. So, yeah, let's see if she will go rook to e7. I'll be surprised if she doesn't.
I guess I'm even surprised she didn't play this move instantly because you don't really have many moves left. I guess there are there's an argument for a move such as knight b5, like an intermezzo, but I wouldn't know why to consider this move because yeah, it doesn't really feel natural. It doesn't feel right to play knight b5 because I don't see what the point is behind that move. So rook e7, a simple and safe move. Because the more time you spend on these kind of moves that you're supposed to play instantly, the worse it will get for the next couple of moves. So I'm getting really concerned for Diona's time now. And yeah, Jules is just simply playing amazing chess here.
Yeah, Dina really needs to speed up here. I mean, oh, rook to e8. Okay, that's a surprising move. I guess she wants to make sure that her queen can always retreat to, let's say, the d8 square. But this would really invite a move like, let's say, f4 from Jules. Because now if you go e4, there will always be a check on f6. So I'm wondering what Dina has in mind there. After f4, maybe knight e4. But is it crazy if Jules goes for something like this? Like, let's say f4, knight e4. What if you sack? And then you take an e5? Followed by knight f6 or e6. This looks scary. This looks terrifying for black.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. If Jules manages to find the move f4, I mean, she has a wonderful position here. That pawn is under huge pressure. You cannot move that pawn whatsoever because of this knight f6 threat. And that goes to show that knight is so strong and you have to keep an eye on all of those weaknesses around the black king. This is why we really want to have this dark squared bishop on g7 to make sure that moves such as knight f6 are not possible. But now, if Jules finds the move f4, Dina will be in big trouble. But I see the move that Jules played, Benjamin, and it is not f4.
Okay, so knight takes e5 on the board. Okay, so now I expect Dina to go queen to f6, attacking the knight on the e5 square, which is a little difficult to protect. Because now a move like f4 can run into knight to e4, blocking the e-file. And this would give Dina the opportunity to win a pawn anyway. Maybe what Jules can do is play queen f3. This would be a clever move, attacking the queen, so you cannot take the knight. And in case you take the queen first, then white recaptures the knight. And it's doing quite okay in the endgame. So let's see if that is going to happen. But yeah, definitely a big missed opportunity there for Jules. I think if she would have found f4, Dina would have been in a tough spot, especially with 7 minutes on her clock.
I guess Jules is partially playing on Dina's clock here, because once your opponent is lower on the clock, you want to put pressure more and more, and you start also making moves much faster. So perhaps she just wants to put pressure on Dina's clock, but also, I mean, if you can recapture a pawn and be in an equal position, why not? So maybe she was too focused on that free pawn on e5, and that's why she missed out on this opportunity to play f4 and wait for one move to capture that pawn back and allow yourself to get that knight to f6 potentially. So yeah, instead she went for knight takes e5, which makes perfect sense. But now Dina still has a chance to make the best out of it in this game.
Yeah, we have some questions in the chat. This tournament is indeed federated, but Alexander made a move. She played rook b to b8. All right, so now let's see what NEMO is going to do. I think still the idea of bishop f2 to h4 makes a ton of sense. We have a move by Dina in the meantime. She did not play knight to queen f6. Instead, she played knight to e4 right away, attacking the queen on c3. But here, Jules has to sacrifice the exchange because, okay, the queen is under attack. And if you move the queen, the knight is hanging as well. So rook takes c4 is absolutely... Oh, sorry, not that. Rook takes c4 is absolutely forced. Black will take the pawn. And here white has a difficult move, knight to d7. threatening to go to f6, but there's no good way for black to stop it. I mean, knight f6 would create a devastating fork on the rook and the king. Maybe a rook e7, but like check. And I guess white at least has a draw here, maybe. So I don't know. There's potentially a big upset here in the making, especially given the fact that Dina is so low on time.
Yeah, exactly. So this is getting really concerning for Dina now once again, as 94, it is a strong move. I mean, attacking the queen and interfering the rook on the e-file so that the knight on e5 is now under attack, but this is kind of forcing white to play rook takes e4 because any other move simply loses the knight. So this forces white to take on e4, and after d takes e4, knight d7 goes back. And I think Jules will spot this idea that knight f6 is a big threat, and it's not so easy how black can handle the situation here.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see. Jules is thinking, but yeah, rook takes e4 really is the only move here. Otherwise, you just lose a full piece for pretty much nothing. Nemo played another move as well. She moved her rook to c2. Makes some sense, defending, adding some support to this b2 pawn. And the rook is slightly better placed on c2 than it was on b1, because on b1 it's just passive, right? And it's also kind of pinned. The b2 pawn would be pinned. Now she might have an idea of, let's say, moving her d2 knight out of the way, and then moving the rook over to the g file to try to infiltrate on the king side. So let's see what Alexander is going to do. I still like the idea of moving this knight to b6 and then going queen e7 to f7 to at least try to push that annoying white queen out of black's camp.
But it looks like Alexandra played move knight to b7. It seems like she's heading for that b3 square with the knight. And it remains to be seen how useful that square is for the knight, because, yeah, the rooks are trying to create some play on the queen side, but with the knight on b3, it feels like that piece is more in the way than that it actually helps and contributes to anything. So let's see how Alexander will proceed from here, but Nemo's chances are looking pretty good on the queen side, on the king side, I mean, as white is trying to activate the pieces there.
And Dina has stood up from the board with only 6 minutes on her clock. Maybe she's feeling confident, like, oh, I'm winning material here. I'm winning the game. But yeah, if Jules finds rook takes c4 and knight d7, Dina is having a tough task ahead of her. In the meantime, Nemo just moved. She moved her knight to f3. All right, good move. And now what I like for Alexander, I mean, knight a5 is a move, but I also still like knight b6 to try to go queen e8. I want to get that queen away on the king side.
Yeah, that queen is quite disturbing over there. And especially because the black queen is not really contributing to anything. It doesn't really do much, so might as well try to trade it off for the white queen. So let's see if Alexandra will go for that move. But Jules made a move, and it's rook takes e4. She played the move, the only move in this position. She is sacrificing the exchange, and I'm curious to see if she's actually feeling confident here, because after d takes e4 played by Dina now, she has to play knight to d7. And I'm curious, this could mean two things. Either she thinks that, oh, I'm down the exchange and this doesn't really feel very pleasant, or maybe she's feeling extremely confident because she spots that the black king is in trouble. Knight to d7 is super annoying because of the move knight f6.
Yeah, I think she will find knight d7 because there's just no alternative, right? I mean, if you trade an f7, black recaptures, it just feels like you're down in exchange and you're just kind of lost. So yeah, I think she'll find knight d7. There's just nothing else, and the threat knight f6 is just so tough for black to deal with that yeah, I think she'll find it.
I think so too. I mean,
oh, sorry, I was just gonna say, and then I'm very curious to see how Dina is gonna respond with only 6 minutes on her clock. Yeah, go ahead.
Very concerning, Benjamin. And yeah, she just played knight d7 to e5, so I think it's definitely on her radar to go back to that square and reinforce the threat of knight f6. So yeah, I mean, as you said, what other move does white have here? The knight is hanging. If you take on f7, maybe this is one move that she could be considering, that after knight takes f7, the king goes to f7 and it's a bit exposed. But then let's put the moves on the board. Then black will be able to control the dark squares. Queen f6 will be played very soon, and white will simply be down in exchange for no compensation whatsoever. So if white had a bishop on d4 here, let's say, then we will be talking about a completely different position. But without that dark squared bishop, this is a different story. And we would rather keep the knight on the board, play knight d7, and that knight on f7 is not a great piece at all. It's very awkwardly placed there. It's a defensive piece, I guess. It's defending the king, but you don't want to rely on the knight on f7 here. It's you'd rather have a pawn there, so to say.
Right. Yeah, so Jules taking her time here. She's probably calculating the consequences of knight at d7, but I think she should just play the move quickly because there's just no alternative. And now she's giving Dina extra time to think. We see Dina, she stood up from the board earlier, but now she's locked in. She knows knight d7 is very likely going to come sooner or later, and then she'll be under quite a bit of pressure. So that's why she's fully focused right now. And again, the more time Jules thinks here, the more time she's actually adding to Dina's clock.
Yeah, the players are now on move 24. So they're about to make the 25th move. 16 moves left until move 40. So both players are now pretty low on the clock. They have less than 1 minute per move on average, which is not a lot of time. The position is getting more and more complicated as we get closer to 14th move, and that requires time, especially for Dina, since she is in a tough spot where her dark squares are extremely weakened around the king. So yeah, it feels like it's a whole gap here where, yeah, you don't really have the right pieces to defend those squares. This bishop is cutting off the squares here, the light squares here, very well. So a move such as rook e6 is out of the question, and that makes things a little bit more difficult for black.
Yeah. All right. Somebody asked a good question in the chat. Why did Alexander's clock hit 46 minutes? I don't know. She doesn't have that much time on the clock, I think. Oh, Jules missed it. She plays knight takes f7. That's a big missed opportunity. Now after king takes, I think Dina's just winning.
Ouch, she cannot afford to trade pieces. When you're down material, you need to keep the pieces on the board, especially because knight d7 was such a big threat, and that knight is such a monster of a piece. So now after knight takes f7, king takes f7, Dina is back in the game, and as we mentioned before, black is simply going to play queen f6 and is going to be very much fine here, and Dina should be able to convert this position now without any trouble.
Yeah, I think Dina is going to win the game now. She's up in exchange. I think Jules definitely doesn't have enough. As you're pointing out, queen f6 is coming soon. And rook d1 can just be met with rook a8, offering a trade of rooks. So, yeah, definitely a big missed opportunity there by Jules. I mean, who knows what would have happened if knight d7 would have been played. I think Dina certainly would have been under quite a lot of pressure with, again, only 6 minutes on her clock and a lot of threats in the position. But yeah, now, I mean, the position is very easy to navigate. So the fact that she's got 6 minutes is not such a big factor right now.
Yeah, exactly. And people are wondering what is going on with the clocks on Nemo's and Alexandra's board. So just to remind the audience, the time control of this tournament is 90 minutes for each player. After move 40, the players receive 30 minutes extra on their clocks. And every single move, they receive 30 seconds extra. So it is really difficult to lose on time here. It's possible, but unlikely going to be the case. And because of that, the players have reached move 40, and that's why they got 30 minutes extra on their clock. So Alexandra just made her 14th move. She's up to 45 minutes now. The clocks registered that she had 45 minutes a move earlier. I'm not sure how that happened, but yeah, maybe they have what is this? Where they count the moves within the clock, and they made some mistakes with making moves and then pressing the clock twice accidentally or something. It's very much possible, but yeah. Anyway, Queen E8 is on the board, played by Alex. She's going for your idea, Benjamin.
Yeah, she's offering the queen trade. I think a good idea because the white queen is pretty active. It's kind of annoying there on the king side. And now Nemo, yeah, she's got 40 minutes on her clock. So let's see what she is going to do. In the meantime, Jules played the move rook to d1, threatening rook to d7. Although, I mean, that can still be my rook e7. But I think if I was Dina here, I would just play rook a8, offering the trade of rooks. And white really doesn't have enough. So I just expect Dina to convert this position into full point. What can potentially happen in the game between Nemo and Alexander, although I don't really expect it, is maybe a repetition of moves. So let's say something like, let's say a check on h7 and queen d7 and queen g6 back. But, you know, since Nemo was saying like, oh, I want to beat Alexander, this and that, I think it's unlikely that that's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's I mean, also Nemo, I feel like in this position, she is the one trying to go for a win here because she is infiltrated into Black's position. That queen is so active on g6, so it feels sort of counterintuitive to try to go for a repetition or a draw whatsoever. You want to try something on the king side here, whereas Black is pretty well placed with the pieces on the queen side. A lot of activity going on there, but how to proceed there is not so easy.
All right, so Nemo played the move rook to a1, it looks like. So she's allowing the trade of rooks. I think, though, after the trade, Alexander should be doing quite fine. I would just trade, maybe play king to d7, defending the pawn on e6. And it's hard for white to really do anything on the king side. It's also not that easy for black to do anything on the queen side, but I think maybe like knight a5 to b3, then maybe a3 at the right moment. Yeah, so let's see how this game is going to proceed.
Yeah, and just to quickly go back in the game between Jules and Dina, just to go back to that moment because the chat is talking about this moment that 97 may seem a bit too obscure, but if you think about it logically, I think it's very much possible for a lot of players to see this move 97 because you're down material. You just sacrifice the exchange, and since you're down material, you have to hold on to your pieces as much as possible. You have to try to find counterplay, and if you decide to go for a trade, you're basically admitting defeat, and you're saying, okay, I'm in survival mode now. I'm trying to survive being down exchange. Whereas if you go for 97, you are trying to go for a fight here, and you may not be so certain that the position is fine, but yeah, in that case, you'll be able to have a lot of more counterplay. So it makes a lot of sense that 97 was quite a logical move if you think about it, but perhaps seeing the clock situation and maybe Jules, yeah, sort of underestimated how strong 97 is.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised she didn't play it. I wonder if maybe she didn't see the move altogether, because it might feel slightly unnatural to move the knight again into d7, because it's been jumping back and forth. All right, so let's see what's going to happen. I think a trade took place in the game between, Alexander and Nemo. So Alexander traded on g6 and then played the move knight at d8. Also looks fine, but it's a little bit more passive, right? I think you would rather defend the pawn with the king, because then you can still use your knight for active purposes. Now the knight is stuck defending that pawn on e6, so you can only use it again after you defend the pawn with your king, and then you can activate the knight again. So I think knight e8 might be a slight inaccuracy, but this position should still be more or less balanced.
Yeah, the thing is that it's really easy for black to maneuver the knights because black has quite a bit more space, especially on the queen side. And it's not easy how white can maneuver the knights, let's say, into the king side, because all these pawns over here are so annoyingly placed that you're very restricted. So this knight on d1, I mean, how will it ever get into the game? Because you cannot access the square g4, e4, d3. All of these squares are taken away by pawns here. So this knight feels pretty much out of the game. Then we have this other knight left that can go to h4 and maybe to g6, but it's not that clear. It's really difficult to get that knight into the game, and as soon as the rook leaves g6, you get to play bishop e7 perhaps, so it's not that easy for white to make progress here, whereas I feel like it's much easier to play this with black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the meantime, we also have more moves in the game between Jules and Dina. Jules gave a check on c4, and Dina just calmly played her king to g7. Yeah, again, white's just out of full exchange, and the king is sitting perfectly safe over here. The queen can always come to f6 to cover a lot of the squares. So I think Dina has this one in the bag. But yeah, definitely a missed opportunity for Jules. But overall, she played a good game. Yeah, let's see. So as you pointed out, bishop f2 was played by Nemo. Good move, as now she can try to reroute her bishop to h4. And I think that Alexander will have to play king to d7 eventually. And then she might realize, like, hey, I kind of just lost one or two moves here by moving the knight back instead of moving my king there right away.
Yeah, so let's see how Alexander will respond to this move, as Nemo is going for this idea with bishop h4. This idea we've been pointing out for quite some time now, and it makes sense, right? Because that bishop on e3 is not doing much, so we want to give that bishop a better square. It was basically boxed between its own pawns, so you want to make it let it go to a better square. And h4 makes a lot of sense, especially because once you capture that knight off the board, the pawn e6 drops. So yeah, Alexandra needs to be careful with that. But for now, it's her turn, and she doesn't have too much to worry about. Just to make sure that she protects the pawn e6, and that's why indeed king d7 is a desirable move.
Oh, and king d7, by the way, has just been played by Alexander. Good move, defending the pawn, so now the knight is free to move again. In the game between Jules and Dina, a trade took place on d8, but all of this is really in favor of Dina. I mean, she's up in material. The more trades that take place, the closer and closer she will come to the win. So Jules really has to keep the queens out. If the queens get traded off, it will be a very easy walk in the park for Dina to convert this. But yeah, black is so safe. Queen f6, again, holds everything together. Maybe e3 at the right moment, opening up, files towards the white king. So I'll be shocked if Dina does not win this one, as the position is so simplified.
Yeah, right. So, of course you have to be a little careful, but this bishop can just not cause any harm whatsoever. This queen is controlling all the dark squares, so you're just fine on the dark squares. And sooner or later, I can see Dina play queen f6, rook d8, rook d2, target that pawn on f2, and that rook is going to snatch some pawns off the board on the second rank. And then it will be lights out very soon. So it is a matter of time until Jules will give up, I think. But this position is completely lost, and I don't expect anything too crazy to happen here anymore.
Mm-hmm. But if people in the chat are saying, like, there's been talking in the chat about Andrea leaving the tournament. I don't know if chat is serious about that, or I don't know what that is all about. In the meantime, yeah, Nemo is thinking. Now the players have a lot of time on their clock again. Nemo has 35 minutes, Alexander 45. And then, yeah, I think the game between Dina and Jules will, yeah, I mean, I think it's not going to go too much longer. Anyway, queen c5 was played by Jules, attacking the pawn on a7, but I guess you can just play a6 and make sure that everything is safe.
Yeah, chat is saying, so she lost on time. Yeah, she lost on time, but it was already a completely lost position. So I think the fact that she lost the piece early on in the game, yeah, is definitely not making her feel very good about that game. And yeah, I guess apparently she mentioned something on her Instagram stories. Yeah, let's hope that it's not too serious and that she will be able to come back for tomorrow's game, because tomorrow she's supposed to face her sister, and I'm sure she wants to take revenge. So yeah, That would be a fun matchup, of course. Maybe she is doing a reverse psychology chat. Maybe she is pretending to be, really through the game. But in reality, she is just getting ready for tomorrow's game because taking down her sister would be quite something.
Yeah, in the meantime, we have another move by NEMO. She just moved her bishop to h4, putting pressure on the knight on d8. So maybe now is a good time for Alexander to move her knight back with knight to c6. And yeah, I'm curious to see what NEMO has in mind there. In the meantime, Dina played the move h5. h5, good move, hitting the bishop. The bishop can only move to e2. And then what Dina can do is she can go queen d2, attack the bishop, and if the bishop moves back, there's the move e3. Throwing the pawn on f2, and white's forced to take, and then you get the queen trade in, and black is winning. Dina has, I feel like this is a pretty easy calculation, although she has been sort of refusing to calculate in some situations. So let's see if she will with the move queen e2 here.
Yeah, queen e2 makes a lot of sense. I mean, this is such an easy conversion, so queen e2 is very much expected. e3 comes after that, and once the queens are off the board, it will be even much easier to convert this. So I have no doubt about Dina's conversion skills here. Anyone of her caliber should be able to convert this. So yeah, she does have only 3 minutes left on the clock, but I would say it's harder to blunder here than to convert this. So it would be a big surprise if she messes this up. So with 10 moves left for until the 14th move, I don't expect anything too crazy to happen.
No, same. Yeah. And yeah, but still a lot of things can happen in the game between NEMO and Alexandra. Dina did play queen to d2. It looks like hitting the bishop on e2. So I think this game might be over pretty soon. Although, even with the queens off, might still take a little while to actually convert that endgame into a point. But there's no question in my mind that Dina will win this game. Like I said, the game between Alexander and NEMO can still go either way. But I guess I would play knight c6 here. These mosquitoes here are just getting on my nerves. And then maybe you follow up with a3 in the near future.
Yeah, exactly. Moving the knight makes a lot of sense. Just to make sure that this bishop is not going to cause any harm over here. We kind of need the knights in a close position. Knights can be very useful pieces in close positions. And we want to make sure that this bishop is not doing anything whatsoever because almost all the white pawns are on the dark squares. So it's a great defender, but we want to have attacking pieces. So the bishop trading it with the knight over here would be beneficial for white. So let's see if Alex will decide to move that knight to c6, which would make a lot of sense. But yeah, perhaps she could also be thinking about knight to f7. But I'm not sure if I really like the move because of rook f6. So why not just play knight c6 and focus on the queen side still?
Yep, knight c6, by the way, has just been played by Alexander.
All
Good
right.
move, bring the knight back into the game. And in the game between Jules and Dina, Jules moved her bishop to c4, and Dina played pawn to e3. So let's see what Jules will do, but I think she probably has to take on e3, and then I would just take on e3 in a heartbeat with the queen. Just trade of the queens should be a very straightforward win for black. Even though for the moment it might take a little time because the bishop can still defend the pawns over here, but the bishop cannot hold a position for forever. Eventually, you can also activate your king, attack some of the weaknesses, and yeah, Dina with her technique, I'm sure is going to win this game.
Yeah, do you think she will maybe she could also be thinking about playing rook takes e3 just to keep the queens on the board because she is so close to that king and maybe she can set up some checkmate ideas even. Do you think that could be on her mind as well?
Yes, but I think she'll just take with the rook and try to win the game on autopilot, so to speak. Like if you take with the rook there, you still have to look at maybe there is queen takes a7 for white and like rook e1, bishop f1. It's not 100% clear to me how you actually checkmate white. And yeah, so probably I think she'll just trade off the queens and just win an autopilot. And yeah, Jules is thinking right now, she probably realizes that the end game is lost, but there's no better alternative.
Yeah, indeed, she can still try to keep fighting in the rook versus bishop endgame, but it's pretty much hopeless. As long as this rook will play on the dark squares, black should be completely winning, and it simply requires some technique, and I trust Indina to convert that rather easily.
Yeah. All right. So in the meantime, I kind of like Alexander's position. I feel like the moves should be coming slightly more intuitively here for black. Like, I don't really see an active plan for white, right? Whereas with black, we're just going to go a3 quickly, open up the queen side. And with white, I mean, you have that rook on g6. Maybe what you can do, by the way, is like rook f6, followed by rook f7. That could be a plan. But I guess after rook f7, we just go like king e8. And then, okay, maybe you go to h7, right? That's the only real plan I see for Nemo right now.
Right. Yeah, that would be interesting. But I guess it's hard to play rook f6 because, yeah, you just kind of run into that bishop going to e7. And even though you have rook f7 pinning that bishop on e7, maybe black will be able to take over the g file. And yeah, maybe white is scared to lose the threat over there. So it's a tough move to make. But if not rook f6, then how do you make progress? I was thinking, what about, let's say, bishop f6 and then bishop g7? Is that something that white could consider here?
I think that also makes perfect sense. Yeah, I'm curious to see what would happen in that case. Maybe the moment white goes bishop g7, I guess there's knight e7, but then you maybe move your rook. So I like the idea. I like the idea. In the meantime, we have a move by Jules. Jules just played bishop to d3, but yeah, that's not it. I mean, again, this game, I think it's just going to be over soon. I mean, Dina can take the pawn on f2 with her queen. She can also go pawn to e2. Pawn e2 might just look the easiest, right? I mean, you're threatening to promote. And in case white takes, you can take with the rook, you can take it to queen. Either way, black is just winning. So I think this game is just going to be over in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, exactly. And Dina has made a move. She played queen takes f2.
Yeah.
I would say e2 was probably the easier move, but maybe she didn't like that after e2 there's some check here and it looks a bit dangerous, but I think king h6 simply and everything is fine. The bishop is pinned, you promote on next move, so this is completely winning, but instead she took on f2.
Yep. All right. Yeah, she took an f2. Jules moved her king to h2. Now I would just give a check on f4, and yeah, that has already been played. The king has to move back, probably to h1, and then you just go e2, and yeah, black's just completely winning. So yeah, I think this game is gonna end pretty soon here.
I think so too, and yeah, Dina with the convincing conversion, as expected. I think, okay, Jules can still play g3, but I guess that doesn't really help matters as there is a check on f2 and you also lose a pawn on g3. She plays king g1, but now simply e2, and that pawn is unstoppable.
Yeah, for the moment you still have queen c3 check though, followed by queen e1, so it's not like the pawn is promoting right away, but after let's say queen c3, black goes like queen e5, and after queen e1 you can always play a move like h4, followed by queen g3, and yeah, white's not holding the pawn too much longer. In the meantime, we have some more moves in the game between Nemo and Alexandra. So Nemo played knight to e3, and then Alexandra played knight to c8, attacking the pawn on b2, and Nemo played rook to a2, defending the b2 pawn. So now let's see what Alexandra is going to do. She can maybe go for something like a3, or maybe rook b3. Look at this, rook b3, setting up the idea of a3. Because if you take then c3 drops, and you also have ideas of knight b4. Look at this, knight d2, knight b4. If you take the knight, I take your knight on e3, and all of a sudden everything is collapsing for white here. And if you take the rook, then I take your rook on a2, and actually your knight on b3 is a little bit stuck. right? So some difficult tactical ideas for Alexander to figure out, though, because you kind of have to see knight b4, because otherwise after knight e2, you just have to move back. So let's see what she will do.
Wow, what a move. If she finds that, I mean, she would be the deserving winner of this game because this is not easy. I mean, the move rook b3 itself makes sense. Like, I'm sure she's spotting this. She already played rook b3 in the game. But seeing that it actually works out is a whole other story. Because as you said, 92, it attacks the rook, and normally you will just retreat it because, oh, your rook is under attack, you have to move it. But with this crazy knight b4 move, if she finds this move, that will be insane. I don't know if she will find this move. It's a really difficult one to find, especially in this very position where you still have to decide what to play here. I think the move a3 feels more natural, and it also looks good to me because if you get rid of that pawn on b2, then the pawn on c3 becomes weak, and slowly but surely the pawns will collapse on the queen side. So I think she will try to go for a3, but let's see. She has a lot of time on the clock, so perhaps she may be spending some time here to try to figure out what the best move is here.
Yeah, let's see what she's going to do. Yeah, rook a2 seems to be a mistake, perhaps, by Nemo. All right, so we have some more moves in the game between Dina and Jules. Let's see what happens. Okay, so
I guess just a check.
King g1, and Dina played king to h6. Okay, makes sense. Being sure that queen c3 does not come with a check. I guess now Jules will play queen c3, making sure that she can stop the pawn if she wants to, but Dina can also give a check here and then e2. So yeah, king h6 actually looks pretty fine, because now, let's say after queen c3, you give a check, and here, and this was not possible earlier because there was a queen on c5, right? So I think king h6 is a very clean way to convert the game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the players are still not at move 40, which is quite interesting to see. So perhaps Jules is still trying to hold on and see how far she can get. But I think as soon as they reach move 40, Jules will definitely call it a day. But maybe even before that, because it's quite convincing that this pawn is about to promote here.
Right. Okay, so let's see what is going to happen. Alexander still thinking. I think the game between Jules and Dina is going to be over any moment now, because the e-pawn is simply unstoppable. And yeah, Jules has 2.5 minutes on her clock. The players in the game between Nemo and Alexander have a lot of time, so I'm curious to see what Alexander is going to do. A3 makes quite a bit of sense to me. I feel like the lines that we showed with rook b3 and knight b4 are quite difficult to find, so I'd be quite impressed if Alexander finds that.
Yeah, that will be insane. It's an idea that could be spotted, but I think if let's say you're given the position that after rook b3, knight d2, find the strong move for black, then you will see moves such as knight b4 appear on your radar. But to realize and understand this a move earlier is a different story and is quite challenging. So we'll have to see if Alexandra spots this idea, but I have a feeling she will try to go for a3 as that feels more natural. It makes more sense, and it's another way to dislodge this pawn structure on the queen side.
Yep, we have a move by Jules. She played queen to a5, and now Dina quickly gave a check on f2, and king h2 by Jules is on the board. All right, so now I think Dina is just going to push the pawn after e2. I mean, there is a check on d2, but then I guess you just move your king to, I'd say h7 maybe. There's no real checks after that, and then sooner or later White's going to have to give up the bishop, and Black will be up a full rook. So yeah, I guess this game is going to be over pretty soon.
Yeah, should be over very soon. The king on h6 is extremely safe, so no worries about that king. And there's no checkmate threat on g6 either. The queen cannot teleport to d6 right away, so it is expected that after e2, it is simply over. And yeah, let's just hope that Dina does not manage to throw in time trouble, but it should, as I said, it's harder to lose this than to win this game with black.
All right. Anyway, let's see what is going to happen. E2 by Dina is on the board. Jules is thinking here, but I guess she's going to give a check on D2. You know, why not? And then Dina will still have to make a few more moves to finish this game off. And there we have Queen E2 check on the board. Yeah, really just King G7, King H7, all of those moves win the game. All roads lead to Rome, as they say. But yeah, everything can still happen in the game between Nemo and Alexandra.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see if Alexandra is going to find this a crazy idea, or if she will settle for moves such as A3. It would make a lot of sense to go for A3. Naturally speaking, that pawn on A4 is a weakness. There's no rook on B1, which may cause this pawn on B2 to be pinned. So, logically speaking, it would make sense to play A3. Get rid of that pawn island on A4. That is all on its own there. And then try to harass white on the queen side with those pawns here that are quite nice targets for the rooks over here. So yeah, I think Alexander is going to take quite some time here. Jules gave a check on D2, but after rook E3, this is completely over. The pawn is about to promote you. You would have to give up your bishop in order to not allow promotion to happen. But after bishop takes E2, you can simply recapture with the queen, and that should be over.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, somebody's pointing out in the chat that the position between Nemo and Alexandra is a 3-result position. I agree. I think this game can still go either way, but I'd give the advantage to Alexandra. It feels like her play on the queen side is more clear than Nemo's play on the king side. I mean, for the moment, Alexandra has everything defended, and it's difficult to see how white can bring some more pieces into the attack. And there we see Jules resigning. So Dina wins her game and joins the leaders with 2.5 out of 3.
Yeah, Jules had such a good game. She was in a worse position. She managed to come back very well, played a brilliant move, but I have a feeling that she may not have realized that her position was completely fine and went into this position where she traded down material while being down in exchange. So Dina got away with it pretty well, but as soon as she was up material, and in a much better position, she did not give her opponent any chances and converted very easily. So, good game by both players, but I think Jules will feel a little disappointed maybe that she misses opportunity to make Dina's life really difficult there.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what is going to happen. We have a move by Alexandra. She played rook to B3. Wow, so I wonder, oh, sorry, not that one, rook to B3. So I wonder if she's spotting that after 92, there is that move knight B4.
Ooh, this is getting interesting, Benjamin, because you don't play rook B3 without knowing that after 92, there may be knight B4, I feel like. Because if you play rook B3, face 92, and then retreat again, you don't really make progress, even if you go to the other squares on the B file. So I feel like she is spotting this idea of knight B4. And yeah, this is getting really exciting. And I wonder if Hammer is still up at this hour, because this is the moment that things are getting really exciting.
Yeah, she also has some other interesting possibilities after 92, which I think is a very logical move for Nemo. You can also consider the move A3. Right, trying to open up the queen side, and in case white takes, you recapture, you hit the rook, white has to move back, and then you take on b2. White still has rook b1, so you're not promoting the pawn right away, but, you know, this is definitely something to consider. Another thing you can consider is maybe to take on d4, also sacrificing the exchange, because if white takes, you recapture with the pawn, hitting the rook, and yeah, there might be some possibilities there as well. So I'm very curious to see what Alexandra has in mind in case 92 is played, because for the moment, a3 and knight b4 are some pretty big threats. So I think Nemo needs to, I think 92 looks very natural. Looks like a very natural move here to kick the rook away.
Yeah, I think she has to go for this. Otherwise, she's basically accepting defeat, and it's not like white has something better to do here. You don't have time to play moves such as bishop f6 and bishop g7, because I feel like that is the only way to make progress on the king side. I don't see any other way to make progress. All the other options just seem too slow, and bishop f6, bishop g7 already feels too slow already, so you can't really afford to do that. So you have to kick the rook back, but as we said before, 92 will be followed by knight b4, and now that a3 is also an option even after 92, I'm getting really concerned for Nemo here, and it becomes much harder for her to play this position.
Yeah, and some people are asking in the chat, like Dina did win her game, so she joins the leaders on 2.5 out of 3. It was a good game by Jules. Jules definitely had her chances, but she went wrong when the position got complicated. But I think either way, this is a great learning experience for her. All right, so let's see what is going to happen here in this game between Nemo and Alexandra. The players still have quite a lot of time on their clocks, but this game is certainly heating up.
Yeah, absolutely, Benjamin. I mean, this is getting so exciting. And yeah, the fact that Alexander played the move rook b3 makes me even more excited. Like, we're almost on the edge of our seat to see if she's going to make that move knight b4 or a3 and complicate matters a lot for Nemo, because that would mean a big yeah, not result just yet, because there's still work to be done here, but it is a great start of an amazing game. So let's see what Nemo decides to do here, but I feel like there's no other move than 92 that makes sense here.
Yeah, I already had a feeling that this could have been a long game. As soon as f5 was played on move number, I don't know, move number, where is it? I don't know. Move number, wait.
9.
Give me a second. Move number 9, yes, because the position got locked up, especially then the bishops got traded off, and then c4 was played at move 14, locking it up even further. That already gave me a tell that this was going to be a long game. In the meantime, we have a move by Nemo. I think she played the move knight to d1, adding some support to the pawns on b4 and c3. But here, knight b4 is still a great move by Alexandra. Look at this. You hit the rook on a2. And again, if you take the knight, there's rook takes f3. And the white structure is really falling apart. f4 is weak here. d4 is weak. b4 is weak. If you play rook b3, I think you're looking at these types of ideas. And if white goes rook a1, then you go knight d3, and this is certainly, I mean, hey, f4 is hanging in b2. I mean, the position feels like it's already falling apart right here.
Yeah, 91 is just too passive, and this is the issue, right? Hammer was talking earlier about frustrating your opponent, and because white is so limited in making progress, and because the whole center is shut down, it's just really difficult to play this with the white pieces. So then you start to resort to passive moves such as knight d1, because you need to protect the pawns, you need to defend, you don't have time to attack anymore. And that's what Alex is doing really well. She is frustrating her opponent a lot here. And yeah, it's looking really good for Alexandra, and I'm curious to see if she will spot this move knight b4. Now, in this position, it's much easier to spot that knight b4 is just a really strong move. So let's see she will decide to make this move right here, right now.
I think there's a good chance she will.
Yeah.
Because again, with rook b3, you're setting up those ideas for knight b4. Thanks, Van Beingeld, for supporting the channel with 5 subs. Yeah, because also, I mean, after rook takes f3, the position is really just falling apart for Nemo. She could also be looking at a3, but then, you know, she could have also played a3 on the last turn. So I think she'll find it. I think she'll find it.
I think so too. It's right there. She knows that the pawn on c3 is pinned, and as soon as you get to play knight b4, after the capture, rook takes f3, white's position is completely falling apart. Weakness 1, weakness 2, weakness 3. You can also argue that b2 is a weakness, but it's very well defended for now. But all those pawns are basically disappearing soon from the board, and it's really difficult for white to defend this position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let's see if she will. Nemo just stood up from the board, and she was actually standing behind Alexandra, looking at the position from her perspective. And I wonder if when she was looking at Alexander's perspective, she saw that move, right? Because you sometimes might miss moves from your side of the board, but you might see them if you're looking from your opponent's side. I'm sure it must be on Alexander's radar. So let's see if she will play it. I mean, if she sees knight b4, she must realize that this is very close to win for her.
Exactly. And I guess the move a3 is still possible to consider, but there you go.
Oh, knight
Alexander
b4 is on the
goes for
board.
knight b4. She does it.
Yeah, great move by Alexander. I think she's just winning now. I mean, the rook on a2 is under attack. If you take the knight, then we take the knight on f3. The pawn on b4 is weak. The pawn on f4 is weak. The pawn on d4 is weak. So Nemo is going to have to come up with with something crazy to try to turn this one around. But it looks like Alexander might be on her way to a victory here.
She has been playing amazing chess in this game, very composed and putting a lot of pressure on the white pieces. The white position is now falling apart. And what can you do here now with white? I mean, your rook is under attack directly. If you simply move the rook, then you allow this knight to infiltrate with knight d3. Pawn f4 is hanging. The pawn b2 is hanging. White is definitely losing material here, one way or the other.
And Nemo just got back at the board. She sees the move knight b4. I wonder if we'll see any like facial expression. And Nemo keeps a poker face, so to speak. She doesn't really respond to it, although she must realize that knight b4 is a very good move by black, creating a lot of problems for her.
She did make this little hand movement when she wrote down and she dropped the pen back on the paper. She made it kind of feels like she understands that something doesn't feel right here. Something's wrong, and her position is about to collapse here because, yeah, her rook is under attack. Taking on b4, she'll instantly see that that's bad news for her. And this is just looking amazing for Alexandra. She is so composed. And this is why, everyone, you want to have time on the clock. Because I am almost certain that if the players had, let's say, 2 minutes on the clock, finding moves such as rook b3 and knight b4 would be much more difficult, much more challenging. But because of the fact that the players have so much time on the clock, and especially talking here about Alexandra, she has 30 minutes left on the clock. She has all the time to think about these ideas, and they're not completely sophisticated. So having time on the clock helps a lot. The time management of the players has been amazing in this game. And yeah, I'm just really impressed by Alexandra's play here today.
Yeah, so let's see what Nemo will do to try to keep this game going, but it's looking really tough. If you take the knight on, I think you probably do take the knight on b4, because rook a1 runs with the knight d3, forking the pawn on b2 and the pawn on f4. So I'd be surprised if she plays that. Rook a3 looks even worse, as black can take and then play knight d3. And if black picks up the pawn on a3, black is simply going to move the bishop back either to e7 or f8. And this a-pawn is simply going to promote. So I don't think that will be played. I think she'll probably take the knight. And then I don't know what you do here. Like, how do you create some problems? Because the black position is so super solid that it looks really tough for Nemo.
Yeah, this is looking very difficult. And a little fun fact about the game that these two players played against each other 12 years ago. That game was also decided in the endgame. So perhaps I'm not sure if this was on Alexandra's mind. I'm not sure if this is what she was trying to do to get Neo into an endgame, but she seems to be playing much stronger in this endgame than Nemo. And I guess it helps a lot that Alexandra is more used to these French type of positions. She has been playing this opening religiously for so long, and Coach Hammer is also teaching her all the things about this opening as well very well. And it's noticeable. I've seen a lot of her French games that end up so well, and she's doing a phenomenal job handling the pawn structures in this opening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, she's really experienced with the French, and she plays these types of positions really well. So let's see what Nemo is going to do. I mean, I think we might see an upset here. I mean, Nemo outrates Alexander by almost 200 points. but it looks like Alexandra might just be on her way to a victory here. It feels like the entire white pawn structure is just falling apart here. And yeah, I don't know what Nemo is going to do. I guess she will probably take the pawn, but yeah, Nemo, I don't know. She's looking a little nervous right here.
Yeah, what to do? You don't have so many moves left with white, and every single move, the position is just collapsing. Question in chat was, in what competition did they play 12 years ago? They played in the Canadian Open Championships. So they faced each other there. Nemo was indeed very young there. She was only 12 years old, but yeah, they faced each other, and that was, I think, the first and last time that they face each other in OTB Classical. So now they're back facing each other again. But I think, well, funny and maybe not so funny for Alexandra, fun fact that Nemo shared is that back in 2012, Alexandra had around the same rating in classical. So Nemo made the joke that she didn't really gain rating as much over the years. So that is maybe not a happy realization for Alexandra, but I'm sure she cares much more about this specific game than the rating as of now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the tough thing with chess is that if you, let's say you stay the exact same player and you teleport, let's say 5 years into the future, your rating should be lower, right? Everyone else is improving, right? So if your rating stays the same over, let's say, 5 years, you might think like you've stagnated, but in a way you've actually kind of improved, because if you don't improve, then you actually get worse. So I hope that makes sense. It just goes to show how tough chess is, right? Because like I said, everyone else is constantly getting better. But yeah, I think Alexandra definitely has improved though in the last couple of months. She won a tournament in Italy, if I'm not mistaken, by going like 8 or 8.5 out of 9. I think she also won another tournament in Charlotte. It was just in Poland where she had 1 or 2 losses, but overall she's made some great improvements.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, these achievements are amazing, but I also looked closely at the games, especially because when she plays the French, I also play the French, so I would like to see how she's doing in openings and yeah, see how I can catch a little bit of inspiration here and there. And I've noticed that she's playing really well, super composed, super focused throughout the game, and her quality has been improving quite a lot. I mean, we've been playing a lot of Blitz online the past couple of years, and that helps in a way, but in classical chess, it may not be super helpful because classical chess is a whole different game. She may be doing pretty well in time trouble, but so far, seeing her time management, I haven't really seen her in time trouble just yet. So she doesn't even get down to a few minutes on the clock, and that goes to show how confident she is and how well prepared she is.
Yeah, so let's see what Nemo is going to do. She is down to 19 minutes on her clock. Yeah, she's taking her time here. I think she's already spending like 10 minutes or so. Clear sign that, yeah, she's not happy with how this game is developing. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what White should do here to keep the game going. It's looking really tough. It feels like Black might just be able to pick up a couple of pawns, and then Nemo is just in trouble.
Yeah, 12 years ago, it was Alexandra who won the game, so that's why Nemo was ready to take revenge in this very game, but it's not looking good for her. And as Nemo is taking her time here, we are going for a short break, Benjamin. We will be right back with you for the action in this game between Nemo and Alexandra. Stay tuned, everyone. We will be back with you very shortly. All right, everyone, welcome back to Botez Chess Camp 2024. We have arrived at the very last game of today's round between Alexandra and Nemo. We're back here with the action, and Alexandra has played such a good game. Benjamin, we have seen that Alexandra played knight to b4, and before we left for the break, Nemo was still thinking what to do about this, and she ended up taking this piece over here. And after that, Alexandra took on f3, and bishop f2 was played by Nemo. And it seems like her position is completely falling apart now.
Yeah, great stuff here by Alexandra. All right, so let's see what she's going to do after bishop f2. She's got some good moves here. I mean, bishop takes b4 looks nice. Just picking up this pawn. I guess you can also take on f4. Or maybe go for ideas with a3 to try to get this rook involved as well. And after a3, let's say a trade happens, then you also get a pass c-pawn. So she's really spoiled for choice here. Nemo is down to her last 13 minutes, while Alexandra still has 26 minutes on her clock. And we see the move rook to b3. That also looks like a good move.
Right, rook b3 on the board. She is attacking that pawn on b4 one more time. I guess she has a good opportunity here that if she takes the pawn on b4, she can try to play a3. And if she gets rid of that pawn on b2, then she maybe gets to create a passed pawn that way. That could be an idea she is thinking about. I wonder why she did not take the pawn immediately.
Yeah, I mean, this also makes perfect sense. Maybe she wants to take the pawn on b4 with her rook, keeping the bishop here to defend the pawn on h6. That could be
Right.
an idea. Or just making sure the pawn doesn't go anywhere. Now she can try to involve the knight with maybe knight e7 to c6 and take over there with her knight. That also, oh wait, sorry. Yeah, maybe like knight e7, hitting the rook, and then knight c6 and taking here with the knight. Also makes perfect sense. And for Nemo, it's really difficult to make a move. I mean, if you move the knight, then there's a3, undermining the b2 pawn, which is the defender of the knight. I don't know what you play here. It looks really tough. I think Alexandra's got this in the back. And Nemo is getting down to her last 12 minutes. By the way, somebody said that I am destroying Nemo's hopes at chess camp, but it's Alexandra making the moves here. I'm just commentating. So yeah, you're giving me to you should give Alexandra the credit.
Yeah, Alexandra has played such a good game so far. I guess still some technique is required to convert this fully. But seeing how Alexandra plays and seeing how much time she still has on the clock, she is in a really good position to convert this to a full point.
Okay, somebody's saying I refuse to take responsibility. Interesting. Somebody's also asking, who did Alexandra tie? Alexandra didn't make a single draw. She won the first round against Linda. Then she lost to Jennifer. And it looks like she's probably going to win this game as well. Papa Botez is saying I'm a monster. Okay, I guess it's a compliment. Well, good to see you, the arbiter, in the chat. He's been doing a great job monitoring this event. But yeah, let's see what Nemo's going to do. It looks like she's in a very tough position.
Yeah, what can she even try here? I'm trying to find ways for her to come back, because you need to start to find counterplay. If you know that you're in a losing position, you need to make it more complicated for your opponent. And because of the way that her pieces are placed, the rook on a2 is completely stuck. The knight on d1 is extremely passive. The bishop on f2 has nothing to do there. And the rook on g6 is well placed, but it's standing there right now just to try to attack these pawns that are already defended. So all these pieces just feel like they're there for decoration and not to play chess and be part of the game. So it's really difficult to try to regroup these pieces and try to come back here. But we see that Nemo has made a move. She played with bishop e1, which makes sense. But yeah, it's just looking really rough for Nemo to come back from this.
And she has just played a move knight bishop to e1. I like the plan that we highlighted earlier. I really like knight e7, attacking the rook. The rook, let's say, moves here. And then knight to c6, hitting b4, hitting d4, I feel like everything falls apart there. So I think Alexandra is yeah, on her way to a victory here. And yeah, some nice words by Papa Botez in the chat. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much. And yeah, this is looking really nice for Alexandra. It is. Wait, so I was quickly distracted by the chat. But Bishop E1 was played, so knight is not yet to C6. That was just your analysis. But yeah, I'm thinking if Alex is interested in taking that pawn right away, I guess as you said, that drops the H6 pawn. But I really like the idea that you pointed out, moving the knight all the way to C6, because now also the pawn D4 is hanging over there. It's not defended by the bishop anymore. Instead of the knight maneuver, Alex goes for the move rook D3, which also makes a lot of sense because it's a double attack on the knight and the pawn on D4. It is less desired by the computer because this allows the knight to come back into the game. But I think it makes a lot of sense to take this pawn on d4, because as soon as that pawn is gone, then all of a sudden this d pawn will become very scary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now Nemo can play the move knight to c3, hitting the pawn on a4, and this could give her the opportunity to get some counterplay. But Papa Botez said that Andrea went hiking alone and she got lost, and then he said we, but he didn't finish her sentence. He's leaving everyone hanging right now. We almost created a search party, and then she found her way back.
Oh
okay.
no!
I think Andrea will just play tomorrow, and it's just a way to try to throw Alexandra off, trying to make Alexandra think that she's not gonna play, and then maybe making maybe then Alexandra won't prepare when Andrea comes in with a lot of preparation. So I think it's just some mind games being played there.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, she of course did have a devastating loss today, but I think she's more than ready to take revenge on her sister. And yeah, we will for sure see her back in action tomorrow. But yeah, you cannot really leave Andrea alone. As in, I can see her get lost really easily. She's known to get lost, and yeah, I believe there are also some stories about catching the flight late or somehow getting lost in the airport. So she does not have a good record in making it out very easily, safely.
Mm-hmm. After knight to c3, Alexandra played knight to b6, defending her pawn on a4. All right, so now she's starting the pawn on b4 and the pawn on d4. So let's see what Nemo will do. Maybe Nemo can now defend the pawn on d4 with a move like knight e2 or knight to b5. Because the knight to b5 is pretty difficult to push away. You can play king c6 attacking the knight, but the knight can just drop back, and then the pawn on e6 is hanging, and black's best move is to retreat the king again. So knight b5 by Nemo on the board. She's really playing some good defense right now, making it very difficult for Alexandra.
Yeah, the knight is now back into the game. It went from d1 all the way to b5, and that is a world of difference, of course, because this limits the options of black. And now that the pawn d4 is defended, how do you proceed from here? Not so easy for black.
Papa Botez is saying in the chat, Andrea will play tomorrow 100%. Okay, well, yeah, I that's also what I expect. So I think we can all look forward to the matchup between Andrea and Alexandra. That's gonna be fire. Yeah, I mean, Alexandra won a couple months ago, so let's see if Andrea can take revenge this time around.
I am afraid though that Papa Botez is taking sides here, as he's mentioning that Andrea is allegedly adopted. So yeah, I think we know who Papa Botez is rooting for tomorrow.
All right. So let's see. So Nemo is now down to 9 minutes on her clock, whereas Alexandra has 25 minutes. That's still a good chunk of time. And Alexandra should have the advantage here, but it's not easy. The knight on b5 is pretty annoying. It's defending the pawn on d4. The pawn on b4 is defended as well. And okay, even if, let's say, you do take the pawn on b4, then you often leave the pawn on h6 hanging, right? The knight on b5 together with the rook on g6 can create some counterplay towards the black king. So still a lot of work to be done here for black.
Yeah, exactly. Not so easy. Even though the white pawns are so vulnerable, white is still holding on to them in some way. So we're currently on move 52, everyone, but the players have already received their extra time ever since they crossed move 40. So there's no more extra time other than the 30-second increment after every single move. So that's all they have. No more extra minutes on the clock, only by making a lot of moves real quick. But yeah, for now, Alexandra looking pretty comfortable on 24 minutes, whereas Nemo is down to 9.5 minutes. But Nemo's doing a great job, and she's also really good at speed chess, so I would not be too concerned about her clock just yet. She's trying to defend her position really well, and let's see how Alex will try to break through here, as she's not really able to play a3 anymore. The pawn on b4 is protected, the pawn on d4 is protected, so instead she goes for the pawn on f4 now.
Yeah, rook f3, good move, hitting the pawn on f4, which looks quite difficult to protect. I mean, you can go bishop d2 to protect it. Maybe then she'll just go rook f2, and I don't know, this trade might be in her favor because it trades off the one active piece Nemo has. And actually, let's put that on the board. If you go bishop d2, I think we give a check. And after rook g2, I think we take. And then we go king c6, attacking the knight, although the knight can still jump back to a3. I thought the knight had to go back here, and then you take on b4, and black should just be winning. So let's see what Nemo is going to do. This pawn, again, is very hard to defend. Maybe in some cases you can sacrifice it, as this rook can get a little bit trapped here in the middle of the board.
Yeah, that rook is infiltrated into White's camp, but it's also at some point asking for trouble. If you cannot capture those pawns, then you may run into some issues here. And it's like a big wall of pawns on the fourth rank, so you have to be careful here with black. But for now, I think the rook is fine. If anything, you have control over the square d3 and b3, so you'll always be fine. But it's just really difficult with black to make progress now because Alexander was not able to take one of the pawns just yet. And indeed, if bishop d2 now, rook f2, check, rook g2, you can always defend this way. And it's not so easy to to win material here.
Right, so let's see what Nemo is going to do. She's down to 8 minutes on her clock, whereas Alexander still has 24 minutes. Looking tough for Nemo. I mean, she's got a lot of pawn weaknesses. b4 is still weak, f4 is weak. And also the time, right? So Alexander definitely putting some pressure there. I don't know. It's a tough position. I'll be impressed if Nemo can continue to hang on here, especially with the time situation. She has just played king to g2. So she is sacrificing the pawn on f4. Let's see. I do expect Alexander to take it. Otherwise, I mean, that's of course the whole point behind a move rook f3.
Yeah, but it seems like it feels like this rook is almost getting trapped, or maybe after rook takes f4, there's bishop d2. And then once again, the pawn on h6 is hanging, and we know that Alexander was not really into allowing the pawn h6 to be captured, but maybe she will go for it now anyway, as she will have this passed f pawn. And let's say after rook takes f4, bishop d2, and we move the rook to, let's say, e4. Then after bishop takes, and rook takes, at least you have a check on g8. You can support the f pawn. But yeah, you have to be really careful still. And I guess there were better moves along the way. But yeah, this could be the idea of Nemo, to simply play bishop d2 and try to target that pawn on h6.
Yeah, somebody asked in the chat, I think Alexander could have played better on move 50 instead of the move rook d3. To me, knight e7 to c6 looked better, but again, she's still in a great position. She is also up on time. Nemo's down 8 minutes, whereas Alexander still has 22.5 minutes on her clock. So let's see what she will do. She can take the pawn on f4. She can also just keep her rook on the third rank. That also seems to be very advantageous for black, as white it's still very difficult for white to come up with an active plan.
Yeah, you somehow have to break through here with black. I mean, the pawns are doubled here, so black should be able to make use of that. But for now, with this knight on b5, it feels almost impossible to try to make progress here, because you're looking for either a3 or c3 to be played, but since this knight is on b5, you're not really going to make this happen at all. So Nemo playing really well here, defending really well, but can she keep this up as Alexandra is putting more and more pressure, and Nemo is also going lower on the clock. She's down to 8 minutes now, but I expect Alexandra to start to spend quite some time now because it's getting more complicated. And she really wants to win this. Of course, she knows that she must be in a better position, so she doesn't want to give away the advantage that easily. So I expect her to take quite some time in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, let's see what she'll do. Yeah, again, she's got a lot of choice here, and also still quite a lot of time. And but yeah, Nemo has been defending well. Nemo has been finding some very good defensive moves. Knight to c3 to b5 was really well played by her. Also now king g2 seems like a very clever practical choice to just give up the pawn on f4, and again the rook can get a little bit trapped over there instead of defending passively. So Nemo doing a good job here fighting back.
Absolutely, and that's what matters the most, that you do not give up. She knows, of course, that she's in a worse position. She knows that something went wrong. And what matters the most is that during the game, you keep fighting, you don't give up, you don't lose hope, and try to find ways to come back. Maybe she's not able to find counterplay as much as she wants to have, but if she can keep defending and make it very difficult for her opponent, you never know what may happen.
Yep. All right. So let's see what's going to happen. Alexandra still getting down to 20 minutes. Still a significant time advantage over Nemo. But yeah, we're now basically, it's basically a rapid game at this point. The moves are going to come in faster and faster. And especially Nemo is, yeah, well, definitely have to speed up in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, first it's Alexandra's turn. Is she going to take the pawn on f4, or will she move the rook elsewhere on the third rank? She doesn't really have many options, especially because now the pawn on d4 is defended, so rook d3 is not going to be played for sure. It's either going to be rook b3 or rook takes f4. Rook e3 does not seem very desirable either, although you can make an argument that it could make things interesting because you're attacking the bishop has to go, and you don't really want to move the king because the pawn on h3 will hang. So after rook e3, you'd have to move the bishop, and maybe you can trick your opponent in that way. But I feel like Alexandra is going to capture that pawn. It would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, for sure. But the sun is also coming through in the playing hall. I wonder if that's distracting the players at all or not at all. Let's see. Yeah, Alexandra now getting down to 19 minutes. Again, she's still more than 10 minutes on the clock. Let's see what she's gonna do. I mean, I don't know. It's, of course, you would always like to win these positions on autopilot, right? Like picking up the white pawns, then, you know, pushing forward on the queen side. But Nemo really complicating matters here. So let's see. I mean, rook to b3 would feel unnatural because all of the rook came from d3. The rook came from d3. But still, it's kind of like she's been shuffling back and forth on the next couple of moves. On the other hand, like if you take an f4 and white goes bishop d2, your rook's under attack, and what do? The pawn on h6 is often hanging as well, but rook h4 looks so clumsy just to hang on to this pawn. So, and okay, in case of rook to e4, okay, I guess if white takes, there should be something for black. Maybe like a check or something. I wonder like what black does after takes. Oh, of course, yeah. If you take on h6, then we can take on b4 again.
Right.
So maybe that's what makes sense. Just take an f4 and then go rook e4. Let's see if that's what she's gonna do.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Alexandra's going to play here. It's her turn. Her rook is under attack. She doesn't have many moves left, but sometimes these kind of moves, where so the situations where you only have a few moves available, are the hardest ones because it's a lot of hesitation. You start to doubt which one is better. You start to overthink, calculate too much, and she's in a position where she knows that she's better. She knows that she is winning, but how do you exactly convert this to winning position? And she doesn't want to give up on that advantage too easily. So as I mentioned before, she's going to spend a lot of time in the next couple of moves She's already down to 17 minutes, so it is not such a big time advantage anymore over her opponent, but she's still in a good spot. So as long as she maintains the time advantage, she should be doing amazing here.
Yeah, I think that's really key, as you pointed out. Just keep the time advantage, keep the pressure on Nemo, and then she still has great chance to win this one. But yeah, she might be looking for that breakthrough to, maybe win a pawn, really make progress on the queen side, and that doesn't seem to be quite there yet. So I think that's why she's spending quite a bit of time. It feels like she's been spending like 10 minutes or so. So I'm very curious to see what she will come up with as this position is heating up.
Yeah, so we're waiting for Alexandra's move. If you have any questions for us, chat, feel free to ask us. It's super tense, this game. Anything can still happen. Both players are still fighting. The winning chances of Nemo are probably very small, but the drawing chances are still there, as she is fighting very hard until the very last move. And yeah, she is very good in speed chess, so perhaps being low on time will not affect her as much, but you never know. She has also not played classical chess too much. And I would say that speed chess in classical feels much different than when you're playing blitz or bullet. And yeah, mistakes are being punished much harsher in classical chess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So let's see what is going to happen. Anyway, we addressed this earlier. Andrea is going to play tomorrow. She's playing mind games with Alexandra, pretending like she's not going to play. And anyway, let's see. Nemo, yeah, does seem to be having a bit of a cold, so I hope she's okay and hope it's not impacting her play too much. Let's see what Alexandra is going to do. I feel like, okay, if you're not 100% sure about taking the pawn on f4, rook to b3 feels perhaps a little bit more... Oh, she does take the pawn on f4. Okay, wow. Okay, so now let's see what Nemo is going to do. I guess bishop d2 made quite a bit of sense, right? And there we have it on the board, hitting the rook.
Yeah, question in chat, how many times have Alex and Nemo played each other before? So online they've played each other like too many times, I think, at this point. A lot of matches have been played. I believe one of those matches ended in the adoption. Nemo adopted Alexandra, I believe, some time ago, a couple years back, that is. But in overboard classical chess, Alexandra won against Nemo, but that happened 12 years ago. So that was quite some time ago, and that is why Nemo is looking for revenge. She may not be getting her revenge today, but I think she should be happy if she manages to get this game ending in a draw. So for now, she's still fighting for that draw, but her drawing chances are looking much better compared to a couple moves ago.
Yeah, now for those of you wondering in the chat, when we say an adoption in chess, we mean winning 10 games in a row. That's what that means. So yeah, very impressive performance there. All right, so anyway, let's see. Bishop d2 is on the board, played quickly by Nemo. Alexandra now down to 14 minutes against 8 for Nemo. So yeah, let's see. The rook can go to e4 or to h4. Both of those moves make sense. I guess rook h4, I mean, you still do continue to defend this pawn. Rook e4 also makes sense, threatening rook e2, checking the king and the bishop on d2. So let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, the move rook f6 later on would be interesting for white, but after bishop e7, you're not really able to make much progress, and the rook will be able to go to f7, but that's about it. I'd rather keep this rook on g6 to make sure that this rook cannot go to the g file to start bothering that king on g2. So for now, the rook is under attack. The rook has to move somewhere. You can decide to play rook h4 to try to protect that pawn, but that feels quite awkward. But if you go to e4, then you may be losing that pawn on h6, and it's looking a little bit shaky altogether. So two moves available for Alexandra in this position. Not a lot of options, but it's difficult to pick the best move between these two options.
Yeah, let's see what she's going to do. I mean, Nemo really fighting here, fighting some great defensive moves. Yeah, both moves make a ton of sense. I mean, I'd say rook e4 perhaps looks slightly more natural to try to go here. Again, if white takes this pawn on h6, then black takes the pawn on b4. But NEMO also has been, like, I guess, shooing a fly away on a couple of occasions. So maybe that's just the weather that these flies and mosquitoes come out.
Yeah, it looks quite warm over there. I mean, in Netherlands, we also are experiencing summer here, but it's not as much, of course, as it is over there. I also haven't really seen the sun much these days, so I don't really know what the temperature is outside as much. But yeah, it's looking pretty hot over there.
For sure. Okay, so we have rook e4 on the board. All right. Anyway, let's see what is going to happen. We had a suggestion in the rook d5, bishop takes g1. I don't know which line Papa Botez is suggesting. Or I guess, yeah. So what happens if bishop takes... Yeah, so if bishop takes h6, she can consider the take and then give a check over here. That definitely makes sense. However, I guess the king just moves over to f3. And there's no clear follow-up. So maybe she just takes on b4. Just take the pawn over here. Now this is unprotected. This does involve an exchange sacrifice. Now NEMO can give a check on g7. The king steps up and then knight a7 check, which would be checkmate if not for this rook over here. So black would have to take. But then black takes here, and black now has a lot of pawns here. And also has a very active position. So black is doing great here. So let's see if we will see that on the board. NEMO is currently thinking after the move rook to e4, as she has 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so bishop takes h6 is tempting. You want to take that pawn, but it comes at a cost. The pawn b4 is hanging too then. So let's see what she decides to do here. I feel like bishop takes h6 makes the most sense. But yeah, what else is there? I can't really find better moves than that, honestly.
Yeah, somebody's asking in the chat, yeah. Okay, so if bishop takes h6 by NEMO on the board, capturing that pawn. Okay, now let's see what Alexandra is going to do. Again, taking the pawn on b4 looks pretty good, but she has to be ready to sacrifice the exchange. That's not that easy to figure out. So I'd be impressed if she does do that. Let's see if she will, because the trade on h6 doesn't seem to lead to that much. I mean, white recaptures with the rook, and then can quickly... Oh, she does take on h6.
Oh no, Alex! She takes the
NEMO...
bishop back. She does not take the pawn on b4, and yeah, perhaps she feels like there must be something here in this position, but as you pointed out, king to f3, and where is the follow-up? The king seems more or less safe. Black's king is also going to be attacked, and if there's one thing I don't want to see happen, Benjamin, it's if king f3 happens, and let's say black tries to infiltrate over here, after rook h7 check, there's this cute checkmate on a7 with the knight. This is something you want to avoid at all costs, of course. But if you don't go to c6, you can go to 8th rank, but then you're just running into a lot of checks, and this looks just really scary altogether.
And we have to move king to f3 by NEMO on the board, the right move, maintaining the balance. All right, so let's see what Alexandra is going to do here. I mean, rook h7. Okay, so she goes rook g7. Makes perfect sense, covering the 7 rank. And it's quite interesting. Actually, Papa Botez in the chat did suggest this line as well, with a trade on h6 and rook to g8. So either, he's... either he is thinking just like his daughter, or I don't know, the games are not delayed, right? Or are they?
No, they should not be delayed, yeah.
Because maybe he knows what has been played in the playing hall. Anyway, I'd say if anything, I would still pick black here. Black has a better pawn structure, and also Alexandra has 13.5 minutes compared to NEMO's 6.5.
Yeah, the clock is running low for both players. Alexandra playing defensively now, making sure the rook will not enter the 7th rank. I guess she believes that her position must be really good because this knight is stuck defending the pawn on d4. The rook on a2 is for now out of the game, but I have a feeling that you can try to stop any sort of play of black by playing rook a1 simply, because black is probably looking to play rook e1 and try to maneuver around, maybe head to the g file to start giving checks to that king. But yeah, let's see what Nemo decides to play here. But her position is still not so easy to play. You want to push that pawn forward, but you will not get really far as the rook will be in the way.
Yeah, the move she just played, rook a1, makes perfect sense. The rook was doing pretty much nothing on the a2 square, but now it's ready to swing back into the game. So let's see what Alexander will do here. Maybe move like f4, setting up a check on g3 or e3. Makes a lot of sense to me. And there's no easy way for Nemo to stop that. So I like to move f4. Let's see if that's what Alexander is going to play.
Yeah, it will make a lot of sense. You want to push your passed pawn. The king is in the way, though, and it's going to be pretty difficult to move the pawn much more forward, because as soon as you get to play f4, you will get to play rook g3 check, but after king f2, how to proceed from there? It feels like it's way too slow, and I'm not sure if she will be on time to do anything here.
Yeah, let's see what Alexander's going to do. Nemo made her last move with now 6 minutes on the clock. f4, good move by Alexander now on the board. All right, and yeah, rook g3 here could be kind of a threat. And again, rook a1 was a slight improvement of the rook, but there's no clear way to further improve that rook here. Somebody asked, king c6 is a move. Yeah, attacking the knight, but the knight will jump back to c3, and then the pawn on e6 will often hang as well. So let's see. The one thing, as you pointed out earlier, that you always have to be careful of is that, let's say white goes here, and you give a check, white goes here. You really have to be careful not to allow this check over here, because after king c6, there's always that checkmate. So let's see what Nemo is gonna do right here. I'd say, if anything, black definitely is still pushing for the win.
Yeah, you want to try to move that pawn forward more and more, but that king is in the way. It's stopping the pawn very well, and the two rooks are a little bit misplaced. At least if one of the rooks was, let's say, on the second rank, it will be a complete different story. But this rook on e4 has a really hard time reaching the second rank for now, and I think because of that, the winning chances are disappearing off black.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what is going to happen. Nemo is getting down to 5 minutes. Alexander still has 30 minutes on the clock. And I don't know. I don't see an easy move for Nemo here. I mean, if you move the knight, you hang the pawn on d4. Yeah, I mean, if you move the rook on h6, then black can just give a check with one of the rooks, rook e3 or rook g3. So this still looks quite problematic for Nemo. I think Alexander still has a good chance to win this game.
I think so too. I mean, the computer is convinced that this is going to end in a draw, but I think the opportunity is still there for Alexandra to win this game, but it will require some technique, and Nemo indeed does not have a really easy task to defend this game. She played rook to d1, defending that pawn on d4, which makes a lot of sense so that she can play knight c3 in the next move without losing the pawn on d4. But this does allow her to play rook g3 now, and infiltrate into white's position, I think.
Yep, rook g3 is a good move here for black. Or maybe a check with the other rook, because I guess white can take the pawn, but the king does feel a little unsafe there. Although I don't quite see how to deliver like a checkmate there. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do. She can give a check, and after king f2, maybe move the rook over to b3 or so. Because after a check, the king can still zigzag its way out of the check. So let's say king d8, rook h8, king e7, king f8. But I don't know, it does feel a little uncomfortable with the king on the back rank, because there might be moves like knight c7 and then knight takes e6. So let's see what's going to happen. Alexander has got 12 minutes on her clock to figure something out.
Yeah, this is getting super exciting now as the players are getting lower on the clock, and there is so much possible still in this game for both sides. I mean, one mistake can make the difference here, And if Alex pushes too much, if she, and let's say, moves this rook from g7, she moves it away from the 7th rank, then all of a sudden Nemo will be in charge of the position, as you pointed out, with the move rook h7 check, and this king will be in slight trouble trying to survive on the last few ranks of the board. So yeah, not an easy position to play with little time on the clock, but for now, Alexandra on 11 minutes, so that should be enough time to figure things out for now, but it's getting more difficult as the game progresses.
Yep, and we have rook to g3 on the board. King of 2 now only moved by Nemo. Somebody asked in the chat, did they get the extra 30 minutes? Yes, they did. So this is all the time they have. By the way, I see the players grabbing another score sheet, probably because there are usually 60 moves on a score sheet. So that's why they need a new one right here. Alexandra is thinking in the meantime. Let's see what she's going to do. She can move her rook over to, let's say, b3, hitting the pawn on b2. Maybe move the e rook over to e3 to try to give a check over here. That also makes perfect sense. She just has to keep in mind to not go to c6 in case Nemo gives a check on h7. Again, because of the checkmate with knight a7. And she plays rook e3. Great move.
Wow.
Creating more threats with the rooks.
Impressive move played by Alexandra. She is supporting the other rook on the 3rd rank. She's trying to get another check. She's attacking the pawn on h3, trying to create chances for herself because she needs to move that pawn forward if she wants to have a chance to win this game. Rook h7 check now on the board. Now she needs to make sure that she doesn't allow a check with the knight, and that's why she should play king to d8 to make sure she will not run into a check, because that knight can get really scary on d6.
Yeah, no, for sure. Or if you go to like e8, then why goes knight c7 with a check, right? So I think you find king d8 by process of elimination. You don't go to c6 yet, and king d8, good move, is on the board. All right, so now expect Nemo. I mean, she can give checks, but again, the king goes to e7, goes to f8, and a g7. So giving checks doesn't work out for too long. The move that looks most natural to me is knight to c7, as white's hitting this pawn on e6, which is quite difficult or more or less impossible to defend. Oh, she gives another check. Okay, I guess king e7 now.
Yeah, now the king is just zigzagging and surviving there. I guess king e7, isn't there... Okay, I guess knight d6, you can still go to d7 if anything. You're not running into a checkmate, but it's still quite tricky. It's not easy, and this is why sometimes you have to take risks, because it's difficult to let go of the 7th rank, but Alexandra did it, and look how strong her position is. And she knows that her king is going to survive here. Her king is safe, and she should be in a winning position now.
Right, so let's see what Nemo is going to do. I think it's quite likely she'll probably give another check, but then, again, the king goes to f8, so... I don't know, to me, knight c7 definitely looked more challenging. Now, the black king is running out of the checks. The pawn on h3 is hanging. And these rooks on the 3rd rank are going to create some really unpleasant threats. I mean, there's also always rook b3, hitting the pawn on b2, hitting the pawn on b4. So Nemo getting down to 4 minutes on her clock. Alexandra still has 12 minutes. It's looking tough for Nemo here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not easy to defend. I mean, her pieces are quite discoordinated. The rook and knight are trying to work together, but it's not quite happening. The rook on d1 is passive, and there's not much you can do about this because black rooks are so active. You cannot really get past them. So really well played once again by Alexandra. And yeah, let's see what Nemo decides to do here. She gives another check indeed. Let's see where the king goes to.
I think to f8, because again, if you go to e8, you run into a check. If you go to d8, that's just a repetition. So I expect Alexandra to move the king to f8 rather quickly. And yeah, there she goes. Good move.
King f8 on the board. Now, what is Nemo going to play here? Because another check would allow king g7, and that would make sure that the king is safe over there. And then black can proceed capturing that pawn. And slowly moving that pawn forward down the board. So Papa Boat is
And yeah,
once again calling the king walk to F8.
Yeah, I do wonder, like, either, it's just a case of, daughter and father thinking alike, or maybe there is a delay going on. Anyway, King of Fate is on the board. Maybe a move Nemo can play is Rook H4, hitting the pawn on F4. Let's see what Alexander is going to do there. Or, although, actually, I would be surprised if there's a delay, because I'm sure that the players trust each other, first of all. And if there would be a delay, then all of their streams would need a delay as well. And if somebody would forget, then there's an issue. So I think it's just a case of father and daughter thinking alike. Anyway, let's see what Nemo's going to do. She's in big trouble here. She's got 3 minutes on her clock, and yeah, the position is looking quite problematic.
I guess the interesting question is here, also pointed out by Matthew in chat. What happens with Rook B7 actually? Because it attacks the knight. If you retreat to C8, you lose the piece anyway. So I have a feeling that after Rook B7, there is some tactical nuance happening here, where these two rooks are so strong, being supported by that pawn. I think you're just going to either get checkmated or allow the pawn to promote. Because you cannot just leave that pawn on h3 all alone.
Yeah, I mean, I guess after Rook B7, there might be a way for black there to sacrifice the knight. Maybe something, let's make some moves. Like after Rook B7, maybe move like Rook B3. And if you take my knight, I give a check over here, checking your king. If you go to F1, I take over here, threatening checkmate. And if you try to stop it, then I go F3, followed by Rook G2. So I guess that's why the whole idea of taking the rook is too slow. And Nemo has just played knight to C7. But I think she really should have played knight C7 when the king was still on D8. Because now if she ever takes, the king just moves over to G8 and attacks the rook right away. So let's see what Alexander is going to do here. It looks really good for her. Maybe something like Rook B3 or like give a check on Rook B3.
Yeah, you can also start with King G8 just to attack the rook, get out of any sort of knight takes e6 checks. And after the rook has moved, then you can maybe take the pawn. Your move Rook B3 I really like as well. And slowly but surely the position is falling apart of white. Niwa's trying her best to survive, but it seems like Alexandra is able to convert this, but she has to make the right moves in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, all right, so let's see what's going to happen. Nemo made that move with 2 minutes on the clock, so now she has 2.5, whereas Alexander still has 11 minutes. So that's, a good chunk of time to figure something clever out. I like the move King G8 to make sure that in case white does take this pawn, it will not come with a check. Also moves like, let's say, Rook EF3 or Rook B3 right away also looks good. So let's see what is going to happen. Somebody asked, by the way, like, when did this game start? I feel like this game started like, it's close to 5 hours ago at this point.
Yeah, another long game from Nemo, because remember in round 1 she played Jennifer Yu and that game went on for 5.5 hours. So that was also a very long game for Nemo, and now once again almost at the 5-hour mark, and this game seems to be continuing for at least another, I don't know, 15-20 minutes at least. A lot of things, well, maybe 20 minutes is a bit exaggerated because the players are low on the clock, so they will be making their moves really quickly very soon.
Yeah, and I think we saw Andrea Botez in the playing hall, just walking by, perhaps, showing some support for her sister. All right, so let's see what is going to happen. Alexandra is still thinking. She just dropped below 10 minutes. But yeah, I mean, there's a good chance she'll lose the pawn at e6, but there's no reason to panic. She still has a lot of threats with the two rooks on the 3rd rank. Also, if she will ever pick up the pawn on b2, she will get 2 very strong passers. The A and C pawns pushing down the board. So it's looking pretty good here for black.
Yeah, absolutely. So Alexandra is spending some time now. She is down to 9 minutes, but Nemo is down to 2.5 minutes. So this is getting into blitz territory, but then with 30 seconds increments. So it feels a little bit different at least.
Alexandra gives a check on f3 with her e-rook, and Nemo moves the king over to e2. And rook b3, good move, hitting the pawn on b2. And what I like is that now after rook d2, she has this check on g2 available. Since the king moves over, she can then take the rook on d2, take on b2. And again, she's getting two very strong passers on the A and C files. And I also like the idea of throwing in king g8 at the right moment. Again, just making sure that this move does not come with a check. So looks like Nemo is in trouble here as she's down to 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, this feels like it's almost over. There's too many threats in the position. The position of white is falling apart. A lot of these pawns on black side are waiting to move forward. And once that b2 pawn is gone, all of a sudden, there's 2 extra passed pawns incoming. And then it will be just too much to handle for white. So yeah, now that the b pawn is under attack, really difficult to defend this pawn. This game should be over. And Alexandra playing another masterpiece.
Yeah, no, this seems like a great game by her. Okay, so we see a move by Nemo. She took the pawn on e6 with a check and king g8 instantly by Alexandra, attacking the rook. And now there's no check available on g7, so Nemo will have to move the rook. I guess maybe to b7. That makes the most sense to me. Attacking the knight on b6. I guess Alexandra is going to take this pawn on b2 with a check. And then you move your king back to f1, after which the win isn't that easy yet. The knight's under attack. There's also still checks in the position. So I think that is what Nemo should go for.
I guess you have at least rook takes b4 to save the knight in case you don't see any other options, because you still have 2 passed pawns. But it feels like there is something more here. At least there is rook takes h3, perhaps, to threaten checkmate on the first rank. I guess it's very similar to the idea you pointed out earlier, but I guess this does allow rook g7 check. There's still a lot of complications here, but instead Nemo went for the move rook h4, which is in a way a bit more passive, but she is trying to get rid of that pawn on f4.
Yeah. All right, so I think Alexander will just now pick up the pawn on b2. I mean, you take a pawn with check, that's rarely a bad idea. Rook to d2 runs into either rook g2 or just c3, by the way. And then after a trade, this pawn is going to promote. So I'll take here on b2. The king has to move back to f1. And then what about, let's say, c3 followed by c2? That looks very difficult for white to deal with. So I think we're seeing a win in the works here for Alexander. But that being said, it's not over yet.
Not over yet, but it's also looking very difficult for Nemo to find ways to come back here, as the win seems quite clear in a way. These 2 rooks are so strong, working very well together. And this pawn is moving forward to f3. The other pawns are incoming as well. This is looking amazing for Alexandra. Let's see if Nemo can still complicate matters for Alexandra, but I don't really have much faith in her position anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be surprised if she doesn't take the pawn on b2. It just looks so natural. Right, again, taking a pawn with a check. Yeah, then the question really is going to be what the follow-up is going to be after king f1. But I feel like there's just so many good options. c3 looks good, maybe even a3. I personally like c3 the best, because you'll play c2 with a tempo, attacking the rook and setting up rook b1. And also after c3, you have the idea of jumping in with the knight as well to go after the white king.
Yeah, so let's see what Alexandra will play here, but taking on b2 would make most sense in this very position, capturing a pawn with check, allowing all of the other pawns to move forward. And there's so many ways to win this as well, so that gives Alexandra options. She will make sure to find the easiest way, I think. 8 minutes left on the clock. She has the time for it. But she played a different move, I believe.
She played rook g to e3, okay. I mean, now the king can move back to like f1 or so, so I'm a little surprised by this move. Nemo is reaching for the king, and she is moving it to f1. Yeah, king f1 on the board.
Perhaps she wants to force rook f3?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. She takes the pawn on h3. Okay, but now Nemo she can take on f4, or maybe give a check on g4, because if you go to h7 or f7, then there's knight g5.
Oh, this is not looking good for Alexandra. I mean, she's not lost, but she did lose the advantage. And I think what she missed is that after rook takes f4, white could force a repetition here, and suddenly it's not that clear anymore. She really needed that pawn to win this game.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. White has some perpetual check mechanisms. In case white takes here, and you give a check, like let's put it on the board. Like let's say you give a check. White might be able to even sacrifice the rook, because white can give a check on f8, give a check on f7, give a check on f6, and if you, yeah, white just keeps checking along the f file. You don't walk out of the checks. So let's see if Nemo will figure this out. She moved her rook to g4, giving a check. And I guess Alexander will move her king to h8. Because if you move the king anywhere else, you're running into a fork. So king h8 is really the only move that makes sense here.
Yeah, and this is not easy to see, right? Because if you're giving up the rook, you need to find this pattern. And it's crazy that all of these tricks are possible. This knight on e6 is such a strong piece, and it supports this rook so much. The rook and knight are working together really well now. And yeah, because of the way that Alexander misplayed this, she really needed to take that pawn with check. That looked like the logical move. I wonder what she missed, but perhaps she is underestimating White's counterplay here.
Yeah, let's see what Nemo is gonna do. She goes knight takes f4. Okay. Okay, so let's say rook
I think it's just blundering the rook, no?
Well, it's blundering the knight.
Right.
After rook h1, there's rook g1, but then rook f3 check.
Right.
And then you move your king, let's say to e2, and then you take on g1 and take on f4. That being said, that's not completely over yet, because white does have a pawn and can maybe quickly activate a rook with like rook g6.
Oh, that is a tough one. I mean, okay, Nemo is very low on the clock, so mistakes are bound to happen. But this was very important. She had to take that pawn on f4, and that was going to end in a draw for sure. But not easy to spot and see in time trouble. Very complicated position. For such a position, you need much more time. Alexander makes a move. Yep. She gives a check.
Rook h1 on the board. Okay, expect rook g1 by Nemo. It's the only move that makes sense. If you go to e2 to defend the rook on d1, black takes on b2. And then after rook d2, there's again, I guess, c3 or rook h2 winning the rook. Yeah, people are saying it's a good thing Hammer is asleep right now. I wonder, like, maybe Hammer wakes up right now in a cold sweat, like, oh, I wonder how Alexandra is doing. Or, like, I don't know, he's probably going insane if he sees this game. But anyway, rook g1 is certainly going to have to be played here by Nemo, who gets down to 1 minute on her clock.
Yeah, this is looking rough. I guess there's still king e2 possible to try to survive, but I guess you just take the pawn on b2. The pawns are crushing it, and the counterplay is disappearing of white.
All right, so rook, yeah, Nemo's reaching for the rook. Rook g1 is also the only move. So I am sure it is going to be played. Again, after any other move, you just lose the game. So yeah, rook g1, and there we have it on the board. And now I guess Alexander will give the check on f3, because you pick up the knight on f4. But again, even after that, it's not completely over yet at all, as white still has 1-2 passers. And the knight after an eventual rook g6 is doesn't have many good squares.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Nemo, she had one opportunity to equalize the position and make a draw, but she went for this knight takes f4 move. Very tempting because you have a pass pawn. If you have the time for it, it's going to be really interesting here. But now she's in trouble because she is about to lose the knight after rook f3 check. Now it depends on Alexandra. Will she find a move? And she does. She plays rook f3 check.
Okay, king e2 here looks like a very logical move. You can also go to g2, but black will take, and then your pieces are all like tied up. So you go to e2 here with white. Black will take on g1. You have to recapture with your rook. And then Alexander will take the knight on f4. That is, I mean, pretty much 100% going to be played. And I guess then Nemo will play a move like rook g6, attacking the knight, which also, again, doesn't have a good square.
Yeah, and Tina Palooza in chat saying, I'm so confused about how I should feel. I'm so happy for Alex, but sad for Nemo. And that's exactly how it feels like watching this tournament, right? Because all these streamers, personalities, content creators, we're all big fans of them, and then all of a sudden they're facing each other, and who are you rooting for then? It becomes so difficult. So it's very relatable. But yeah, it seems like now they're making the moves really fast, but seems like the position is yeah, being simplified now as Alexandra took the knight off the board, and with accurate play, this is completely winning.
Yeah, so we have actually all of those moves on the board that we expected. Alexander did take on G1 and took on F4, and Rook G6, good move by Nemo, hitting the knight on B6. I guess the move that looks most natural is the move knight to C8, just moving the knight to safety. And I don't know, again, this is still not over, because after knight C8, maybe pawn to B5. If you take on B4, then pawn to B6, and all of a sudden, that pawn is very close to promotion, so I don't know. This one is not at all over.
Yeah, the knight is in trouble. And of course you want to make sure that you can hold on to that knight. I guess the move knight d7 also doesn't really help matters too much. At least after e6, you can stop the pawn temporarily with rook e4 check, so that pawn is not moving forward. But after knight d7, there's also rook d6, and yeah, it feels quite uncomfortable. You want to make sure that you have a better spot for that knight. I wonder if maybe we can use some of the pawns to sacrifice it and then give the knight access to one of those squares where the pawns are currently on.
Yeah, you can play a move like, let's say, c3 or a3, and then in case white takes, you get the c4 square for your knight. It will be more active there, but yeah, you are giving up another pawn. To be fair, you're also creating another passer for yourself. So none of those moves are easy. Papa Botez is pointing out the move knight c8 in the chat. That move looks quite natural to me as well, and since Papa Botez pointed it out, I guess that's the move Alexander will probably go for. And then Nemo might go for the move b5, as b6 could be coming very quickly. So let's see what's going to happen. Right now, Nemo has 1.5 minutes on her clock, and Alexander still has 7.5.
Yeah, it's getting very interesting as the players are getting lower on the clock. The game keeps going, and as Papa Boats mentioned in the chat, knight to c8 has been played. I think if we are wondering what Alexandra is thinking, I think we should just ask Papa Boats. He knows best. He knows exactly what Alexandra thinks about. So we should just ask him for consultation. What is the move that Alexandra is thinking about here?
Yeah, and here I expect to move b5 by Nemo. It just makes a lot of sense to just push the pawn up the board. All right, so let's see what is gonna happen. I mean, a move like rook c6 can just be move 97, so that doesn't make a lot of sense. But b5, yeah, by far and large is the move that looks the most logical.
Yeah, so let's see how Alexander's going to face
No,
b5,
we have
but
rook
instead...
a6 instead, but that looks way too slow. I mean, you can pick up the pawn on a4, but you shouldn't really care about that pawn. I mean, I don't know, like king up or something. Just make sure that rook a8 doesn't pin the knight. I don't know, rook a6 looks way too slow to me. And we have knight e7 by Alexander, bringing the knight into the game. All right, maybe now b5 by Nemo.
Yeah, I guess now that the rook is on a6, I guess it gives some room for error for black, because at least if the pawn pushes the b6, there is some knight c6 move possible. Not saying that that's the way to defend, but it feels like at least there's something. You have some time with black. But yeah, it's not an easy endgame to defend or to play for either side at all. It's really easy to make mistakes here, especially as both players are running low on the clock here.
Yeah, we have rook takes a4 by Nemo. Okay, so she takes the pawn. But again, that a-pawn isn't super relevant. Now Alexander has the chance to, again, activate her knight with a move like knight c6 or knight f5. I like knight c6. Actually, knight f5 are probably equally good, because then also, if you take the pawn on d4, you're kind of stopping that b-pawn from advancing. Okay,
Yeah,
Papa
let's
Botez
see.
is pointing out take on d4, followed by rook e4, rook e5. Also makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense, but I wonder if black has a time for this.
I feel like both players are really underestimating the potential of this B pawn. Like on the last couple of moves, the pawn really should have been pushed. Okay, rook takes d4 has been played. Okay, b5 now. Only move.
I guess it makes sense to play that move now.
Yeah. Again, you can give a check and take here, but b6, this pawn runs faster than you might think.
And she played the move b5 indeed. And this is tricky now for Alexandra. What do you do here as that pawn is moving fast and things are getting more and more complicated here?
Fun fact, by the way, after rook e4, white cannot go to d2 because of c3. And you win the rook, that'll be game over. But you can just move the king to d1 or so. And okay, if you take an e5, white goes b6. Again, it's not easy to stop that pawn at all. I mean, I guess you have like knight c6. But I don't know, like maybe a check, king g7, and then b7. So let's see. I mean, I think really this knight should have been activated faster to just keep the b pawn under lock and key. So let's see what Alexander's going to do.
Yeah, especially because the king being on h8 is beneficial for white since there is rook a8 check, and you can use that check to support the b pawn to promote. So I guess that's why you really want to involve the king now into the action, and yeah, make sure that you can catch the pawn and involve the king somehow into the game. But I really like to try rook e4 check just to see if my opponent plays king d2 or not. Because king d2 feels so logical. If not king d2, then you have to go back. You have to go to a square where it feels quite unpleasant to be there. So yeah, I would really like to see rook e4 check.
Yeah, something that Alexander might have missed perhaps is that after rook d3, maybe white can just go rook b4 to prevent black from going behind the passed pawn. Or maybe you can even go like rook a3 there. Again, because if the rook comes to b3, this b pawn is not going anywhere. But like I said, I think white will play either rook b4 or rook a3 to stop it. So let's see. I mean, Papa Botez predicted rook e4, so I guess that is the move that's going to be played.
I think so too. Let's see it. Alexandra down to 5 minutes now. This is turning into a blitz match very soon.
Yeah. NEMO down to 9 or 87 seconds on our clock. Whereas Alexander, as you pointed out, has 5 minutes. So still an advantage on the clock for Alexander, but time is starting to tick for her as well.
Yeah, this is getting so exciting. I mean, black is up a piece. When you think about it, it should be very easy to win. But because of this b pawn over here, and remember a long time ago, black could capture this pawn b2. Now imagine if that pawn was off the board now, life would be so much easier for black because of the passed c pawn here, the passed d pawn, but now the pieces of black are a little bit discoordinated, and because of that, the rook on d4 is a little stuck, the knight cannot contribute too much, and this king is pretty much out of the game. So a lot of opportunities here, a lot of chances for NEMO to draw this game. But let's see it, because the players are getting low on the clock and mistakes are going to happen one way or the other.
Yeah. All right, so let's see what Alexander is going to do. I don't know. I mean, yeah, rook e4, again, has been pointed out by Papa Botez. It makes a ton of sense. Again, white should not go to d2 because of c3. So let's see what is going to happen. You can maybe also activate your king, but then white pushes the pawn, and I don't know how you actually stop it. The pawn runs down the board. Rook e4 check on the board. Yeah. All right. So now NEMO just needs to move her king to d1, and she does so instantly.
Yeah, she was expecting move rook e4 check. Makes a lot of sense. And now, yeah, do you take the pawn on e5? Yes or no? It seems like the position is approaching draw territory much more by every single move that is being played here.
Yeah, I guess b6 now, just pushing the pawn. And I don't know how you actually stop the pawn here. It's not easy to stop it at all. I mean, I guess maybe just like knight c6. And then I guess a check will come, king up, and then b7. Let's see what is going to happen. We see, by the way, Papa Botez in the playing hall. All right, we have a move. Nemo played pawn and b6. Yep, makes sense. All right, so let's see.
I guess the knight will be sacrificed for the pawn. Black will have those 2 pawns against 1 pawn, so black can still try to push for a win, but it's very difficult because this king is right there to stop the pawns, and usually 2 versus 1 rook endgames are drawn rather easily. But still, anything can happen. Technique is still required, and we already have seen Nemo defend a rook endgame down a pawn, I believe. So in round 1, that is. So yeah, she's the experienced one here. She made it happen. So let's see if she can do it once again.
Yeah, all right. So let's see what's going to happen. I mean, to me, knight c6 looks very logical. Just bring the knight over, covering the b8 promotion square. And then I guess maybe white should give that check first, because if you push the pawn right away, there might be a rook e8. Well, I guess there's rook here. Anyway, you know what could happen after, let's say, rook e8? White could go, let's say, rook a6. Let's say knight b8. White goes rook d6. Picks up this pawn over here. Black goes here. White goes here. Black takes here. White takes here. Black takes here. And we're here for another half an hour.
Rook and knight versus rook endgame. One of the... I mean, it should be easy to draw with white, but I had this situation actually in the World Rapid Blitz. I was not doing well. I believe this was Rapid. I think it was Rapid. And I was playing really poorly in this game. And at some point, I had this opportunity to come back in the game. I think I was like down 2 pawns, and I managed to win so much material that I ended up in this exact endgame while being up a piece. So rook and knight versus rook. And then at some point, the game went on for so long that, you know, it's rapid. You're not writing down the move, so you have no idea what the move counter is. So my opponent at some point, like, I'm very much aware that this is definitely ending in a draw very soon, well, at some point. And I had this feeling that we played at least 50 moves already, but I was not taking a score. I was not keeping track. But yeah, at some point, apparently I had the chance to win, but because of the 75 move rule, it was not winning. But if, let's say, I had a few moves left to win that game, let's say it was move 40, then it was possible to win that endgame, which was pretty crazy to see afterwards.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we have more moves in the game. All right, so B's. All right, so we left off over here. B6 was played, knight c6, a check. On a8, king up, b7, and now rook to e7 by Alexandra, making sure that she can eliminate the pawn on b7. Nemo here can promote the pawn right away, and she's reaching for a queen. And yeah, there she goes. So Alexandra undoubtedly will take the queen. And there we already go. Nemo is going to take the knight. And so now we have this endgame where... Wait, what's going on? Oh yeah, she's going to take the knight. Okay, so black's got 2 pawns versus 1. Now, if Alexandra can consolidate the position, like let's say she can make a couple moves. Let's say she goes here, and then she goes, let's say, like rook here. If she can get this position, I think she's got a very good chance to win. However, Nemo can quickly go auto b3 runs into c3. So it's really about whether Nemo can quickly force a trade of pawns here. If she does, it should be a pretty straightforward draw. If not, then yes, we'll be here for like another half an hour or so.
Do you think, have you experienced that anyone has like a strong player has lost this with the white pieces, such an endgame?
Yeah, I mean, people definitely lose these types of endgames. I mean, it's definitely kind of unpleasant, like 2 versus 1, where let's say this pawn was a b pawn, right? Then it should be a pretty straightforward draw. But since it's a d pawn, and it's a pass one, it can still be pretty unpleasant. So these endgames are certainly losable, also by grandmasters. NEMO, to her credit, plays a very good move. She plays the move king to d2. Now b3 is a threat. With b3, she would force a trade of pawns. And I don't know if Alexandra has a good way here to stop that. But let's say she goes rook h7, right? Then b3 runs into a check, and she actually wins. Because king here, check, and then you pick up this pawn over here. Like, let's say king here, you take, and this king and pawn in game is winning. But apparently white draws after rook h7 with the move king c3. And if check, king up, check here. I mean, NEMO still has to find some accurate moves, but if she does, then she should be on her way to draw. I mean, I don't know. To me, this move looks quite natural.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess maybe she wants to involve the king with king e5. That would also make sense. But after king e5, king c3, you're not really making much progress like that. So yeah, I really like your move rook h7. Let's see what Alexandra decides to do here. We had a question in chat asking about why are they writing down their moves? What's the point? So it doesn't really contribute too much to the fact that they're playing already on an electronic board. So the moves are being recorded digitally, but just for the sake of memory, keeping a track of the moves on your score sheet, it's not expected that you're always playing on an electronic board. And yeah, it's just nice to be able to analyze your game afterwards. Usually you're not playing on such a board, so it's nice to have a score sheet with the moves that you played so you can analyze your game afterwards. So yeah, it's tradition, but also just to make sure that everything is okay, because sometimes the DGT board tends to have malfunctions, so you want to make sure that you have something to rely on.
Yeah, and also Papa Botez is pointing out they need to write down the moves if they want to claim a threefold repetition or the 50 move rule. Yep. However, they can also check the live moves, right? To check if there was a repetition. Anyway, rook h7 was played right now. Now let's see what NEMO is going to do. King c3 apparently is a good move. But I wonder, after king c3, maybe then Alexander can play like rook h4 to stop this move. Again, it just all depends on whether NEMO can get that pawn trade in. If she gets that pawn trade in, it's a very clean draw. If not, it's a very unpleasant defense.
Yeah, this is not easy. As you pointed out, this pawn on d5, since it is a passed pawn, it feels much more challenging because usually you try to trade off one pair of pawns with white and then fight against the other pawn and defend it very easily. But now that this pawn is already a passed pawn and b3 is in many positions just simply a bad move, it's not that easy to defend. But I guess this king is looking for cover for now. And it's not really easy to put this king on a safe square to not get checked all the time.
Right. All right. So king c3, good move by NEMO on the board. And yeah, she wants to go king to d4. So we see Alexander going king to e5 to stop that. And now I think we will see NEMO giving a check on e8 because there's no good way out of the checks. Like rook e8, king d6, rook d8, king, let's say c5. And yeah, there we go. Rook e8 check on the board. Okay, so rook here. Yeah, I don't see a good way for black to keep the game going here. White just keeps checking. And if you ever block with like rook d7, I think white can just take and play b3. As there takes, white is just in time to grab the opposition. Yeah, we have king d6, rook d8, king c6, rook c8. I think is going to be played.
We're currently on move 87, everyone. So I believe NEMO's first game was the longest one, which was about 90 moves. So they may be crossing that move mark very soon. So let's see if this game will hit 100 moves.
Yeah, let's see what is going to happen. Okay, king c6. NEMO is thinking. Again, if black can, let's say, if black has the move here and gets to stabilize the position, she has a good chance to win. But NEMO plays very good defense here. Rook c8 check. King So Alexander's going to do again. Rook c7, white can trade and play b3. There will be a draw instantly. And okay, king b5, king d4 doesn't lead to anything as well. So I think Nemo will just hold the draw here. Maybe king d7. Then I guess rook anywhere. Rook a8 or so. Hashtag Kevin. What is Kevin?
Not sure.
Nemo is a WGM. Yeah. All right. Let's see what.
Yeah, she has shown such great defensive play in this game. I mean, she was losing on multiple occasions, but she still came back and made it so difficult for Alexandra. So hats off to both of them. But they're now in a very drawn endgame. And let's see if Alexandra will try to get out of all these checks. I think she will play rook e7 now. And she does.
Yes, but now I think Nemo can just trade and play b3. And after take, king d6, king c3, king e5, king d3, Nemo is just in time to get the opposition. And I think she's looking at it. She's calculating, making sure that it is a draw. I think she'll go for it.
Yeah, I think so too. Or maybe it's too tricky. She's low on the clock and you have to calculate all of this, but I think it's a pretty clear draw there.
Right.
Let's see.
Sepher asked a good question in the chat. Why not king d7? Yes, but and then rook here and then check. The thing is, the king steps up to like c5, and you can't really hang on to the d5 pawn anyway, right? Like white's starting to go here and here. So it's indeed a try, but white would have been able to draw here quite comfortably anyway. But good question. And it's rook e7. Nemo is calculating, so I'm sure she's looking at it. Otherwise, I mean, moving the rook draws pretty comfortably as well, because you can go b3 on the very next turn.
I guess to make sure that, you know, it's quite a lot of headache to deal with a rook endgame down a pawn. Why not just simplify? If the draw is right there, just play b3 on the next turn, and then trade off one pair of pawns, and that pawn d5 is not going to make it across the board. So I think Nemo will trade the rooks. Oh, she didn't.
She doesn't. She goes rook h8, which is fine. Just wanted to point out, I thought like white can just, let's say, go b3, but b3 actually is quite tricky because black can often take. And if you recapture, there's still rook c7 to cut off the king. This might be a draw, but you know, still some work required. A move like rook h8 is often good here to like give checks from the side. Anyway, we see rook h8 by Nemo. Also should be a good move. Now, in case the king steps up, she can always give some checks. Maybe king d6. This check over here seems pretty good. Maybe what Alexander can do here is go like king d6 or so. And in case of a check, now go to e5. Because at least for the moment, there's not a check. And again, b3 should be a draw, but you can take and go rook c7 and kind of, you know, still play for something.
Yeah, so still some work to be done by both players. Some defending required so from Nemo, but up until now, she has done a great job with that. Both players now, okay, Nemo down to 1 minute on the clock. Alexandra is still on 4 minutes, but yeah, anything can still happen. Rook endgames are so tricky, and especially if you're not so active in classical chess, rook endgames can be really devastating because you may lose a technique, how to draw the rook endgame, how to win the rook endgame if that's possible. And because I feel like, I mean, Nemo hasn't played so much classical recently, so it may be much harder for her to try to draw this. So let's see how she will do that in this game. She should be able to draw this game, but anything can still happen, especially with the time pressure.
Yeah, I think she'll draw this quite comfortably. She's now giving checks along the h file. There doesn't seem to be a way for Alexander to keep this going. King d6, king d4 now is just a draw. I mean, there's no good way to defend this pawn over here. Black takes here, white takes here. And yeah, king d4 is on the board. So yeah, I think this game will end pretty soon.
Yeah, very nice find by Nemo. Attacking that pawn on d5, the root of that pawn chain, very small pawn chain, but yeah, you can try to hold on to the pawn with rook b5, but that means you're not making any progress whatsoever because you keep getting checked. So this seems to be the most easy way for Nemo to make a draw, and the rook b5 is on the board, but the checks are simply unstoppable.
Yeah, here just give a check on h6. The black king moves back to, I don't know, c7. And here, I mean, black is just kind of stuck. The rook is defending the pawn on d5. The king can now no longer cross the 6th rank. So you just play a move like rook g6. And there's nothing black can do, so white should draw here very comfortably. You can probably also continue giving checks. That's also fine. I don't know. To me, rook g6 just looks very, very easy.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, keeping the rook on a 6th rank makes a lot of sense. I wonder if Nemo may consider playing rook h5 back just to attack that pawn one more time and try to get the king back to d6. But then the question is it still really easy to draw after rook takes b2? Because all of a sudden there are some tricks in the position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the one thing you just have to avoid after rook h5, rook takes b2 is not to take with the king, as then rook b5 and you lose your rook. But just take with the rook, because rook d2 is not a real skewer. White can take the pawn, defend this rook over here. So really, I mean, pretty much any move should draw here. Although, I guess except for like rook d6, rook c6, rook b6, and maybe b4 and b3 lose. But other than that, I think pretty much any move draws.
Yeah. So let's see Nemo down to 30 seconds. She has to make a move. Don't flag, please. There's one thing we want to avoid is a flag.
Right. No, I remember I was once streaming, I was once doing commentary on Hikaru's channel, and I saw like, oh, it's a dead draw, and he won anyway. But this is a dead draw. Well, but Nemo's got 11 seconds. She needs to make a move. Rook g6, yeah, good move, and yeah, this should be a pretty clean draw.
Very well played by Nemo. She fought back, losing so many times, but she didn't make it easy for Alexandra at all. It wasn't so clear as it may seem like from looking at the evaluation, from looking at it with the computer. The computer, everything looks easy. It looks like chess is solved when you look at the engine, but it's not that easy when you are playing without any assistance, and the players have done such a great job. And this game was quite spectacular.
Yeah, no, I think, both players deserve a lot of praise for this game. It was a really hard-fought game. I mean, Alexandra played some really good chess. She found a lot of great ideas, and then she was very close to win. But Nemo defended super well, found some great resources, and was able to fight back. So, yeah, I think overall, just a really well-played game by both players.
I guess the one move that is unfortunate that Alexandra missed it was the move rook takes b2. It was a check, capturing that pawn off the board. But I have a feeling that she was confident in the move that she played, and she did not expect perhaps that there were chances for her opponent to make a comeback. It was really difficult to to find all of these moves, and her move also made some sense. So yeah, sometimes it's your tunnel vision, you're focusing on one idea, and that's why the other idea, which should make much more sense, is suddenly disappearing from your vision.
For sure. And yeah, sometimes winning positions are just the hardest to win. Like, you see so many possibilities and it's just hard to choose one. So, and you also have to keep in mind they have been playing for like 4 or 5 hours. So yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. And yeah, but overall I think both players played really well. And yeah, we can only look forward to the battle tomorrow between Alexandra and Andrea, as I think this one is just headed for a draw. I don't think anything really can happen here. King b7, by the way, was played, and now rook d6 by Nemo. and this is just gonna accelerate the end.
Yeah, what is interesting is also that Andrea will have a great advantage tomorrow. I'm sure she will decide to show up. I know she said she wouldn't, but I think she will show up tomorrow. But since the game is in the morning, Andrea will have quite the advantage there. She has been resting all day. She even went on a hike, whereas Alexandra has been playing for now more than 5.5 hours. She still needs to get dinner. She still needs to rest. And preparation will not be quite a lot as the game starts tomorrow, 11 a.m. Local time.
Yep. All right. So rook d6 has been played by Nemo. She's going to pick up the pawn on d5. The one thing you just have to keep in mind is after rook takes b2, do not take with the king. As then there's rook d2, you get skewered, and the c pawn will decide the game. But you can just take the rook, and then after rook d2, you can take the pawn on c4. And I think we might see something like that, where they just play it out until the bear kings, which is very symbolical for this game. They really fought until the last I don't know, last something. What is it, Anamaya?
You mean the move number?
No, there's probably an expression. They fought until the last.
Breath or something?
Breath, I guess, yeah.
It gets confusing when you think of English expressions and Dutch ones. Louis van Gaal is famous for mentioning Dutch expressions, but then literally translate to English, and it sounds very strange for those that are not Dutch. So.
I guess, you could say fighting until the end, or like fight until the last moment. But yeah, I'd say like fighting until the last breath. I like that one. Anyway, we have all of those moves on the board, and a draw has been agreed by Alexandra and Nemo. Wow, what a fight.
What a fight. Very well played by both girls. Symbolically, both players ended the game on move 100. The game ended on the move 100, and yeah, what a fight by both players. Both of them are smiling. They know exactly what happened in the game. They know that there were so many chances, there were so many things that happened, and it all resulted in a draw after 5 hours and 40 minutes. Wow, what a game, chat.
What a game, yeah. But I think in the end, a draw is a pretty fair result, although Alexandra must be feeling disappointed. She must have felt that there were some great chances to win. I think really the moment where she could have played rook takes b2 was a pity. It looked like a natural move and a good one. But overall, Nemo put up some really good defense. So yeah, credits to her as well. She found some really good moves to make it as difficult as possible for Alexandra. So yeah, I think we just witnessed a great game here.
Absolutely. I mean, Alexandra had a couple of chances to win the game, but it was not very clear. The position was quite complicated. She managed to win the knight, but after that, it was still very difficult to convert that. Being up material and being in a winning position is one thing, but actually winning the game is a whole other story. And Nemo defended so well, and she really deserves a lot of credit for that, because this is not easy. It's so easy that when you are in a lost position to simply crumble and lose a position in a couple of moves, just because it's just really difficult to play in a lost position. But Nemo played really well. She held on for so long. Another long game for her, so she deserves some rest now. And yeah, I guess they're having some after post-mortem interview. So yeah, it's always nice to have like the reactions right after the game, especially because all the other games have finished, so they have the opportunity to do that now. But yeah, to catch the feelings of the players right after the game is amazing to be able to get that on camera.
Yeah, and I guess at the end we can only applaud the effort. I mean, they have been fighting for 100 moves. It was really a back and forth game, and overall this is a great learning opportunity. I mean, Nemo is a very strong player, a WGM Woman Grandmaster. So I think these games will help Alexandra get better, and I'm sure she will only come back stronger.
Absolutely. Make sure to check out the Command Ask and Playtest, everybody, because Botezlive is looking for more playtesters for the chess video game that Alexandra is working on. She's working on this awesome chess video game. We don't know what it will be like exactly, but they're looking for playtesters, and anyone who has filled out the form previously is still eligible. So make sure to check out the comment in the chat. Sign up through the form in the link in chat and check it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of game they are developing. Looks awesome. I don't know if there's going to be an interview, so I think probably not. Yeah, it's been a long day here at the office. Again, this game took forever. Yeah, again, I already saw it coming when when F5 was played, when C4 was played as well. They locked up the position. I thought, like, hey, this is going to be a long strategic battle. Papa Botez. All right, so yeah, Papa Botez let us know if there's going to be an interview.
I guess it's I mean, Alexandra needs the rest, right? She has a game tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. She still needs to catch dinner. I remember Nemo saying when she had her long game, everyone was waiting at dinner for them. So yeah, I have a feeling that they may just go for dinner now. It's pretty late where they are. So yeah, she needs the rest, and it would make sense for her to not go for an interview right now.
Mm-hmm. We have Papa Botez right there, so I'm sure he just asked. I don't know what the answer is, but I'm sure he'll tell us soon. But yeah, let's have a quick look at the standings. We see that right now we have 3 leaders: Jennifer Yu, Dina Belankaya, Anna CRAMLING in the lead with 2.5 out of 3. Then we have Nemo in 4th place with 2 points. Then Alexander in 5th place with 1.5. Jules in 6th place with 1. And Linda Diaz and Andrea Botez still on 0 points, but I'm sure they will get on the scoreboard in the rounds to come.
Absolutely. There is still quite a few rounds ahead of us. It's going to be super exciting. More exciting matches coming up, especially tomorrow's matchup between the 2 Botez sisters. It's going to be super epic. Make sure to tune in for that game as it starts 11 a.m. local time, which is Pacific time. Starting, I believe it's 8 p.m. Central European time for the fellow Europeans that are still in the chat. And with that being said, Benjamin, we're already going on a raid. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thanks so much for joining the commentary once again, Benjamin. It was a pleasure commentating, and we will be back tomorrow with you guys.